Orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Look at us on a Tuesday morning, all peaceful and rested. No stress from a Giants game, no freaking out. Happy Tuesday, Marcus.
Murph.
How you doing, buddy?
Good morning. It feels like it's been a while since we woke up with no Giants game to either bitch and complain about or to cheer about their 4-game win streak.
Or to go crazy for those kiddos who Scotty Oster called the Pep Boys today. We'll start right out of the gate at 6:01. Would young Tony know the Pep Boys? Do you know the Pep Boys?
I know it was like Pep Boys, like auto shop.
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
Manny, Mo, and Jack. Yeah. So anyway, well, the Pep Boys are in Pittsburgh.
I didn't know the Pep Boys actually had names.
Oh, they were like a little like cult favorite. Manny, Mo, and Jack. They became like it's like a cool T-shirt.
Okay.
It's like these 3 cartoon mechanics.
Yeah, I remember
Manny,
seeing
Mo,
like
and
their
Jack.
logo, like when I go to Pep Boys to get like an oil change or something. But I didn't know they actually had names.
Bring on the Pep Boys. They're in Pittsburgh. They're the Pit Boys today. Pittt.
That's fine, as long as we don't start calling them the Three Stooges.
No.
Those 3 names I do know.
Oh, man, although I am a Stooges fan. And the Stooges showed up in KNBR social media recently on the schedule release.
Did they really?
Skit that Austin Mike, and do we credit young Jack Loader for these?
Welcome to the squad, Jack.
We got a new kid, and they did the schedule release featuring a local celebrity from each city. And the first week one was Shemp from the Three Stooges.
Nice.
Which was incredible. But anyway, how was your Monday night, brother?
My Monday night was chill, Obviously, no Giants game, as we were talking about. Still caught a little bit of baseball, but I really took some time to run some errands, take some personal stuff, Murph.
Okay.
And I sat down and I caught up on a couple episodes of Survivor, so I kind of detached away from the sports world.
How's that
for
going?
One night. It's a good season of Survivor.
Let me guess. Is there some lying, manipulative guy who's planning to drive the knife into someone else's back?
Absolutely, Murph. It's already happened like 5 or 6 times this season.
Is there a naive, innocent person who thinks they're going to play the game clean and honestly, and they're going to get wiped out in a matter of days?
And they're going to go down as like one of the worst players in Survivor history.
And it's being held in some tropical locale with turquoise water.
The tribe has spoken.
You are absolutely correct.
And Probst looks absolutely ageless.
Dude, Probst is just out here.
What's going on with Probst?
I mean, they're 3 generations deep into Survivor now. They're on season 40-something.
40-something?
Jeff Probst is up here eating popcorn, passing it out to the survivors.
I'd say he's the Gordie Howe of Survivor, but I should say he's the Patrick Marlowe.
Oh, yeah.
Of Survivor,
there we go.
So that's good there.
Yeah, how was your Monday night?
We had baseball practice on Monday. Now we're steaming towards regular season finale Wednesday, playoffs after Memorial Day weekend. So things start,
playoffs?
Yes. Yeah, here we go.
Let's go, baby.
Here we go.
Here comes the last dance.
The last dance indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had practice. We had a good practice, and then came home, and I was like sitting there like, what do I do? What do I do? So I actually did, just to take you inside the personal life of the Murphys. Why not? I threw together, so Candace has a college reunion on the East Coast, and she hasn't been in, what's this, 2024? She hasn't been since, 1990, what's that, 25 years. Wow. She hasn't been in 25 years. And she was like, my friends all go, and I have to raise the kids, da, da, da. And I, how about your boy here? How about your boy? I put my foot down. I said, life's short. You're going. Ooh. She's like, what do you mean? It's Friday. I'm like, get out the laptop. Let's go.
It's cheat day, cuz.
It is cheat day. And I said, and you're going on your own. No spouse.
Ooh.
I said, by the way, how about that? Yeah. Dropping myself into the Hornets, putting myself into the Hornets nest. Because, whatever. She can go, listen, everybody needs to go see their old college flame.
That's it.
It's healthy.
Oh.
All right? It's healthy.
I thought you were going to go college friends. You went college flame.
Well, whatever. So anyway, the point is that we spent a good amount of time finding flights, hotels, and she's got to take a train, too. She's in a car. She's literally going to go planes, trains, and automobiles.
Young Tony doesn't know that one.
I
can tell
does
you
he
that.
know planes, trains, and automobiles?
Wow, he does. He's giving me the head nod.
Which is, by the way, one of the rare Thanksgiving movies. There's really, other than that horror movie I was trying to sell you guys recently.
No,
remember,
there
was a slasher flick called Thanksgiving that came out last November that got decent reviews, by the way.
I don't know, dude. When it comes to Thanksgiving, I'll stick with Charlie Brown and the Peanuts.
Guy in a pilgrim mask coming with like a 12-inch blade coming for you.
Yeah, I'll carve the turkey. I don't want to get carved up for Thanksgiving.
So that's what we did. We planned her trip. She's wheels up Friday morning, and so I got the boys all by myself this weekend, and she's going to go rediscover her past.
Oh, nice.
I know, right? So we booked that, and then once that was booked, which it took about an hour and a half, we were like, what do we do now? so I flipped on, at the Murphy house, it was Jeopardy and Seinfeld.
Wow.
How about that? Jeopardy and Seinfeld. So there you go. And then here we are. And then I wake up this morning to find out that it's a day to celebrate the kids. Because we had two big stories in the Bay Area involving the kiddos. One, Luis Matos, NL Player of the Week. Congratulations. And did I see the stat that he's the first Giant to win NL Player of the Week? This makes no sense. Since Brandon Belt in 2018?
Murph.
What?
Brandon Belt got that award on this date. Today's the anniversary. May 21st, 2018. Brandon Belt was the last player of the week for the San Francisco Giants.
How do you go 6 years without a player of the week? Hey, in 2021, they won 107 games. We couldn't score a player of the week?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Brandon Crawford was top 5 in MVP votes that season. And that's like when I saw this yesterday, at first I had to double glance. I was like, wait, it wasn't just NL Rookie of the Week for Luis Matos. No, this is Player of the Week. By the way, he was up there on the graphic next to his guy, Aaron Judge, who's coming to town in about 10 days.
Dude, that graphic looked pretty heady. To see Aaron Judge and Luis Matos next to me, I was like, hey, welcome to the Bigs, kid.
And then I'm actually proud of my 4:30 a.m. riff this morning when Murph comes walking out of the studio. I said, hey, Murph, look, Luis Matos is on the graphic with his former teammate.
And I was going Fresno State,
And
Cape Cod
Murph
Summer
was trying to
League.
figure it out. I was like, what, you don't
Right.
remember that 30 minutes of Arson Judge?
That's what he got me. He got me on that.
Got him.
So technically, he got me on the Arson Judge. Was it 30 minutes?
It might have been even less than that.
Was it? Yeah, it might have been less than that.
John Heyman.
I was over in Dublin trying to figure it out.
People don't forget. And by people, I mean young Tony.
So congrats, Luis Matos. That's kind of cool, whatever. And then you turn around, and just down the street here at Chase Center, your boy Pods. Anything is possible. That was the slogan I'm still going with. Anything is possible. Brandon Pajemski makes first team All-NBA rookie. That's incredible. And then we had this one, first one since, and then John Joe Curley stumped the band.
Dun, dun, dun.
I was going, well, if he's asking, it's been a long time. So I was going, Joe Barry Carroll, no.
Right.
Joe Smith, no. Then we started Steph, no.
Clay, no. Harrison
Eric,
Barnes, no.
Ready? Eric Pascal.
Who?
Eric Pascal.
Who?
Wow. That was short-lived.
Dude.
There
It
was
was
about-
only 4 years ago, right?
I know. And it was about there was a time Pascal was like, and I still haven't figured out. We need to talk to Fitz or somebody, Buki or somebody. What happened to Eric Pascal? How did his star fall so fast?
That's a great question, and we can ask Marcus Thompson today.
Oh, we have
at
Marcus
9:15.
today. Oh, good.
Mhm.
Well, speaking of which, we better get going because we got awesome guestage coming our way, which we'll have young Tony tell you about on the other side. So anyway, so that's the day. It was a day of kids for Luis Matos, a day of kids for Brandon Pajemski. And also, I just want to get this off my chest right now. Why did Farhan go and pick up an Orioles rando named Ryan McKenna? Why did he do this? Because now he had to send Tyler Fitzgerald down. It's not like Tyler Fitzgerald was like my, I wasn't going to the yard to see, although I did see Tyler Fitzgerald win a game for the Giants, the Wednesday day game against the Nationals. He almost single-handedly won that game for them. But now he's been sent down to make room for, and this is one of those randos. The Orioles DFA'd him. I guess, the Orioles had some hope for him, but he's now 25. He hasn't really caught on with them. And now he's a Giant.
Well, Murph, you're asking why. The answer is because no move too small.
Bro.
That's exactly why.
Something else too small.
And it's funny because I was checking in, trying to see, Orioles fans' reaction to the move.
I wound up doing that too.
And their whole reaction was thank God.
I know.
This is a guy that was blocking our prospects from playing.
Yeah.
And now I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but are we going to be in a position where he's blocking some of our prospects from playing here in San Francisco?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Stuart Fairchild, Mike Padlow, Kevin Ford move of the week, Ryan McKenna.
No move too small.
Oh, my God. Kind of killing the vibe. Tell me you're going to send down Ramos and Matos because of Ryan McKenna. Shout out Connor Joe and Mike Reed. Although, again, Connor Joe has turned out to be okay, not Mike Reed.
Shout out to Connor Joe, who you'll see this week.
Yes,
in the
we
middle
will.
of that Pittsburgh Pirates lineup, which starts today.
340, Logan Webb, 4-4 with his 3.03 ERA against Martin Perez, a lefty for the Pirates. And that's only the appetizer because then the Pirates come at you with ready their 22-year-old Jared Jones, stud, followed by their 21-year-old Paul Skeens. So you're a Pirates fan. You got two You got two Dirty Harrys, two Kyle Harrisons.
You got two pitching prospects. You got O'Neill Cruz. You got a couple pieces to be excited about if you are a Pirates fan.
Just coincidentally, for what it's worth, Jared Jones and Paul Skeens, both Southern California high school kids. I don't know.
And they
I would
both
take note of that.
And they both throw absolute cheddar.
Yeah. So anyway, it'll be fun. 3:40 today, 2:40 pregame. We'll do pregame Thursday bright and early. But like we said, we got great guestage coming your way, and we'll tell you about it next on The Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dave Fleming stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Crowley to talk about the Giants' 4-game winning streak and also his experience being a couple cars back when Scotty Scheffler got arrested. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, McKenna, who came in for defensive purposes, will now bat.
McKenna smacks it into right field. That ball is deep. That ball is gone. This game is over. Defensive replacement, offensive winner. A Big Mac walk-off.
Ryan McKenna on a Saturday afternoon. He gets mobbed by his teammates. He gets the Gatorade bath, and the Orioles have won it 6-4.
All right, there you go. Right, the rare Ryan McKenna rejoins, set to Marcus's request here. Now, there's a lot going on here. You want to start me off here? Where you're going here, bud?
Well, Murph, it is a Tuesday. The club is going up. And this, of course, is I Love McKenna, I believe, who just reminded me of a name similar enough to Ryan McKenna. So I asked young Tony to give me a rejoin this morning.
This is incredible. The guy's name is I Love MaKoNnen. Mackinnon?
No, I believe it's I Love McKenna is the way you pronounce it, even though it is spelled weird.
There's N's at the end, though. Young Tony.
Don't shoot the messenger. Tony, what do you got? Good morning.
I think it might be I Love Mackinnon.
I thought it was I Love McKenna.
Well,
hey,
the way
good, though.
I'm just going
it's
by ways. It doesn't matter. It's Tuesday. I'll give you that. And remember when I came in and announced to you guys that I heard a new banger?
Yeah, dude. Does young Tony know this story?
This song came out in 2014.
Murph is like, yeah, we got this song, club going up on a Tuesday. Maybe we should work a bit and start playing it on Tuesdays. I was like, yeah, Murph, that would have been great like 10 years ago.
At least I'm glad that I was at least plus minus 10 years as opposed to my general sphere of reference, which is plus minus 40 years, right?
Well, I guess it leads to the question, Murph. Do you love Ryan McKenna?
Ryan McKenna? No, I don't. I'm pissed, actually. To be honest, I don't mean to dog this guy. God bless him. I'm sure he's a nice young man. I'm sure he helps old ladies across the street. But what's he doing squeezing out bodies to bring in another one of these? I saw Marty tweet about it. Marty, here we go again. Lightning in a bottle. I was like, I'm with you, Martin. I'm with you, MDL. I'm with the baseball mensch on this one.
The mensch.
Yeah. Just keep it going. I don't know. Is the guy going to be here for 2-3 days? Or is he going to squeeze out our guest, which we want to get to in just a little bit here because we have a special guest coming our way today. Do we go to the horns at 6:19?
Might as well.
Why not? It's young Tony.
Kick down the doors, Tony. Tell him who we got.
Early horns. Neutral zone infraction horns here at 6:19. Good morning, young Tony. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
How was your Monday? Did you play golf?
It was. I did play golf.
How'd you follow up your career low round?
Not ideal.
Okay.
Not great.
The game of golf, baby.
Yeah. Let's just say I got humbled.
Okay. So, but you played. You stuck a peg in the ground. You got 18 in. Canyon Lakes again?
Canyon Lakes, and I got my brother out there as well, who is it's like playing golf with a child, honestly.
Yeah, I've known
it's
that
tough.
it causes an issue. Did you guys have two randos with you? Or
No, we play with a couple other friends of ours.
all right. Do they know you out at Canyon Lakes? Like
I'm
lefty?
a regular.
They know you.
100%.
When you walk in, it's like,
So I have a friend of mine
"Yay!"
who's a manager there,
Yeah.
and I get on there for, pretty cheap.
Here we go. It's like Norm walking into Cheers.
I got nothing on that.
Absolutely nothing
Well,
with
then
that
I'm looking
one.
forward to that because if you guys at the end of the show today go to YouTube and get the great Norm entry, you'll get some good laughs. Norm's entries into the bar. Used to be the most popular sitcom in the 80s, Cheers, and the guy Norm would walk into the bar every episode and everybody would say, Norm! And then somebody would shout something and he would come back with a pithy one-liner. For example, he'd walk in one time and they go, Norm! They go, what's up, Norm? And he goes, my nipples, it's freezing out there. Or he'd walk in and they'd say, Norm, how you doing, Norm? He goes, it's a dog-eat-dog world and I'm wearing milk-bone underwear. All right, so there you go. Or he walked in one time, they all go, Norm! And Maid Sam says, what'll it be, Norm? He goes, I'll take what comes out of that tap. And he says, it looks, it's a little early there, buddy.
Sorry.
He says, looks like beer. He says, call me Mr. Lucky, is what he says. So there you go.
That's Tony walking into his golf club.
That's you walking into the golf club.
Hey, Tony!
When
can
you
say
walk in,
that.
when you walk in, is it the club going up on a Monday? Give me that
Hey.
tune again.
I mean, sure.
This is Tony walking in to Canyon Lakes right here.
He's got his walk-in music.
Give me this right now. Yeah. This is Tony walking in.
Tony's score
Are you
going
playing
up
today?
on a Tuesday.
I got to take a couple days off.
Okay, all right. So greens fees start to add up, don't they?
Not when I know a guy.
Oh.
Not when you got deep pockets like my guy, young Tony.
We got a special rate.
It's not a deep. The pockets are deep, but I don't have to slug out.
Is
for
it
that.
friends and
Let's just say
family?
that.
Friends and family
I
rate?
get a little bit of a discount, yeah.
Shh.
Shout out my
tell-
guy Tyler.
Don't get your manager in trouble.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Anyway, guest list, buddy.
Big get today. We have Elliot Ramos joining us at 7 a.m. this morning, one of the 3 young studs on this team.
Well, this is great. And I was going over his bio, man. This guy was literally drafted in 2017. 2017, guys, by Bobby Evans, as we know. And I was following his career, God, as far back as 2016, when he was only 16 years old, because he turned 17 in September of that year. He was playing at Wrigley Field in the Under Armour All-America baseball game as a high school junior. So this guy's like, it's been a long run. That was the year the Cubs won the World Series, too, 2016. So he was there for that magic. He committed to FIU, Florida International University, but the Giants signed him, gave him $3 million to sign. And then he just, began everywhere he went, his minor league numbers were good. I mean, this was never, he had an oblique injury at one point along the way, but he got called up in April of 2022, and unfortunately he went 2 for 20.
Yeah, and I think that first impression kind of lasted a lifetime with a lot of Giants fans.
Yep.
Because I remember weeks ago when I even brought up his name, the text line would blow up. Oh, Waterboy doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy's just a 4A player.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you've got the 4 with the wrong take. He's 24 years old. I think there were so many people that were invested in him as a 16, 17, 18-year-old that they thought he was going to be the next Mike Trout or the next Bryce Harper.
Right.
Turns out not a lot of guys are Bryce Harper or Mike Trout. But here he is now, still entering his athletic prime at 24 years old. And I know it's been a small sample size, the 41 at-bats that he's had so far this season, but he's proven so far that he can hang at the major league level.
Yeah, and the other thing that hurt him was in 2022 when he came up, he only had the 20 ABs. He went 2 for 20. But then he got called up last year, too, and it didn't work either. He went 10 for 56 and hit 179. So people were starting to say, well, now you've had 76 at-bats, but no. This is the talent is there. You see it on display. You can see the balance. Maybe we'll talk to him about it. Was there something different between 2022, 2023, and 2024? I mean, he is 24 years old, which by Giant, most prospects, you're dying for that 21-year-old prospect to come up. But by the way, you keeping your eyes on Bryce Eldridge down there?
Yeah, Bryce Eldridge is hot down in San Jose.
Grand Slam recently in the last couple of days.
I was just mad. I was yelling at Mike Holder yesterday because I thought the Giants in San Jose had a homestand this week. I wanted to go down there. Turns out they're still on the road. Won't be back till next week.
But the swing looks, swing looks great. Yeah. He's tall. He's a big, tall guy.
He's swinging well. But Murph, here's the thing. Like, we always ask for the 21-year-old, 22-year-old prospect. Luis Matos, 22 years old. Right. Marco Luciano, 22 years old. Mm-hmm. So here are your guys right now. And again, these are guys that we've been hearing about for the long time. Marco Luciano is almost transitioning into that Elliot Ramos kind of prospect post-hype where everybody thought Marco was going to be a 19-year-old stud because he was drafted or signed internationally as a 16-year-old just like Elliot Ramos.
Yeah. Good call on that for sure. And, man, the 3 amigos, the Pep Boys, whatever you want to call them, we have one of them. We have Elliot Ramos at 7 a.m. from Pittsburgh. Giants have a 3:40 game today, 2:40. So that's 10 a.m. Eastern. He's probably, going to get his breakfast, maybe head in, start getting the stretch and the swings in there.
Start taking some hacks.
All right, what else we got there today, Young Tone?
All right, and then coming up at 7:30 after a win on Sunday, we have Dwayne Kuiper joining the show at 7:30.
Good.
Super stoked. I'm more happy for him than anything else.
Happy Kuip.
And then coming up at 7:50, we got the big hit. And then we got Justice De Los Santos going to join the show, a former Pirates reporter, now working as a sports reporter for the Mercury News.
Get our Buccos beat. Got Jim Leland and then Justice De Los Santos. We got the Pirates covered.
Let's do it. Right, and then we got Marcus Thompson at 9:15 to close out the show.
Which we were going to ask him.
What was the question? Oh, about Eric Pascal.
Thank you.
Where in the world did Eric Pascal go?
Yeah, where's Waldo? Where's Pascal? And why did he fall out of favor so much, too?
Yeah, and where the hell is he playing these days?
I had to write that down for sure there. So, anyway, well, that's the theme of the theme today of the show is the kids. And it's Luis Matos getting NL Player of the Week. It's Elliot Ramos joining the show. And it's Brandon Pajemski being named All-NBA First-Team Rookie.
Which I think is going to kind of lead to our big hit question of the day is, which player 25 or younger on any team in the Bay Area, whether we're talking 49ers, Warriors, or Giants, do you have the most confidence in moving forward? Or the way that I phrased the question earlier this morning, which young player in the Bay that's younger than young Tony do you have the most confidence in?
Yes, that's it. Oh, my God. There becomes a time when you're in your early 20s when you start seeing athletes younger than you. And that's a moment of reckoning.
Yeah.
And that's it for you, buddy. We're going to have Ramos, Matos, Luciano.
How's it feel, Tony?
Pods.
You're on
They're
the
all
backside of your
younger than you,
20s
buddy.
now.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's good stuff. I'm not worried.
I would say Tony is well into his 20s, is what I would say
Nice.
there. So
Nice poll.
anyway, well, yeah, that'll be a fun one. And are you allowed to pick Brock Purdy in that poll?
Oh, he is younger than young Tony, right?
See more pictures from the Luke Combs concert. See, Jenna posted a picture of her sitting on Brock's lap saying, "Thank you, Luke Combs, for letting me see my husband's office."
Ooh.
They're sitting in front of his locker.
Front row at Levi's.
He lockers next to Dre Greenlaw, as it turns out, which gives me comfort. I want the two of them bonding.
How about that relationship?
Yeah, I
Dre
know.
Greenlaw and Brock Purdy.
Why not? Bring it on. Arkansas and Iowa State.
Dude.
Let's go, baby. All right, so listen, on the other side, we got to hear from Brandon Pajemski, because look at the company he kept, man. A guy named Wemby, a guy named Chet, and a guy named Brandon Miller, pretty darn good. And, forgetting someone, dude? As always, overlooked, but never overlooked on the court when he's creating wins, dude. Jaime Jaquez Jr., first team All-NBA rookie. It's my guy. That's my guy. I love that guy so
We
much.
got to get into that conversation, and we also talk about maybe a snub on the rookie squad. No Trace Jackson Davis,
Right.
first or second team.
Right. We'll get into it all.
All-rookie NBA.
On the other side, Pod spoke next on these Sports Leaders.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
Sub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
It means a lot. In the offseason, you think about, your journey, where you came from, what steps it took to get here. Being the 19th pick in an organization where not a lot of rookies get to play, and ending up on first team all-rookie, it's a credit to my work ethic, but also to my teammates and, the coaches in the front office for, providing opportunity, and then me just, taking full advantage of it. But it means a lot. It's something that I had on a goal list of mine coming into the year, and I got to check that box. So it's pretty cool because you only can be a rookie one time.
There he is, Brandon Pajemski, man. And I remember draft night. I remember my thought was, and who am I? Marty Blake. I'm no NBA super scout, but I was like, does he have the athleticism? Does he have like the strength and the hops and the stamina to hang in the NBA, where the great athletes just gallop up and down the court nightly? And the answer was yes, he did. I had liked Trace Jackson Davis more than Pajemski on draft night because I love four-year college players who are All-Americans. I trust guys like that, and it turned out to be true. Trace Jackson Davis was a very good player. It turns out that Pajemski, though, exceeded my expectations. I don't know about yours. I mean, listen, I don't know how much Santa Clara Bronco basketball you watched. Probably not a ton. And when you saw the highlights of him, you're like, well, look what he's doing. He's beating Pepperdine.
Well, first of all, I'm insulted as Mr. 408 on the show. Of course, I'm watching some Santa Clara hoops, whether we're talking Randy Wynn or Steve Nash or Jalen Williams or, of course, Brandon Pajemski.
Do I need to call you out and ask how many times you've set foot inside the Levy
Murph,
Center?
you don't.
Used to be called Toso Pavilion.
Keep going with the bit, Murph. Keep going with the bit. But I could tell you that I was excited because I remember watching pods at Santa Clara and seeing this guy dominate the boards as a guard.
There was that true.
Which was something that you usually don't see. And I was like, all right, well, how's that going to translate to the NBA? How is that skill set going to play when you're playing against the best in the world?
Yeah.
Well, in his rookie season, I think his skill set translated pretty damn well. And it's not like he went out here and averaged 20 points per game. No, he just did a little bit of everything for Steve Kerr. Well, whether it was rebounding, whether it was with the assists, whether it was playing defense, whether it was leading the NBA in charges drawn this year.
Yeah.
He seemed like the guy that Steve Kerr could just rely on for a little bit of everything this year.
9.2 points, 5.8 rebounds, 3.7 assists. So not overwhelming, but pretty darn good. 45% from the field, 38% from three, and as you mentioned, leading the NBA in charges drawn, a big one. Going back through that list of Warriors that have made All-NBA. So Steph and Clay both did make first-team All-Rookie. Another one, Harrison Barnes. Made first-team All-Rookie in 2013. It's surprising to me that Draymond did not. I remember being very impressed by his rookie season.
Well, is it because he didn't really start getting playing time until David Lee got hurt?
Yeah, but I mean, Pods didn't really start playing time until halfway through, too.
True. I think that was more of the case of Trace Jackson Davis, who was someone that I think was snubbed from at least the second All-NBA rookie
He
team.
made 11th. He finished 11th.
Yeah,
he was the highest ranking non-top 10 guy.
Correct. So he missed out by 1 point behind Gigi Jackson from Memphis being on the second team.
At that point, it gets just you're kind of splitting hairs because you're talking about the bottom of the second team All-NBA rookies. So
yeah, I just want a little bit of respect, but he was a guy who I think kind of fell to the same, I don't want to say standards, kind of same thing Draymond fell into. He wasn't playing as much early in the season with David Lee. We saw the same thing when Steve Kerr was trotting out Dario Saric, that he just wasn't getting the playing time. And once Trace Jackson Davis got put in that starting lineup, it took off, and they improved immensely defensively.
So as a rookie, Draymond played 79 games, but he only played 13.4 minutes per game. I wonder what Pods' minutes were. I'll look it up for you guys real quick. Meantime, we got he heard from the greatest Santa Clara Bronco of them all, two-time MVP and former Warrior consultant, Steve Nash. I remember we went over there to give Kevin Durant his Murph and Mackey for Player of the Year, which was our bobblehead. Steve Nash was at that practice working with Durant on this little kind of one-legged runner in the lane that we had to kind of wait for that little drill to finish. Remember, Nash was here for just a brief time. Anyway, he did a little Bronco to Bronco love here. Here you go.
Brandon, big congrats on making the All-Rookie team. Very well deserved. Been a lot of fun watching you play, watching you develop, becoming a big part of what the Dubs are doing. Can't wait to watch the rest of your career unfold. Keep putting that work in. Big congrats and good luck, my man.
There it is. It's a nice standard congratulations. So I said Draymond played 13 minutes. Pods averaged 26 minutes.
Steve Kerr would put him in the starting lineup a lot. Even when Draymond got suspended, he was the guy that was first up most of the time.
TJD averaged 16 minutes.
Yeah.
So in between. So just not enough run. They found him late in the season there. So, well, it leads to our theme of the day, which is it's the kids' day, because Matos gets NL Player of the Week, Pods gets All Rookie, and it got us thinking about this next generation, baby. As you watch Steph, Clay, and Dre age out, and you watch, you look at the Giants, and you're like, whoa, what do they got? Well, they got 3. We actually have 5 kids, 25 and under.
Count them.
Obviously, Ramos, Matos, and Luciano. How about De La, Kyle Harrison, 22 years old?
Yeah, the top left-handing pitching prospect in baseball. Kyle
And then
Harrison.
just turned 24, Pat Bailey. By the way, what's up with Pat Bailey? We need something on him.
Well, last I heard, he actually flew out to Pittsburgh early to meet up with a doctor who was a concussion specialist to see whether or not he'd be diagnosed a second time, but still no updates on whether or not he'll be playing in the series in Pittsburgh this week.
Right, so that's one. In terms of the Niners, it's really actually 25 and under is not a huge star list. Brock Purdy. And then a lot of guys who haven't proven themselves yet. Drake Jackson, Darryl Luter, Spencer Burford, Ronnie Bell.
Your guy, Jake Moody.
I mean, I'm looking for a big year from Jake Moody this year, guys. The year 1 jinx is over.
I'm looking for him to make all of his extra points this year.
And then take one in the bowl, too.
Yeah.
And then for the Warriors, it's Pods and TJD.
Also, don't forget our guy, Moses Moody, who's also 21 years old also.
Thank you for putting that
So that's
down
another
there.
one. And I'll throw one in for the 49ers. Talanoa Hufanga, 24 years old.
Okay.
Hufanga was a second-team All-Pro.
I have a few more for you, Marcus. From the Warriors, I have James Wiseman. From the Giants, I have Joey Bart.
Where you see?
And from the 49ers, I have Trey Lance.
Where you see?
How's that?
Thank you.
We add those guys to the list?
I'm keeping those guys off my list.
Oh, my
I actually
goodness.
don't have confidence in those guys moving forward in the Bay Area.
By the way, people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line saying Pascal gained a bunch of weight. I hate to throw that accusation, but a couple people texted that in.
Did he go full Zion?
NBA players who gain weight, 808 KNBR. I mean, it's kind of hard when you're running up and down the court. It's kind of hard to gain weight when you're burning all those calories.
But when you have that kind of budget, Murph, I can only imagine.
Man, oh man,
The
that's
stuff I'd be buying. Ooh.
what you call a lack of discipline
I'm
if you're
saying.
gaining weight in the NBA.
I'm putting on weight being a radio host.
When's
I
the
can
last-
only imagine being an NBA player.
Watch out in your 30s, buddies. It happens.
I know.
And then especially if you get married and have a kid.
Yeah.
Then you're toast.
Oh, man.
You can see the pictures of my moon face when we first have kids, man. It's a tough deal. Young Tone, you're still fine at age 25. I could come in the late 20s.
Yeah.
It seems like he's got the metabolism of a hummingbird. That guy.
Yeah, true. But that's the theme of the day. Young Tony's on the back end of his 20s. He's 25. All these players we're talking about are younger than Young Tony.
Back end.
He's also
25.
He's also not crushing 3 or 4 hazy IPAs a night.
Oh, that's true.
Is he, or are you?
Am I? I don't know. You tell me.
Tony will grab a hazy little tang at the ballpark.
So anyway, Pods makes the all-rookie team with, as I said, Wemby, Chet. You don't need any further explanation there. Jaime Jaquez and Brandon Miller in those 74 games. It's pretty exciting. He's going to play NBA Summer League this year, which I found a little surprising. I thought usually guys of his, stature don't have to, but they said all he wants to do is play basketball. And he's back at Chase Center working out now. So if you're on your skateboard going down to a Giants game, you might see him.
And this is a guy that seems fully invested in the Warriors this offseason, whether it's him showing up to San Francisco Giants games and throwing out first pitches, whether it's him representing the Warriors at the lottery a couple weeks ago, or to your point, being willing to play in the Summer League even after being named first-team All-NBA rookie. I don't think anybody else from that list is going to play Summer League this year, but Brandon Podziemski is willing to put in that work this offseason.
Yeah, I love it. And by the way, people are checking in on the 25 and under, and I did throw this out in our intense pre-show prep meeting. I said, can I go with a Macklin Celebrini?
Ooh.
And other people
not on the roster yet.
People are coming in kind of angry.
What?
Now about the fact that we're not mentioning Macklin Celebrini and all that.
You want me to drop a William Eklund on you?
By the way,
a Will Smith for the San Jose Sharks?
916 says Papa and Lund had a writer on yesterday. He said Pat Bailey said the doctor's fine. There's no risk for long-term problems for Pat Bailey. I missed that. Did you get any then?
I didn't see the long-term diagnosis.
No.
It's a tricky situation with concussions because he was cleared to come back that weekend against the Reds, played one game, and then went straight back to the IL right after that.
Yeah, so I am concerned. Yeah. I mean, it is is he going to be in the lineup today? I don't know. 340 first pitch.
I mean, especially with a catcher too. Like you're taking so many foul tips off the mask.
Hate to even bring it up.
It's a scary situation.
All right. Anyway, congratulations to Brandon Pajemski. Hey, okay, we got to clear the decks because Elliot Ramos is going to join us at 7 a.m. And this is a guy. I mean, honest to goodness, now Conforto comes back. What do you do with Ramos? Do you leave him out there? Or do you platoon him in right with Yaz, and now he's not getting a full-time shot? Do you try to trade Conforto at the trade deadline and open the door for Ramos? I mean, you only have Conforto on one more. He's playing out the second year of a 2-year deal.
That is
There's
true.
no long-term investment here. So that one, but in the meantime, it's May 21st. The trade deadline is for 2 months. How do you get Ramos ABs until Conforto comes back from his hamstring? Now, we haven't heard anything about Conforto's hamstring situation. That'll be I would say today's Bowmel show should be fruitful in terms of that information. So tune in around, 2:40 pregame. Get your Bowmel around, 3:10, something like that? A little half hour in, if you kind of know the rhythm of your pregame, which we'll be doing on Thursday when the Giants face Paul Skeens, Livy Dunn's boyfriend, at 9:35 in the morning.
We'll be prepping for Paul Skeens on Thursday.
That'll be an 8:35 a.m. pregame there. So anyway, we'll figure that out, what we're going to do with Ramos. We'll ask him about the journey from Puerto Rico and the Futures game at Wrigley Field in 2016, or I should say the Under Armour High School All-American game at Wrigley Field in 2016, all the way up to him getting to a regular spot in left field for the Giants, at least until Conforto comes back. And we'll have to figure out that when that happens too. So Elliot Ramos joins us at 7 a.m. Stick around on a Tuesday morning. By the way, it's supposed to be a warm day in the city today. They say perhaps the warmest day of the year. How about that? You got to bone up on your weather.
I got to get my copper tone ready.
Yes, you do, buddy. I would do that if I were you. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line, bright and early on a Tuesday morning. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to us about, what happens with unfiled tax returns?
It's a real common situation, and a lot of people haven't filed for years. The biggest reason people don't file returns is just plain old simple. They didn't have the money. They didn't file the first year, and then the next year rolls around. They say, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1 and they still don't have the money, and they don't file again? It becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. That's the biggest reason. Second biggest reason is something changed in your life. You got divorced, your spouse used to do the taxes, or your accountant left, or you lost your records, you don't have any records. That's okay. We'll get all the records that the IRS and the state has on you. If you owe taxes, and a lot of people do, we'll make a deal. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. We'll get all the returns filed that need to be. We'll make a deal, and then you can have a normal life and put this all behind you like it never happened.
Well, that's good. Normal law is what we're looking for. That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The 2-0. Ramos swings. It's a high fly ball deep center field. It's carrying. Beck is back at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Elliot Ramos to straightaway center. A home run leading off the bottom of the sixth, and it's 4-1 Giants.
Just mindset-wise, just trying to stay positive, if that makes sense. Just keep working the way I work. Just try to stay positive. That's the main thing to me.
Well, there it is, man. The Elliot Ramos saga is humming along quite nicely, and he's going to join us at 7 a.m. today. 24-year-old Giants prospect who was drafted in 2017 by Bobby Evans and has kind of had to patiently chop away and patiently chop away and patiently chop away, and finally got called up in 2022, only got 20 at-bats, and Giants fans kind of said, oh, and then sent him back down, and then came back up in 2023, didn't have a great run in 2023. Some people on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line saying because he was getting yanked in and out of the lineup, he's finally getting everyday play. Either way, we do hope that this is something here to stay. That's kind of leading us to our theme of the day, which is with Brandon Bajemski making the all-rookie team, and, of course, the Ramos, Matos, Luciano trio winning hearts and minds, and Matos making NL Player of the Week. We've arrived at this spot, and so Ramos is going to call in from Pittsburgh, scheduled to call in Pittsburgh at 7 o'clock.
And Murph, we've been talking Elliot Ramos now for a couple weeks. We've been talking Luis Matos. We've been talking Marco Luciano. And we've talked about the energy that has been inserted in this lineup. Hell, going back to the 2 out of 3 losses to the LA Dodgers, the Giants scored 10 runs that series. 8 of those runs were driven in by Elliot Ramos and Luis Matos.
Yeah.
That should tell you right there alone the spark that they've given this offense. And then look what they did against Colorado. They scored double digits in back-to-back games for the first time in over 3 years. And that was at Colorado. They did this at Oracle Park. And then we can talk about the defense and how much they've brought to this game, even with Jung-Hoo Lee going down, crashing into the wall. Luis Matos is out here robbing balls. And Elliot Ramos, since the moment he was called up, has been throwing guys out in right field, laying out, making diving plays next to the Rally Pelican in left field. Like, I think it's been plus performances from both of these guys, and we'll get a chance to talk to Elliot in about 5-6 minutes here.
Yeah, and of course they talk about coming up together. And somebody was, I think Baggerly went back and found that Buster Posey quote when he was talking about remaking the Giants after the, now that we've gone through the wreckage of the post-World Series and some had bad year, other than 2021, which remains one of the great outlier years of all time, right? But 2017, 18, 19, 20, 22, and 23 were all subpar years. And Posey was saying in a recent interview, maybe it was during the winter, he said, you have to build this core from within. It has to happen. And they have to come up together, and they have to have chemistry together. And that's something these guys have talked about. They all said, hey, man, when we were at Sacramento or we were at Augusta, we were like, wait till we get there. Wait till we get there. Well, they're here now. Mm-hmm. And again, the question is now, that big one, and this is the one Curly wants to bring up here as a big hit at 750, which is, do you have faith in Farhan that he'll ride with the kids? Or is it going to be Nick Ahmed, Austin Slater, and Conforto back in your lives, send these kids back down?
Or Ryan McKenna.
Oh, Ryan McKenna.
No.
I lived long enough for the Ryan McKenna era. Does he play tonight?
I hope not.
I wonder what Melvin thinks about these kind of moves.
Because,
Melvin's
again,
like, what the hell is this guy doing here?
I get this is what Farhan Zaidi does. He's struck gold before, reclaiming a guy from Baltimore. His name is Mike Yastrzemski. He's still out there in right field.
There, yes.
But still, like, we know this is Farhan's style. No move too small.
Yeah.
But I also don't want these moves to be blocking your prospects from getting at bats.
No move too small and no me too pissed.
No.
All right? How's that?
And like, that was the thing. Last year, he goes, yeah, we played the sound last week, I believe it was, with Farhan on with Tolbert and Copes. And he was saying, yeah, some of our free agent signings have slowed down the development of our prospects. I was like, you're the guy that brought in A.J. Pollock at the trade deadline last year instead of giving a guy like Elliot Ramos the opportunity or Luis Matos the opportunity.
Right.
You're the one blocking him with Nick Ahmed or Austin Slater or insert name here, Kevin Padlow.
So, like, if you have a plumbing, like your sink is backed up, you call the plumber in, he gets down, he gets in there, the rooter, he pulls out, he goes, we found what's blocking the pipe. He pulls out, and there's a little mini Farhan down there blocking the pipe.
He's like, wait, I hear something in the drain. Sounds like you got a chuckle stuck in there.
Hey, a couple things. One, Kurt Casale, who's just a good vibe, joins Papa and Lund at 10:30. And also, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I just think from people's reactions just to how these guys are playing, and they've seized the day. And by the way, I was reading one of the stories on Matos making NL Player of the Week. I couldn't believe it. There it was again. And it said his 16 RBIs, blah, blah, blah. And that said, though the RBI has been devalued as a measure of production, that was the intro to the sentence. That was what we call, I believe, Young Tone, the introductory subordinate clause. Though the RBI has been devalued as a means of value of production, and I just paused right there, and I'm like, and why is that again? Come on, man. I'll never forget it, man. It was when Carlos Beltran was a Giant. 2011 was the first time I met resistance from the anti-RBI crowd. And I was like, wait a minute, you guys, RBI, it's entirely contextually dependent. I'm like, yeah, exactly. There's runners on base. You either knock them in or you don't. And Jeff Kent famously, told those kids, the little leaguers, Kruk and Kuiper love that story. That when there was a Little League day at the park and Jeff Kent was assigned to speak to the kids, and he said, kids, the money lies in the RBIs. The kids are like, huh, money?
Money.
I thought we were just playing for like an ice cream.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to get a ticket to the snack shack.
Exactly. So anyway, I still like an RBI. I do.
I'm in that club, Murph.
You do? You like an RBI?
Absolutely.
Because there's a runner on third. You either put the ball in play or you struck out.
Yeah.
You either lofted the fly ball that got the guy home or you struck out. Mm-hmm. All right?
Do a job. Give me a sac fly. Go the other way.
Runners at second and third. You either got the knock or you didn't.
Here's breaking news. You got to score runs to win ball games.
I'm going to devalue the run as a statistically a contextually dependent thing, too.
Let's get rid of these outs. Who cares? Who cares about the value of an out for a pitcher?
925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials Sex. I said, I'd rather watch the Giants lose with the kids than watch them struggle with random vets that won't be here next year. That's kind of the essence of what we're talking about. So we're looking forward to having Elliot Ramos call in just a minute. And then to lay out the rest of the show, Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30. So happy to have Kuip not after a loss. And an off day, can enjoy and relax.
I mean, we got Kuip after the longest win streak of the season for the Giants.
4 in a row.
4 straight games. So we'll talk to Kuip about all the positives.
How you feeling about this road trip in general at Pittsburgh, at the Mets?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm more concerned about the Pittsburgh Pirates than I am with the New York Mets. And that goes back to the pitching of Jared Jones, who you'll see on Wednesday, of Paul Skeens, who you'll see on Thursday.
They beat Jared Jones.
They did beat him at home
in a
earlier this year.
Low-scoring game.
It was a close game. But when you have that kind of pitching, but hell, the Giants are going in there with Logan Webb today. Sounds like Blake Snell is going to start tomorrow. And then you would think, hopefully, this is what I'm betting on. Nothing has been officially announced. But if we get Kyle Harrison versus Paul Skeens on Thursday morning when we're doing the pregame show, Murph, block off your calendars. I would recommend people take off work so they can watch that pitching matchup.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, when Jones faced the Giants, he only went 5 innings. Mm-hmm. Actually, they got
they got to him early.
6 hits and a walk. So they got 7 base runners against him. He only struck out 3 in 5 innings. Mm-hmm. And they scored 3 earned runs. Didn't Yaz take him deep?
It was a Sunday day game.
It was a Sunday day game.
I remember.
Sunday, April 28th. Yeah, Estrada and Yaz hit back-to-back homers.
And it was early in the game, I believe.
In the 3rd inning?
Yep.
Yeah, because you were out there. You know these things.
Because I've been at damn near every game.
All right, connection has been made with number 17 on your scorecard, number 1 in your heart. No, it's a real pleasure to have Elliot Ramos on the Yuma guest line live from Pittsburgh, where the Giants are going to take their 4-game win streak out to PNC Park to take on the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight. And one of the guys who's leading the charge is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. So, Elliot, we want to welcome you. First visit to our morning show, KNBR, the flagship here in San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, the Murph and Marcus show. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Elliot.
Hey, how you doing? All good. Good morning.
Yeah, man. How's a Tuesday morning in Pittsburgh treating you? What do you got on your schedule right now?
No, it's good so far. I might go get some coffee, breakfast, and get ready for the game.
Yeah, man. Well, listen, how exciting for you. Just talk to us about your mindset, getting on that plane in San Francisco to fly to Pittsburgh, knowing what you guys just accomplished on that homestand with your teammates Marco Luciano and Luis Matos, and kind of the charge you put into the franchise. As you guys were flying east to Pittsburgh, did you think about this homestand and what you guys accomplished?
Honestly, we're just trying to keep it going, if that makes sense. We just want to keep the momentum going, just keep winning, and try to make the best out of this streak, you know.
And Ellie, it seems like there really has been a spark in the lineup since you were called up. That was followed up by Luis Matos. We saw Marco Luciano this weekend. Is there kind of a healthy energy and competition with some of these young guys that have led to the spark in the lineup?
Matos and Lucy, we always talk about it. When we was in AAA, we always talk about how whenever we get called up to the big leagues, we want to perform and we want to do like what we're supposed to do, you know?
Well, obviously it's happening right before our eyes. And Elliot Ramos kind enough to join us in Pittsburgh before he gets some coffee and head to the yard. So let's get your story, Elliot. You grew up in Puerto Rico. It looks like from your biography material that your family's quite athletic. We know your brother played in the big leagues and your other brothers on the national soccer team. I mean, how athletic was your family?
Everybody's been super athletic. My dad was super athletic back in the day. He never played professional, but he was really good at sports, and he was always on sports. And everybody in my hometown used to tell me, hey, your dad, he can play some baseball, he can play some basketball. So he just always wanted us to be in sports, and here we are.
And Elliot, we see you in a baseball uniform, and I wouldn't be shocked if you could pass wearing a basketball uniform or a football uniform. I mean, you look like a running back or a linebacker out there. So did you grow up playing football or soccer out in Puerto Rico? Any other sports?
I play a lot of soccer. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I played more when I was growing up. I played more soccer than baseball.
So was it Did you have any opportunities in soccer? Like, any chances to keep playing at a next level?
Not really. Once my brother, when I was like 10, Henry drafted, so I stick to baseball because I loved it, and I was watching Henry playing baseball, so I was like, this is my thing, you know? So
yeah. Well, tell us about the Puerto Rican baseball legacy. So growing up, was there an idol or an icon or somebody from your region or town that was an inspiration?
Henry, my brother.
Okay, bro, I love it.
Yeah, man, my brother, there's not that many people drafted from my hometown, and my brother is the first one to make it to the big leagues, and I'm the second one, so he really inspired me, if that makes sense. Yeah.
So every time Giants fans are cheering Elliot back home, they're saying that's just Henry's little brother.
Yeah.
I love it. Elliot Ramos is the voice you hear. It comes from this athletic family in Puerto Rico. I was looking at your bio. It goes at a young age. Baseball came for you. I think you were only 16 years old when you played in a high school All-American game at Wrigley Field. How huge a deal was that for you? And was that when you knew something could happen for you?
I went to the tryouts and I was trying my best, honestly, but I never thought that I was gonna be in that type of scenario. You know what I mean? But once I was in there, I was ready to play, obviously, and I just wanted to perform, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know you were a first-round draft pick by the Giants back in 2017. But I also wanted to ask you about those expectations being a first-round draft pick and ask you about someone like Joey Bart, who I know you played with in the minor leagues and also played in the Futures game back in 2019. You'll get a chance to see Joey this week, actually, out in Pittsburgh. But what are those conversations like when you're trying to make it through the minor league system, make it to the big leagues as a first-round draft pick?
Honestly, even when you're a first-round draft pick, you're trying to stay positive, obviously, because you have to perform to make it to the big leagues. Like minor leagues and the big leagues is two different way two different things, you know what I mean? And you have to be disciplined for sure. So you just have to be positive, and you just have to stay working and stay hungry, you know what I mean? Because the goal is obviously to make it to the big league. So not everybody can do it. So it's a privilege, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and so you do make it in April of 2022, but you only get 20 at bats. Can you reflect back on that? Was the game moving fast to you? Do you wish you had a longer leash? What is your memory of April 2022 and those 20 at bats?
My memory is when I first got called up. Honestly, like, it was a dream come true for sure. The Giants made that happen, so of course, I wanted to stay longer, but I was grateful at the same time. You know what I mean? And it doesn't happen every day for everybody, so I was super grateful that happened to me, and my dream came true for sure.
Elliot, did you feel like you had either a change of approach or maybe a change in mindset when you were called up to the big leagues this time around?
For sure, yeah. The mentality, how positive I was, like the work that I have been putting in the offseason, and my family. They gave me the support, and there was always like, keep your head up, keep grinding, keep playing baseball, hard baseball, and good things will happen. And I just want to keep it going, if that makes sense, and just try to stay in the routine, you know?
And so, this spring, you went into the camp maybe hoping to make the club, and then they optioned you down to AAA. How was that news? And did they say anything to you in terms of, hey, it's going to happen for you, just be patient, or were you frustrated?
Honestly, at that point, it was what it was. You know what I mean? I've been through that before, so I was like, I just have to keep working. It will happen for me. I just have to stay positive and keep working hard. And they told me like, oh, like we option you, but make sure that you're the first one that we have in mind when you get called, like when we are gonna call somebody up. And in my mind, I was like, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay positive. I'm going to work hard. And I'm just going to keep going.
Well, there you go. And you did it, too, for sure. And we're talking to Elliot Ramos here on the UMA guest line. And it's funny, Elliot, we can focus on your bat. And then when you made your news, when you came up, it was by throwing out two runners right away. And that was from right field. Now you're over in left field. Talk to us about your defense. Where do you find yourself most comfortable? Is your defense underrated?
I think it's a little bit underrated. But, I've been working on it. I worked on it the whole offseason. I played Winter League, and it was defense for me is like try to make it as simple as possible, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Keep the runners on first or second, not let them advance, if that makes sense, and just trying to keep it simple and just try to make the right decisions.
And Elliot, I got to say, I love seeing those defensive putouts from right field, but I think maybe my favorite play of the season was you laying out in left field and making that sliding catch right next to the rally Pelican. So I guess the bigger question is, who's been more responsible for a spark in this Giants lineup, you or the rally Pelican?
Nah, I got the Pelican for sure.
Pretty funny. That was wild out there. Did you think about chasing that thing away or just let it be?
I thought about it for a little bit, but then I said, nah, let it be, because then he might fly over my head or something.
Yeah, right. You've seen birds attack on Major League Baseball fields before. A few more minutes here with Elliot Ramos, kind enough to join us in Pittsburgh, Giants-Pirates today as he's cruising along with his teammates. So before we let you go, let's talk about these two buddies of yours. Let's start with your outfield mate, Luis Matos. He's in center field there, and, he's from Venezuela. You're from Puerto Rico, so you guys have different backgrounds, but how good of friends are you? What sort of guy is Luis Matos, and are you almost a big brother to him?
We have a great relationship for sure. We have a good bond throughout the years. We've known each other for like a minute already. But I'm not like a big brother, but we're definitely getting to the point that we're like we have that trust in each other, you know what I mean? We're like really good talking. We like give each other advice baseball wise. Like we listen to each other, so that it's a good relationship that we have going on.
And Elliot, I loved your comments after the game this past weekend about the clubhouse culture. And I wanted to ask you about the benefits of being bilingual in baseball, because you have the opportunity to talk to everybody, whether we're talking about Marco Lucianos and Matos or Tyro Estrada or Duvall or anybody else on the roster. You can go up and have a conversation with Logan Webb and Patrick Bailey. So how much of a benefit is that to be bilingual in this clubhouse and to have that contribute to the overall clubhouse culture?
I mean, it's really great because, I mean, I can understand everybody, you know. I mean, sometimes, not going to lie, it's a little bit tough for me because Spanish is my first language, of course. But it's obviously an advantage, and I feel really blessed that, like, I got to learn, like, English, and I get to, like, communicate with my teammates and have a good relationship with everybody, you know.
Well, your English is perfect, and so do you be able to be the king of the clubhouse talking to everybody? And that leads us to Marco Luciano. Now, he's maybe the baby of the group, right? You kind of chuckle there. How would you describe Marco? And, you know, he's from the Dominican, right? So you guys are all three different countries. But how are you mentoring him? Are you a big brother to him? And what should Giants fans expect from him?
I mean, Lucy, he's young and all that, but he looks really mature for his age for sure. He got a good routine going on. He's a really good player, and I think a lot of the guys don't act their age, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Their mindset, the way they work, the routine they have, everything is great about them. You know.
And he's one of those guys. He's older than his age.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, we all have everything, something to learn. We don't know it all, but we try our best, and with the little bit that we know, we like put it to work, you know.
Is there someone you lean on in the clubhouse, a veteran? I mean, you know, there's Matt Chapman over at third base. He's done a lot in this game, you know. There's Logan Webb on the mound, maybe kind of the leader of the team. I don't know, Mike Yastrzemski's grandfather's a Hall of Famer, and he's been around a while. I don't know, is there somebody you kind of like pattern yourself or look at in the clubhouse?
I try to pick everybody's brain, if that makes sense. But yeah, it helped me in those two plays that I made the first like days that I was up. Yeah, it's helped me a little bit on the plate, like kind of turning and kind of like make the throw because the ball like was sinking on me. You know, like I was grabbing a sinker grip, and he was like, "Oh, throw the ball to this way, and it will help you," and try to be a little bit slower. And, I mean, we worked on it. Flo talked to me sometimes. Soler talks to me sometimes. Chapman, too. I talk to Webby sometimes, too. So I just try to pick everybody's brain, and they're very humble and helpful for sure.
And, Elliot, we know that Pablo Sandoval was with the club in spring training, and I got to give credit to the San Francisco Giants and put up some really great mic'd-up videos of you and some of the younger guys hanging out with Pablo just at these spring training practices. What are some of the lessons and guidance that Pablo Sandoval spread to you and some of the younger players on the team?
I mean, you know, Pablo in SF is a legend to me. You know what I mean? He's a great baseball player. World Series MVP. So he always talked to us about how positive he always stayed. You know what I mean? Like, he's a very positive person, no matter how bad things are going. So he was always positive. He was always talking to us. He was always like saying, take advantage of the opportunity, try to make the best out of it.
It's really cool you guys had that opportunity. Then last one is just a guy that Giants fans are missing, and that's Jung-Hoo Lee. And I wondered if you had any stories or experiences of being a teammate with Jung-Hoo Lee, who brings a whole different vibe from Korea, and how sad it is that he won't be playing this year.
No, man, it's really sad because he's a really good baseball player and a really good person for sure. So I hope he gets better soon, and I wish him the best.
And Elliot, off you go into Pittsburgh, man. You guys going to go keep this winning streak going. So I don't know if there's going to be Pelicans in Pittsburgh, so you might have to do it on your own. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right. Listen, we enjoyed the conversation. We'll look forward to saying hey to you back in San Francisco. Thanks for coming on the Murph and Marcus Show, and have a great game.
Yeah, thanks, Elliot.
Thank you.
There he is, Elliot Ramos. We'll be right back to talk about it on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point's sports leader.
All right, let's talk about River Islands. The River Islands. Let's talk about it. It's out in Lathrop. It's Northern California's best-selling master plan community, and I've been out there. I went out there and checked it out. Capped by a lunch at the boathouse. A nice lake and bocce ball and TVs and playing ball games and tunes blasting. So we went around, saw all the homes. The homes are really nice. Build beautiful homes, latest in smart home technology, great design, ranging in size from 3 to 6 bedrooms, some big houses out there. And prices start in the $600,000 to over $1 million. And this is for families who are looking, to get away from the core Bay Area to a more relaxed lifestyle along the San Joaquin River. Really nice for a young family on the grow, or even for those who are looking to downsize a little bit. It's all good. You got beautiful lifestyle, jogging on the lake trails, launching kayaks, fishing along the San Joaquin River. If you are a young family, your kids go to one of 3 new charter schools and the brand new River Islands High School opening its campus in the fall. So it's all good. I'd ask you a question. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Start your tour now at riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
We have a great relationship for sure. We have a good bond throughout the years. We've known each other for like a minute already. But I'm not like a big brother, but we're definitely getting to the point that we're we have that trust in each other. You know what I mean? We're like really good talking. We like give each other advice baseball wise. Like we listen to each other, so that it's a good relationship that we have going on.
There it is, encouraging news for Giants fans. Man, Elliot Ramos hopped on, kind enough to lend a little time before he goes out to Pittsburgh, gets his coffee. How about that? Get your coffee and go down to PNC Park. But we enjoyed that conversation. Young kid, 24 years old, younger than you, Marcus, younger than young Tony, which is one of the themes of the day, is with Luis Matos getting National League Player of the Week and Brandon Pajemski making All-NBA Rookie. Our 25 and under list, which we'll do on the big hit, but Ramos is one of them.
Our young Tony and younger list.
Ramos is one of them, and he was enjoyable. And again, marvel at these guys dancing between English and Spanish, at such a young age. And he expressed himself quite well. He said Spanish is his first language. I thought his English is outstanding. And he's talking about Luis Matos there, and I asked him, you're 24, he's 22. Are you the big brother? And he's like, not really. He said, we're kind of like, we're just buddies. Like, we get along. And then we asked about Luciano, same thing. And guys, that's the three amigos, the Pep Boys, whatever you want to call them.
Los Gatos de Rio.
The River Cats. So we were just saying during the break, I was saying to Marcus, I was like, what's ironic is like of the three, the guy we just had on might have the least clear path to staying. Stay with me here for a second. Luis Matos, center field. Jung-Hoo Lee, gone. There's no center fielder. So Matos, you're the guy, right? Shortstop, Luciano, they kind of wanted him to have the job in spring. He didn't grab it. Nick Ahmed, let's be honest, is not the long-term answer, right?
No, and he's had that wrist injury linger for a couple of weeks now.
So you could literally go with Luciano at short. The problem with Ramos is his path isn't as clear.
No.
Because of Conforto and Slater coming back.
That's the problem. Now, the question is, should that be a problem with the way that Elliot Ramos is playing right now?
So let's say you do go ahead and do your move and DFA Slater, which, I'm seeing it. I buy it. It's tough because I like Austin Slater, but, this is the business, baby. This is the business we have chosen. But even at that, Conforto comes back. Now, he's a professional hitter who has been producing.
And he's a left-handed bat, which the Giants are missing right now, especially without Jung-Hoo Lee.
So your best option for Ramos is to become Slater and platoon with Yaz and Wright.
I think so.
Yeah.
And here's the thing.
Then you're not getting
seen
regular
it so far this season, again, with a guy like Austin Slater, who's only had 40 at-bats. For whatever reason, it seems like the Giants are facing a lot more right-handed pitcher than left-handed pitchers this year, which would lead to more opportunities for someone like Yaz. Now, we can get into the splits and see that Ramos has had success this season against righties and lefties. So maybe that leads to him taking over permanently in right field. But we know how much Bob Melvin values the defense of Mike Yastrzemski in right field. Now, I threw out the option before Conforto comes back. Maybe you can rearrange the outfield a little bit if you're not completely comfortable with Matos in center. Then you put Matos in left, Yaz in center, and Elliot Ramos in right. But you're right. The big problem is what's going to happen when Michael Conforto comes back.
So Laura Britt said this to us yesterday, and she's right. She's like, baseball's kind of weird. It kind of sometimes works itself out. And I'm not predicting any injuries or anything, but guys do get dinged up. And all of a sudden you need a guy like, somebody turns an ankle. And so,
I mean, think about someone like Jorge Soler, who struggled with a shoulder injury.
Right.
Now maybe we're talking about Matos or Ramos getting at bats at DH down the road.
Right. So you just kind of keep those options open for sure. By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. One thing's for sure, that if they go out and keep banging the ball and throwing out runners, it's going to be hard to send those guys back down. Now, there is confusion, too, about Elliot Ramos and his options going back to Sacramento. So there was some thought that he was out of options, but according to Susan Slusser, we texted her this morning, he has options. They could send him back to Sacramento.
Yeah, but I don't want him to.
No, neither do I. And you heard when I asked him, when you got sent down this past spring, he paused for a few seconds. He's like, I got to be careful what I say here. I don't
gather his thoughts.
I don't want to put the organization on blast. But he's like, how many times am I going to get sent down? He's 24 years old. And again, the small sample size. And it's funny, he didn't even concentrate on the fact that in April of 2022, he had such a brief stay. He was like, I just made the bigs. He's like, that doesn't happen to everybody, man. That was incredible.
But just for a quick cup of coffee.
Yeah, but he wasn't negative about it. And so listen, I'm excited. We're all excited. I mean, there's no question. The last week, first of all, 4-game win streak. Yeah. Second of all, the youth, the vitality, the interest, or as the teenager says at a Buggen, the heart of the order.
That's it, Murph. And I completely agree with him. Me and Declan had the same take sitting together on Friday night. I'm like, this is the part of the lineup that I'm getting the most excited about.
Yeah.
Even though guys like Tyro is swinging it well, Matt Chapman, ever since he changed his walk-up song to Not Like Us by Kendrick, has been swinging it well. But when I see Matos, Ramos, and Luciano are due up, I stay in my seat.
Yeah.
I'm not going to buy one of those $20 beers.
And do you think Casey Schmidt is less polished than those three guys? It feels like he'll chase more. I don't know what the numbers show, but my eyes tell me that he chases more.
That's the tricky part. I think he's more polished defensively.
Yeah,
he's definitely a better defensive shortstop than Marco Luciano.
Which matters.
Which definitely matters. But I'm right there with you. His at-bats feel less competitive because of the sliders he's chasing out of the zone.
Yeah, they feel less competitive. Of the three, Matos, Ramos, Luciano, who's given the best at-bats right now? Is it Ramos or is it Matos?
I think I go Luis Matos.
Yeah.
I think he's got the best bat-to-ball contact skills.
Well, hence the RBIs.
Yeah, hence him being NL Player of the Week for the first time since 2018. When on this very date in Giants history, Brandon Belt was named Player of the Week.
Last NL Player of the Week. All right. Well, it's exciting. And the game's at 3:40 today. You have something to look forward to. I mean, we'll look forward to getting, hopefully the lineup card will come out by the end of our show. I don't know if we'll be during Papa and Lon.
And how about that little nugget I dropped on him, too? Him and Joey Bart played together in the 2019 Futures game, and they could both be on the field together on different teams this week in Pittsburgh.
Oh, man. Joey Bart would have been on our 25 and under list, although he's over 25 now.
Oh, yeah. He might be scratching 26 now, right?
Oh, he might even be older than that. But anyway,
Joey Bart is well into his 20s.
He is, for sure. Dwayne Kuiper is well into hopping on our show next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Tuesday with Dwayne Kuiper, sponsored by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. We are so happy to have Dwayne, not just after an off day, so there's no painful Monday night loss, but not just after a win, but on a 4-game win streak. So Kipe, smiles, sunshine, puppy dogs, and rainbows. Good morning.
Hey,
how are you?
Morning, Kipe.
Well, this is not good for me.
What do you mean?
Because I was gone. I was in Wisconsin all weekend.
I know. We did miss you, by the way. We did.
My sister's and her husband's 50th wedding anniversary.
Nice. That's a nice occasion. Glad you made it.
Well, I'll make this short. 50 years ago, I'm in AAA. I'm in Omaha. And I kept telling them both, I can't go. I'm playing, playing great, trying to get to the big leagues. So at the last second, I decided to go.
Oh.
So I rushed to the airport on Saturday morning. And I got a ticket in my hand. I, go to a payphone, call my mom and dad, pick me up at the airport. And they said, well, that's great. We're happy that you came in, but the wedding was last night.
Oh, no.
So, who gets married on a Friday night? I mean,
who gets married on a Friday night?
Like a bargain? I mean,
the local, the Longshoremen's Hall was 50% off. That's incredible. So you made it this time on the right day?
So do you think I could get out of this? Absolutely not.
Oh, God, that's a funny story. That's
so what I did is, look, I talked to Mario and I talked to Rachel, and they said, look, let me take this weekend off, and I'll make up the games by going to Cleveland.
Oh.
So, and I haven't been to Cleveland in 15 years. So, I mean, it's kind of a win-win because I do want to go back and see some old friends, and I love that ballpark. And so it all worked out great. And I got a chance to pay attention to John and Mike, and they did a good job. So I'm back in town now, and now I get a chance to see them all in Pittsburgh, and hopefully they could just keep this thing going.
Yeah, and that's what we want to talk about is this win streak. So we just had Elliot Ramos on from Pittsburgh. We were really happy to get him. Thanks to the Giants for making him available. And so, Kipe, he's one of the three that we're just obsessed with, Ramos, Matos, and Luciano. The three kids, Dwayne, we've been talking about them or kicking those names around for years. And they really burst on the scene.
And kicking them around for years, and they're still all, 21, 22, 23. And I don't know how Ramos came off, but he's got some personality. He does.
Yeah.
And, it's always going to take young players some time for you to see that personality. And then it's always going to take those young players who are Latin, it's going to take them even a little bit more time for you to see their personality. And we're going to see it. I thought Scott Osler wrote a really neat piece in the Chronicle this morning, and he didn't really compare them, but he mentioned Cepeda and Marichal and Felipe Alou. I mean, so there's a connection to the Latin community with this franchise, and it's really great to see these three kids develop right in front of our eyes. Now, look. An old-timer once told me and everybody else that got to the big leagues, you can get to the big leagues, but the really hard part about the big leagues is staying in the big leagues. Mm. And now that's what they have to do. Mm-hmm. What Matos did on this homestand, and even, against the Dodgers, he's not going to be able to do that all the time. But if he can be consistent and play good defense in center field, then that's going to really help out after the injury to Jung-Hoo Lee. Was the most exciting player on the field. And Matos was the most exciting player on the field. So good. You know what? Let's keep it going. And, let's see if Luciano can handle that really, really difficult job of playing shortstop in the major leagues. And just keep rolling. I mean, there's so many teams. If you look at, you don't want to look at the wild card, but you look at the wild card to see where you match up. And there's so many teams with just about the same record as the Giants. And that's why you got to keep it rolling, because it may be like that once you get to the end of August and into September.
And Kipe, I actually wanted to circle back to Jung-Hoo Lee, because we obviously have not talked to you since last Tuesday, since the news was announced that he would be having season-ending surgery on his shoulder. So first of all, what's the loss for the team with Jung-Hoo Lee? But also, how important has it been for guys like Elliot Ramos and Luis Matos to step up in his absence?
Well, it's a huge loss no matter what. But, if Matos keeps playing like he is, it really does soften the blow a little bit. I think the thing that Mike and I were most impressed about Jung-Hoo Lee was how he moved in center field, and the terrific routes that he took and the jumps that he had. We knew that he was going to be a good defender just because he can run and he's an athlete. But we had no idea how good he was at reading stuff off the bat. So that's what you're going to miss. And, Matos is going to have his moments where he's going to take a weird route. But you kind of have to hang in there with him because, he could develop into a really, really good defender. So, we'll see what happens. I mean, those two positions, when you talk about Matos and Luciano, I mean, those are key. Obviously, those are key positions defensively. And you have to play good defense to play in this league if you're playing those two spots. And I'm sure the Giants will really keep an eye on that. But so far, Luciano's looked fine.
It's just, a real thrill, a jolt through the club. All these guys, homegrown. It makes all the sense in the world that these guys are doing it. Now, speaking of homegrown, that leads to another homegrown name. That's Joey Bart. We get to see him this week. Just a thought. I mean, it's not the storyline. He's now, I guess, it looks like their star draft pick, Henry Davis, has been sent back to the minors, and they're going with the old vet, Yasmani Grandal at catcher. I'm looking at Bart's playing time. He's getting occasional starts every fourth or fifth day. He's doing okay. He's hanging in. I don't know. That's one of those guys that would have been with Luciano and Ramos and Matos, but he's wearing the other uniform. Guy.
Well, I mean, look, if the Giants hadn't signed Murphy in the offseason, I mean, Joey Bart's your backup catcher. It's pretty amazing when you think about, at one point, they were down to their fifth catcher in the organization. And that's hard to do. It really is hard to do. And Joey Bart was number 3. Sabo was in that mix, and then they called up the Reeds kid. But Kurt Casale, I mean, what a joy it is to watch him behind the plate again. And he's made a huge difference in how they're playing lately. And hopefully Bailey's back, if not tonight, at least in this series. Because after a while, you can't run Casale out there, every day. I think the guy's 35, and he'll want to go out there every day, but you're just not going to get the true Kurt Casale if you have to play him all the time. So we need to get Bailey back, and that's at least one of the good things is you got people that are coming back. I know Lee's not coming back, but you got some other folks that are coming back to make this team good. I mean, look, the Pirates are tough. They got Jones on Wednesday, and they got this Skeens kid on Thursday. I mean, these kids, they're good. And then, you roll into New York. New York's New York, and then of course you got the two teams that have the two best records in baseball, with the Phillies and Yankees. So if you're going to play well, now's a good time to start playing well because you're going to have to fight your tail off.
And, Kipe, I'm glad you actually brought up those two pitchers from the Pirates, Jared Jones on Wednesday, Paul Skeens on Thursday. Now, the Giants did beat Jared Jones earlier this season when they came to San Francisco, but he's a guy that set an MLB record for the most swings and whiffs in his MLB debut. And then here's Paul Skeens, who's getting comparisons to Steven Strasburg. We saw him go 6 no-hit innings, 7 straight strikeouts his last inning, sits 100 miles per hour, first overall pick, and is already in the big leagues. What are your thoughts on this pitching rotation for the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Well, I mean, look, the Pirates knew that they had these guys coming, and it's clear that they want to compete now. I talked about all these teams that are in the same area record-wise, and the Pirates are part of that group. Plus, that National League Central, that can be had, and it's going to be these young guys for the Pirates that are going to make or break whatever happens this year. But those two guys, they're legit. They really are. And I'm looking forward to watching both of them pitch. I'd like to see them get knocked around a little bit. But, hey, these young ones come up, and they're throwing 100 miles an hour, and it just doesn't stop. They keep coming.
And Kipe, I got to ask a question. What would your approach be against someone throwing 100 miles per hour or some of these flamethrowers that we're seeing in the league these days?
Well, the one thing you have to do is you have to lay off the high fastball because it's not likely that you're going to hit it. And if you do swing it, it's probably going to be out of the strike zone. And the other thing is, what are his secondary pitches like? And now you get so much information on what is his percentage of fastballs, what is percentage of splits, and you could have a pretty good idea going in at bat, what you're going to see. But everything with those young guys is going to be played off the fastball. So my approach would be, if you get a good fastball early in the count, put it in play, because you don't want these guys sniffing strikeouts. So put it in play.
Let's go bat to ball. Well, Luis Matos learned that for sure. You put the ball in play, you get 16 RBIs. You become a National League Player of the Week alongside Aaron Judge, American League Player of the Week. Can you believe, Kipe, it had been 6 years since the Giants got a Player of the Week? It was Brandon Belt this exact same time in the calendar 6 years ago. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. You think about all the terrific talent that this team has had. Look, you can talk about their records maybe weren't great, but yeah, you'd figure somebody would have a great week, right? But
One week
just was off Matos was off the charts. That's like ridiculous. I look forward to that. There was a time where I didn't want to see him come up to the plate. Now I'd like him to hit every inning.
I know.
So we'll see what he does against these young guys that throw hard. It'll be fun watching.
Hey, Kipe, as you tell us, you and Jeff Kent and Mike tell us the money lies in the RBIs, right?
Money lies in the RBIs. But remember, he didn't tell that to us first. He told that to 9-year-olds.
Hey, life lessons start early.
Can you imagine, the mom and dad and, they're going to join the team meeting, and Kent gets up and spews out the money lies in the RBIs. Mom and dad probably looked at each other like, what do we got going here, and what is this season going to look like?
They're going to say, hey, kids, knock them in. Knock them in. I love it.
Oh, my God.
All right.
It really was. And I got some negative feedback from some friends of mine about that. They just didn't think that was something that you should tell a 9-year-old. Which, you know what? That take this too serious.
I think the kids survived. They did survive. All right. Well, great that you had some family time. Can't wait for your next broadcast. And great to talk to you on a 4-game win streak, Kipe. So enjoy the week.
Yeah, thanks, Kipe.
All right, gentlemen, be well.
The great Dwayne Kuiper, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. All right, we've been talking about kids all morning. Luis Matos, National League Player of the Week. Brandon Pajemski, all-rookie team. our 25 and under hot list. Where are you ranking them? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 25 and under hot list. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Elliot Ramos stopped by our show earlier this morning to talk about his path back to the big leagues and whether or not he's your favorite Bay Area athlete, 25 years age or younger. 808 KNBR is the number. It's time for the big hit. Let's hear your voice. Hit us up on the text line, call in, or check in on the KNBR socials.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
0-2 pitch. Matos swings a liner to third. Over the leaping McMahon. Down the left field line. Estrada scores. Here comes Chapman. He'll score. Stopping at third, Ramos. And Luis Matos have a night. Now the pitch. Matos swings, belts it. High and deep. Left center. It's on its way. It is gone. Here's a drive out to center. Hit well. Matos going back onto the track. He leaps up against the wall. And Matos, he's got it. The 2-0. Ramos swings. Hits a high fly ball deep center field. It's carrying. Beck is back at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Waiting on a 1-2 pitch. Bird throws. Luciano swings. Loops it out into right center. Shallow. It's going to fall. A base hit. Rounding third, Yastrzemski heading home. Cave's throw is late and over everybody's head.
Oh, man, the sounds of kiddos doing their thing. Joe Rizzo on the call. As we know, Dwayne Kuiper was back at his sister's 50th wedding anniversary in Wisconsin. That's great that he did that. But, yeah, part of our theme today, big hit, guys. Kiddos, the kiddie core, the baby brigade. I don't know what I'm saying here, but the hot list, 25 and under.
The River City Kitties.
The River City Kitties. We're doing this because the news came yesterday that Brandon Pajemski made All-NBA first-team rookie. Congratulations. First Warrior since Eric Paschal. How about that? And then Luis Matos was named National League Player of the Week. First Giant in 6 years to get it since Brandon Belt. We started going, look at these kids right before our eyes. So we made the list. Here it is right now. You hear that paper, baby? Hear that paper? Not everything is cyber these days, guys. John Joe Curley, our list is the hot list of Bay Area athletes younger than young Tony. Younger than young Tony, who you see on the rectangle
Which
right
is
there.
essentially for people who don't know how young Tony is, because I know it's confusing. People will text in like, you guys got like a 16-year-old running the board because this kid doesn't know anything or any of our pop culture references. But just so everybody knows, young Tony is 25 years old. Everybody always does their 25 and under list. So our list is players that are younger than young Tony.
Young Tone, when's your birthday, buddy?
I'm actually 16, and I'm not able to work here. I'm not employed.
Happy sweet 16.
Child labor laws being violated. What is the birthday, kid?
November 10th, 1998.
November 10th, 1998. All right, good. So
that's our deadline day.
You're a legit 25, so you're eligible for the 25 and under hot list.
Yeah. I think I have the most stock out of any of these people, by the way.
Who else we got at KNBR on the 25 and under hot list right now?
Young Kyle Parr. He's 25 and under.
Okay, yeah, young Kyle. Yeah, sexy Kyle with the open buttons on the social media.
24, I believe.
Okay.
For the record.
That's under 25.
Is that kid the new hire Loader? Is he under 25? He's got to be right
you
there.
tell me. You knew this kid
Yeah,
since
I did. He graduated TAM in 2012, so 12 years ago.
Oh, no.
No, wait, that's not. I'm sorry. He didn't graduate TAM 2012. My bad. He graduated, he was in Little League 12 years ago at age 12. Yeah, he's probably 24. He's probably 24 years old.
Our guy, Austin Scott from the digital team, I think he's under 25.
This is unbelievable. What's happening here? My God. What is going on out here? Anyway, here's the deal. Here's the list. From the 49ers, we have Jair Brown. Jair Brown, who is, Jair Brown's age is 24 years old. We have Talanoa Hufanga, who's 24 years old. We have Diamador Lenore, who's 24 years old. We have, wait for it, your guy, Jake Moody. He's 24 years old.
He's got to be number one on the list.
How about John Joe Curley putting Ambry Thomas on here at age 24?
I'll take him.
And then Brock Purdy. At 24 years old. From the Giants, we're nominating Kyle Harrison, age 22. Marco Luciano, age 22. Luis Matos, age 22. And Elliot Ramos, age 24. And Patty Bailey, age 24. And then from the Warriors, and sorry, Sharks fans, we're not including Macklin Celebrini just yet, okay?
He's got to get drafted first.
From the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga, wait for it, 21.
Kuminga. 21, the youngest on the list so far.
Moses Moody, wait for it, 21 years old. Brandon Pajemski, wait for it, 21 years old. And then the old man, Trace Jackson Davis, at 24 years old. So, It's a hard list, but I'm going to go first here, guys. I'm going to give you my top 5.
Ooh, top 5.
In descending order or ascending order, whichever it is. Starting with number 5. And this is hard. This was really, really hard, guys, to pick the top 5 out of those lists. But I'm going to go with number 5. Drum roll, please. Let's go out to De La, John. I'm going to go Kyle Harrison because starting pitching is so important in life. Shout out Tim Lincecum. Shout out Matt Cain. Shout out Madison Bumgarner.
Ooh.
I'm going to go Kyle Harrison at number 5.
Not important enough to be top 3, huh?
Number 5. And number 4, I got to go with a guy who's willing to put his body on the line when NBA men are charging at him down the line. He just made All-NBA rookie team. He's the do-everything glue guy. I'm going Brandon Pajemski at number 4.
And Murph, what does the sign say?
Anything is possible. That's me, baby. That's me. At number 3, this was very difficult. But because I'm just seeing a young center fielder driving in runs like crazy, I'm going to go Luis Matos, center field up the middle. You got to be good up the middle, water boy. And I'm going with my RBIs at number 3. Now I get to my top 2. My top 2, and I'm going number 2, the guy who every Warrior fan talks about. Do we keep him? Do we trade him? Do we keep him? Do we trade him? Can he be the number 2 guy? He's 21 years old, and he's a beast. Johnny Kuminga at number 2 for me. And come on, bro. Number 1's got to be the guy tossing Bud Lights at the Luke Combs concert. Brock Purdy. All right, buddy, there's my 5. And I could, if you asked me to do it again 10 minutes from now, and I could give you a different list, because there's a lot of hard names on there. What do you got?
I mean, this is tough. And just so everybody knows, we're leaving off guys who are 26 years old and older. So no Brandon Ayuk, no Nick Bosa, no Camilo Duvall, all guys who barely missed this category. But Murph, if we're going top 5 right now, young athletes in the Bay Area, I got to start with number 5. I would like a 3-way tie between Matos, Lucianos, and Ramos. I can only pick one.
Yes.
If you would have asked me a couple weeks ago, I probably would have went Luciano. But seeing this stretch from Luis Matos, it's like picking between 2 of my favorite kids. I got to go Luis Matos in the 5 spot right
now. We
now.
both have him in our top 5. No pressure, Luis.
Now moving up to number 4, I'm going Johnny Kuminga.
Ooh,
21, second option for the Warriors. Now, I'm not in love with Kuminga defensively, so that's why he's not higher on my list.
All right. It's a hard list, guys. You try doing it.
I mean, this is a tough list. Number 3, I'm going Patrick Bailey.
Okay.
Dude, it's Patrick Bailey.
It was hard to leave him off.
Because what we saw last year just defensively, runner-up as a Gold Glove finalist behind home plate, that's something that's going to play. I know Patrick Bailey can stick around for the next 4, 5, 6 years just based off a defensive loan, and we've seen that bat come to life this year. I mean, you get a switch-hitting catcher. Give me Patrick Bailey in my top 3. Number 2, I'm climbing the ladder. I'm climbing the ladder and going with his battery mate.
You are going.
Kyle Harrison. Dirty Harrison Murph again.
Yes.
I've been high on Kyle Harrison since he was getting me beer batters when he was 19 years old down in San Jose. I've been on the Kyle Harrison hype train for a while. It was hard for me not to actually put him at number 1. But Murph, if we're doing this list, there's only one answer. It's Brock Purdy. We're talking about a guy that came off of an internal brace elbow surgery this offseason, finished top 5 as an NFL MVP finalist. I don't think you can do this list correctly if Brock Purdy's not number 1.
All right, fun stuff, guys. By the way, 415 says you guys forgot Jung-Hoo Lee is 25 years old.
Yeah, he's on the shelf right now.
That is on us. We did not include him in that list. That's
also,
pretty good there.
Shout out to the 916 that says, yeah, you guys also forgot Mason Miller at 25 years old.
Well, let's be honest, guys. We're saying Bay Area athletes, and they ain't in the Bay Area in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, hey, that's not a bad argument, though. Mason Miller could crack my top 5. Shout out to me going out to the Coliseum last year for his MLB debut.
Would he be top 5?
I mean, with that list we just gave, it's hard to crack, but Mason Miller is an absolute dude.
And I love the text line just filled with just, hate everywhere.
Hate.
Including a guy dropping the B-bomb on me. Murph, you buffoon. Gotta love a good buffoon.
Ooh.
It's a good buffoon.
A buffoon? I like a good bozo.
Shout out Italian
B-words.
Italy World Cup champion goalkeeper Gigi Buffon.
Ooh.
Our great goalkeeper in Italy.
Gigi
but he goes,
Buffon.
Talanoa Hufanga has an All-Pro on his resume. I was like, yes, 707. And have you figured out the Niners are trying to replace him out there? You know what I mean?
Shout out Malik Mustafa and Jair Brown being drafted back-to-back years.
I'm not going to go with that right now. I was at 707. If it's so hard to list, who else could be on it? Well, this is what I'm telling you, 707, you snide texter you. I left off Trace Jackson Davis, who I freaking love.
I left off Pods, who just got named first-team All-Rookie.
I left off Moses Moody. I left off Elliot Ramos. I left off Marco Luciano. And I left off Patty Bailey.
And we left off Talanoa Hufanga, who's also 24 years old.
And I left off Talanoa Hufanga. So it's a really, really hard list. And what it is it's pretty good news. On all three teams.
It is.
It is. I'd say actually the Niners of all three teams have the lightest list.
I would agree with that take because we talk about the two timeline movement so much for the Warriors and how they got to get younger with Steph, Clay, and Draymond. But look at those three guys who are all 21 years old. TJD's the oldest of the bunch. He's 24. They have youth. And then Murph, we didn't even get into the farm system. I can hit you with a Carson Wisenhunt 23, a Reggie Crawford 23, Bryce Eldridge. These are also guys that I'm looking forward to. Now, of course, they have improved it at the big league level, but right now there are a lot of young, good players here in the Bay Area.
623 says, you should have left off Kuminga. He'll be gone soon. Man, oh man, the cynics are out, baby. The cynics are out. But again, you could ask me to do this list 10 minutes later. I mean, how do I leave Patrick Bailey off? You got to be strong up the middle. But again, I don't know if it's partially. Well, first of all, it's just hard. It's a hard list to make, and so I could.
Yeah, give us your list.
I could take out Matos and put in Bailey very easily because catchers are so important. It's interesting how both of us, the only three you and I had in common were Matos. Well, we had four in common, actually. That's interesting because we did not compare notes before this. But we both had Matos, Kuminga, Kyle Harrison, and Purdy. That's interesting.
And we pretty much had it flipped. I had Kuminga at 4, Harrison at 2. You had those guys flipped.
I see Kuminga as, like the leading the next generation. I do. I put him at number 2. I think his ceiling is higher than Pods'. So that's why I went with that.
But I'm also kind of with the 6-2-3. I don't know if Kuminga's going to be on this roster very much longer.
I mean, are they going to? What are we going to build for the next 2 years and then become what? The frickin' G League Ignite?
Well, I mean,
for the next 4 years.
Here's the thing: if we're talking players 25 and under, Anthony Edwards is 22, correct? Yeah. Facing off against Luka, who's right around 25. So you look around the rest of the Western Conference, they got young bucks too. So it's nice to have these 21-year-olds from the Warriors, but are those going to be enough to take the leap and take the next step over guys like Anthony Edwards and Luka?
Luka Doncic is 25, just turned 25.
Dude, how about that? Luka is younger than young Tony.
I feel like Luka's old, man. I can't believe he's only 25 years old.
I remember watching him as a 16-year-old playing professionally out in Spain.
He's been falling to the ground, getting beat up so much. So, yeah, man, it's very, very difficult, but it is exciting. And most of the three teams, who has the most exciting list? I believe it or not, it might be the Giants. I can't believe it. I mean, we've been down on the Giants for so long, and Farhan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But Ramos, Matos, Luciano, Kyle Harrison, and Bailey all being under 25 years old is a pretty appealing list, guys.
Let the kids play, Murph.
You know?
We've been saying it for the past couple of years now on 50,000 watts. Give these kids the opportunity. I don't want to see no more free agent fines by Farhan that are blocking the development of these guys. Now they've got the opportunities. Continue to give these guys at-bats and the opportunities.
I mean, Logan Webb is 27 years old.
Yeah.
So it is so, too. 925 says you have to put Camilo Duvall on this list.
Camilo's 26.
Yes, for sure.
He does not crack the age bracket of being younger than young Tony.
707 says there's nothing wrong with your list. Don't even give your haters airtime, 707. No, 707, giving haters airtime is kind of fun because it creates conflict.
Exactly.
All right, that's what it does.
We got to argue with each other if we're not arguing with each other.
Exactly. 408 with a deep pull, making lists. What is this, April 2020? All right.
We're so random.
707. So, yeah, 408 says, I'm going with Jim Leland's Ialytics. The kids are all right. They have earned their spots. It's time.
I call it the Ialytics. I mean, you have to use the Ialytics as well as the analytics.
The Ialytics.
He was enjoyable, as was Elliot Ramos earlier today from Pittsburgh, which we'll play for you guys at the 9:30 crowd. So anyway, there you go. Congratulations to Luis Matos for winning National League Player of the Week. And again, now the challenge to face Jared Jones and to face Paul Skeens.
Yeah, you want to talk about the 25 and under list.
Right. And we didn't put Casey Schmidt on that list. Although, what is his age? Is he?
Casey might be approaching young Tony territory.
Casey Schmidt's age is 25. He just turned 25.
Oh, he's safe for now.
I know, right. So anyway, congrats to those guys. The Warriors would be second on the list with Kuminga, Moody, TJD, and Pods. And then the Niners with Purdy. By the way, speaking of Moody, We had Moses Moody for the Warriors, Jake Moody for the 49ers.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see Jake Moody on your list, Murph.
I'm looking forward to a bounce-back year from Jake Moody. Hopefully he's making a PAT in the bowl.
Yeah, let's make those extra
guys?
points, Jake.
So anyway, guys, and of course we said Luis Matos got National League Player of the Week, and Brandon Pajemski was named to the NBA All-Rookie First Team. And if you're wondering, Trace Jackson-Davis just missed the top 10. He was the leading vote getter after the NBA All-Second Team to not make second team. So he joins a list that includes Eric Paschall in 2020. Wait, what? Eric Paschall in 2020, and then Harrison Barnes in 2013. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry also first team All-NBA rookie. What are you two whispering out over there?
Oh, I got to give a shout out to the 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. So it sounds like Waterboy in this list is a lot like Leo DiCaprio. Once you're over 25, you're out of the picture.
Pretty good call. Pretty good call. Well, Willie Brown used to have his rule of 100, which his age and his date's age could not equal 100.
Ooh.
And Willie was doing this when he was like 70, 75 years old. All right, so do the math yourself.
Yeah, I'm not doing the math.
All right, guys. Well, there you go. Enjoyed the little tribute to the youth. And if you guys have ideas, you can send them to the Golden State Lumber.
That's it, Murph. Wu-Tang is for the children, and so is the Murph and Marcus show.
There you go. I love it very much. Okay, quick trick. We're going to quick trip to get a Pirates preview from Justice De Los Santos. And then, of course, cooler of content coming your way. And then Marcus Thompson at 9:15 and Elliot Ramos at 9:30. So that's a heck of a day on a beautiful Tuesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You gotta watch these giants. You gotta like these kids.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dave Fleming stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Kerry Crowley to talk about the Giants' 4-game win streak and what it was like to be 2 cars behind Scotty Scheffler when he got arrested last Friday. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, Giants Pirates today. We got a local reporter, Justice De Los Santos, who graduated from Cal and works at the Mercury News, who has a connection to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He covered the Pirates for MLB, so we thought we'd throw him on, get a little Buccos breakdown. Justice, we've never had you on the Murph and Marcus show on KNBR. Welcome. And how are you this morning?
Hey, morning, Justice.
I'm doing well. I appreciate y'all for having me. Hey, y'all talking about the 25 and under list. I hope you can. I'm 25 myself, so I hope y'all can throw me on that. Maybe for the personalities, not the athletes. I can throw a little sweeper, but that's pretty much it.
I love it. You and our producer, Young Tony, 25. So you guys are the first two on our list. We'll have to fill it out from there. But so I was looking at your bio. You went to Cal. You're a Bay Area guy, right?
Yes, sir. I'm born in San Francisco, raised in Hercules, went to Cal, and then aside from those 2 years in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which they spell it with an H out there, and I had to get used to that, with Pittsburgh, the one by Antioch. But I will say it's kind of weird looking at it back here. I think we might need to change it out here back to an H. But, yeah, aside from that, Bay Area, born and raised.
I love it, which always struck me because I did find you on Twitter years ago doing that Pirates stuff, and I was like, wait a minute, if he's from the Bay, well, listen, I'm an advocate as an old print journalist myself. You go where the job is, so you came out of Cal looking for a journalism gig, and the Pirates gig was open? Was that how it happened?
Yeah, provided like a little more background as to, the timeline there. I was one of the pandemic graduations. I was one of those kids that had a drive-by graduation. I didn't get the proper walk-off until like a year later. But, in that time after graduating, I got to cover San Jose State, their miraculous season when they went undefeated up until the bowl game. 21, had an opportunity to serve as a seasonal reporter for MLB.com. And then apparently they liked me enough to say, hey, we're going to call this kid up to the show, which, as we've seen in the last couple weeks with the Giants, sometimes you just got to give these kids a shot and see where they go.
Did you actually move back to Pittsburgh, or did you do it from home?
Oh, no, I moved. I drove across the country. I took 80 on the way there, lived there for a couple of years. Technically didn't live in Pittsburgh. I lived out in Robinson. It's telling my Pittsburgh listeners, if you know, you know. But, yeah, I lived out there. There's a lot of time spent in that car, did a lot of the road trips. One thing I love about Pittsburgh is that it's pretty close to a lot of the road cities. Like Chicago's only 7 miles or hours away. Cincinnati's 4. DC's 4. Bay Area's a little different. The closest one's probably L.A., which isn't all that close. But did the whole travel and beat thing out there, and it was fun.
Justice, I got to tell you, so in 1996, I was covering the Niners. I went to the Niners-Steelers for the first time. It was December. It was like Christmas time. I freaking loved Pittsburgh. The rivers are pretty. Architecture's nice. I'll take a Permane Brothers sandwich. They're Midwestern people, and don't get it confused now. Philadelphia is East Coast. Pittsburgh is Midwest. There's a nice vibe. Did you enjoy it?
I loved it out there, and the more that I was out there, the more that I got to embrace that city. And there's actually kind of a running joke out there in regards to Pittsburgh. They say it's not the Midwest, it's not the East Coast. It's similar to Buffalo, where it's kind of like that mysterious third thing. What is that mysterious third thing? Who knows? But it's kind of in that little purgatory of just like geographical regions.
Yeah, and Justice, I'm trying to put together a timeline here. Are you sure you weren't involved in the Brian Reynolds, Andrew McCutchen trade? Is that how you ended up in Pittsburgh?
Nah, I would have been a sophomore in college when that happened, and so I was still dreaming of the role that I ended up in. But it was interesting thinking about all the Giants Pirates connections, because you obviously have the Brian Reynolds trade. Mm-hmm. Obviously, he and Kutcher both on the team as well. There was a couple. Tyler Beatty was on the team in 2022. Jose Quintana, very brief Giant in 2022. He was on the team, or 2021 rather. he was on the team in 2022. So it was interesting seeing like the trickle over effect of teams, kind of my two worlds kind of colliding in a sense.
Yeah, and we saw more of that even before the season started with Joey Bart being traded to the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I know he got off to a hot start out there in Pittsburgh, but what's kind of been the breakdown with Joey Bart with the Buccos?
Yeah, it seems like the biggest thing with Joey Bart, just talking to writers out there, and shout out to my guy Alex Stump, shout out to my guy Andrew Destin. I've been talking with them a lot about how this Buccos season has unfolded, and it seems, one of the biggest things has just been a change of scenery. It's also been a very odd catching situation in that, they started the year obviously having Henry Davis, the number 1 overall pick in the 2021 draft, being their starting catcher with Yasmani Grandal, presumably being the backup. Grandal gets hurt. They have to have, I believe it was Jason DeLay be their backup catcher. And then Henry Davis gets his first full, legitimate run at being a catcher at the major league level in 2023, his first kind of soiree in the majors. They played him a lot in right field just because they like their catching situation. And now he's back in AAA. He's doing his thing out there. But that's kind of opened the door for Joey Bart to come in. And as we've seen with some of the numbers, he's been having a phenomenal season so far. It's, a bit of a small sample size so far, but I think the biggest thing has just been getting that consistent run, getting that consistent opportunity. And, given kind of the way, I obviously didn't cover the Giants during Bart's time here, but kind of given away things kind of unfolded from afar, the inconsistent playing time, some of the injuries there. It kind of seemed like it's one of those situations where you kind of just need a change of scenery, then go from there, and it seems like he's been able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, Joey Bart, fun to we'll see how many games he plays in this 3-game series. Spending a few minutes here with Justice De Los Santos, Bay Area kid who went to Cal, who then spent a couple years covering the Pittsburgh Pirates for MLB.com, back in the Bay now at the Mercury News. But just a little picking of the brain here. Brian Reynolds is kind of the mainstay, but is the story in Pittsburgh, Skeens and Jacobs, Jones, Skeens and Jones, that these are the guys. Like, this is what it's all built around, and this will lead the Pirates' resurgence. Paul Skeens and Jared Jones being the two of the youngest, most talented right arms in baseball.
Yeah, these two are, if you think about a scenario in which the Pittsburgh Pirates are going back to the playoffs anytime soon, it revolves around these two. And, a lot of the talk, both, on your show as well as the Bay Area as a whole, has been, this call up the kids movement, based on the time that I got there in 2022, that kind of, at least in my opinion, that started with O'Neal Cruz in 2022. And then last year you had this, kind of plethora of young guys coming up as well. I believe there was a week when they called up 3 or 4 of their top prospects. But, obviously now you have Jared Jones and Paul Skeens, who might look like the best of that bunch. And I got to know Jared Jones a little bit, during my time on the beat. And, the one thing that kind of really stuck out to me is, he's not a big dude physically. I don't think he's 6 feet tall. I think he's 5'10", but he is a capital D dog. And you kind of see it a little bit, in the confidence that he has, in the swagger that he has. He's rocking the jersey with 3 buttons down. He's kind of letting it hang out a little bit, but his fastball has always just had this incredible ride. It's always, he's complemented that with a full repertoire, especially that slider. Again, going back to my guy Alex Stump out in Pittsburgh, he reported that, Jones changed up that grip a little bit, and it's now his fastball, which was already phenomenal to begin with, is getting even more vertical ride than compared to last year, which has made him even more dangerous. And you're seeing just what he's been able to do, and none of it seems inherently fluky when you look at the strikeout rate, when you look at the walk rate in particular, and how he's been able to, rack up the strikeouts without letting up a ton of free guys on bases. And, he does allow a good amount of hard contact just because of the game that he plays, but if he's going to allow a homer, it's probably going to be a solo homer. You're not going to see a lot of guys on base. And then, if we're talking about capital D dogs, that's Paul Skeens to a T. And the one thing that's really stuck out to me in regards to Skeens, I only got, 2 months of being able to be around him before coming back to the Bay. And, you see the stuff. You see the triple digits fastball. You see the splinker, which is a combination of a splitter and a sinker, the entirety of his 5-pitch repertoire. You see all of that, and, it's impressive. You're going to see it on Pitching Ninja. Whenever he starts, you're going to see a Paul Skeens highlight. But especially in an era now where the starting pitcher kind of as a concept, we're unfortunately losing it a little bit. And a lot of that has been due to the plethora of Tommy John surgeries. And, you're never going to get guys that are going to throw, softer, and with the hopes of remaining healthy. And, when I think back to some of the guys that I grew up watching, you go Pedro, you go Randy, Lincecum, Kershaw, and even guys that are closer to, contemporaries like DeGrom, Scherzer, Verlander. There's not as many of those guys, unfortunately, in the game today. And the exciting thing just as a fan of baseball is when you see a guy like Skeens, he has that command, that presence, that aura, that when he steps on a mound, the vibration in a ballpark is different. Now, last year I got to see his debut with AA Altoona, pack that place out. Like, I've been to Altoona a lot of times talking to AA players, and it might be like a couple thousand. They packed that place out. Everybody and their mama wanted to see just one inning of Paul Skeens. And then he didn't even pitch a full inning. Like, they chased him after one inning. So you have the combination of these two guys, Paul Skeens and Jared Jones. And, again, like I said, if you want to imagine a scenario in which the Pirates are back in the playoffs, it's going to revolve around those two leading that rotation, along with Mitch Keller, who signed that extension prior to this season as well.
Yeah, I love the breakdown, Justice. I'm absolutely with you. I think Paul Skeens really does have superstar potential, and that's the last question I want to ask you. Do we think that Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn have the opportunity to be the MLB's version of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce?
I'm gonna share this story, and this is a great story to leave out on. So that AA debut, Livy Dunn was in attendance, and now just the optics of Livy Dunn being in Altoona, Pennsylvania is just very funny. You know, you have this international superstar like an hour and a half east of Pittsburgh. So she was situated up in the press box during the game because that's pretty much the only place that they could accommodate her. Now, midway through that game, I think there was like this group of 12-year-olds that got wind of where she was. I think she like stuck her head out the window. And I'm sitting in the press box, and I'm looking down, you know, towards right field or like the, you know, first base side. And you just see this swath of 12-year-olds, like, just running into the tunnel. I'm like, where the hell are they going? And I'm like, oh, they're trying to rush the press box. So I immediately, like, I get, like, two other people. I'm like, hey, like, we got to stand tall at the door right now. Like, we can't allow, like, a swarm of kids to come up in here. And so, like, again, I've been to a lot of games in Altoona. We've never had a security presence outside that press box. It's usually just this nice elderly woman, I forget what her name is, just saying, like, hey, how you doing? We had to get, like, 4 or 5 people to ensure that no one busts up in there. And then after the game as well, she was in the interview room, which, again, just the optics of, you know, this international superstar being in this, you know, one fluorescent light interview room with just a bunch of local media. Just the optics of it were very funny. But, I mean, going back to your question, like, to kind of put a pin and ball on these things, former Pirate Cole Tucker, Vanessa Hudgens, that's probably in my opinion, that's probably the most well-known baseball couple that's going so far. So they might have a little competition there.
Justice, man, great anecdotes, great details. Way to stand guard in the Altoona press box, bro. Very, very good. So, hey, enjoyed the conversation, man. Yeah. We'll keep following you and hopefully get a chance to catch up with you again. We enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks, Justice.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one. Shout out Young Tony. Keep it down for the 25-year-olds.
Justice De Los Santos with flavor. Flavor. Some guy wrote in and said, this guy's so good, you better watch out, Murph. I go, me? I'm on my way out. Yeah. Marcus and Young Tony better watch out.
Watch out, Young Tony. Scoot over on that 25 and under
just
list.
Bring him aboard, Copes. That kid's got flavor. I enjoyed him very, very much. We should find an excuse to have him on again. Good stories, too. And how about that deep knowledge on Vanessa Hudgens and
Cole Tucker?
Can you explain that to those who don't know?
So Vanessa Hudgens, who was my high school crush from High School Musical, is dating Cole Tucker, who's been up and down between the majors and the farm system of the Pittsburgh Pirates, but they are baseball celebrity couple until Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn showed up.
How about that, man? That was enjoyable, man. Good book in there, John Joe. Okay, cooler of content. Young Tone, what's the best cooler of content we got so I can tease and keep the people locked in to rip off the dial? What do we got? We got anything, bud? Yeah,
no? Stand by.
We got Young Tony's list of players 25 and under.
Actually, that's it.
Yeah,
Young
let's
Tony,
get into it.
your list.
Are we doing cooler or are we doing that next?
And the cooler of content next on the Sports Later.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content back so fast. Marcus and John Joe leaving doors open. What do we got? What are we running around here? What kind of second-rate operation are we running around? Thank you. Be professional. We'll do it live. You're back.
Yeah, I was out here searching the system looking for some Livy Dunn content.
Yeah, you were doing work, but we got to shut that door in between. We let the riffraff in. I saw Weekend Walt scooting around here. Let the riffraff in.
We don't need Walt inside on a weekday. Right. He only gets access to the studio on the weekends.
All right, the cooler of content. Why don't we tease Young Tony's list of 5 to the other side? We can do ours, too, at 8:50 again. To re-rack it. I might put Justice De Los Santos on my top 5 under 25 after that.
I would say he's cracking the list.
But guys, here we go. We look out into the cooler of content. Draymond Green showing up.
Day.
Ant Edwards showing up. David Justice showing up. Steve Nash showing up. Cameron Brink. This story about Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
So Paul Pierce and Cameron Brink. Cameron Brink, of course, the Stanford women's basketball player who grew up with Steph Curry.
Correct.
Yeah.
Steph Curry's
is like her
god cousin,
god brother. Her mom and Steph's mom were like college roommates.
I believe Steph's mom is Cameron Brink's godmother.
Yeah. All that. So I guess somehow, somewhere, there's a story about Kawhi Leonard?
Well, Cameron Brink has been blowing up ever since being drafted top 5 by the LA Spark, I believe. And now she's down in Los Angeles. I saw her posing with photos with Shohei Ohtani the other day. And now she's hanging out with Kawhi Leonard.
With Shohei.
Yeah, her and Shohei. And she had a couple inches on Shohei, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Cameron Brink. And she's also a New Balance athlete that I believe Kawhi Leonard is also. So they sat down at a commercial shoot, and it led to this story.
The funniest part, though, is Kawhi.
Yeah.
And he is funny as
That's what people don't know.
No, he's funny. And like all the New Balance guys, like our head marketing guy was like, we haven't seen anybody make him laugh more than you. So I was like, give me my flowers, Kawhi, if you're watching this. I don't even remember what I was saying, but he was doing like the
That's what people don't understand. Kawhi is actually one of the funniest human beings.
He's so funny. He's like the male version of Aubrey Plaza. Just like blunt, dry humor. And he kept saying, he was like, when is this going to be over?
Yeah, that's him.
He was like, when do we get to go home?
Talk about efficient. Am I done
He's like,
yet?
are we done yet?
We good?
And I love how everybody knows the signature Kawhi laugh.
When that thing broke, man, we must have played it, I don't know, 10 times a day?
I don't even remember what I was saying, but he was doing like the
Just incredible.
It's legendary, man.
We just got 3 and we got 7 more to go.
Yeah, and I've heard stories like this since Kawhi Leonard was back at San Diego State. I knew some people who were down there who knew Kawhi Leonard in college and said, don't let his bland personality of the media fool you. This guy is a cackling machine.
You know, last time he laughed was when the Clippers said, hey, are you going to play tonight? My God, this guy, get on the court, buddy.
Mr. Load Management 101.
All right, we were just talking about Paul Skeens. And I guess a Little Leaguer was interviewed on WBRZ Channel 2.
This is good.
Is this when Skeens was pitching?
No, this is like at a Little League game.
Oh, okay.
And like, I don't know if it's like a preview for like Williamsport, the Little League World Series, but the news reporter interviews this kid and he gives a special shout out to Paul Skeens.
Yeah, these guys, they've watched them all year, and it's been pretty cool to watch a team from Louisiana win it all. What would you say?
Paul Skeens, my mom is single, bro. I need you.
Wow. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of people who would like to talk to Paul Skeens right now. Absolutely.
How about that reporter trying to go, oh, yeah, a lot of people would like to talk to the desperation.
Dude, the kid. I love
the sadness there.
I love him shooting the shot for his mom, but when he follows it up with, I need you.
I know, that now we're getting into like Oliver Twist territory here. Yeah.
Paul Skeens, my mom is single, bro. I need you.
Oh, man.
I need you.
I don't know. All right.
I need a little coach.
We know he's with Livy Dunn.
Yeah,
we know he's with Livy Dunn.
taken. Sorry to
your
your
mom. By the way,
mom,
somebody
kid.
followed up on the Twitter line and said that that Vanessa H. is married to Cole and expecting a baby.
Why you got to ruin my hopes and dreams?
So there you go, buddy. There you go. She's still high on the list?
I'm a big Vanessa Hudgens fan.
High School Musical, given your musical background.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't Copes the thespian on stage. He really is the High School Musical.
You did do Grease, though, when you were 7 or
Yeah,
whatever.
but that was more dancing than acting.
All right, there you go. Draymond Green, by the way, his takes are freezing cold. Did you see he said that the Timberwolves had lost all belief after Game 5?
It's fine.
Yeah, so, and he's like, that's it, they're done. And then, oops, Timberwolves won Game 6 and 7. So now here's his take on the Pacers. Maybe the Indiana will use this to make another freezing cold take for Draymond Green. Although it's funny, Barkley's had freezing cold takes on that thing for years. It doesn't matter, right? So here's Draymond Green on the Pacers. He ain't buying it.
And so Jackson has this question on here, like, do you owe the Pacers an apology for calling them an 82-game team? And the answer is no. You know, you gotta take your hat off to the Indiana Pacers. I still personally think they're an 82-game team, but I didn't think the Knicks was real, so, like, somebody had to get there. Like, but now it get real. Like, now you get Boston. They play well defensively versus New York. But this is a different animal. This is a totally different animal. I got Boston. No problem. Should be a gentleman's sweep. So, no, there's no apologies, Jackson. They got to the conference finals. Somebody have to get there. It's the East. We get it. Got it. Somebody got to go. And, but congrats to them. That's dope. But I think this is going to be the end of the road for them.
Man, no love for the Pacers. I tell you, I was driving in, listening to the Get Up crew, and they're talking about how, like, the Celtics are the biggest favorites, like they're overwhelming favorites in this series. So, and everybody's like, if Boston doesn't sweep them, it's a failure. Like, the pressure's on Boston. I tell you what, I went to a Pacers-Warriors game in March at Chase Center, and the Pacers just kind of rolled out player after player after player. I was like, these guys are good at basketball. It's pretty simple. There was nothing overwhelming about them. Mm-mm. They just kind of came at you 5 deep constantly, and whether it was Miles Turner or Pascal Siakam or Tyrese Halliburton, they just got good players. I wouldn't rule out them, making it a 6-game series with those guys.
I mean, if they shoot the way they did in Game 7 against the Knicks, then they can hang in the gym with anybody. But you're absolutely right. That's kind of been the theme this year in the Eastern Conference. Boston versus everybody. It seems like they're on a tier above everybody in the East. But hell, like I said, if they shoot 70% again in a playoff game, watch out for the Pacers.
How about the stat I heard on the way in, too? This is unbelievable. And I think I heard this right now. So the NBA MVP was invented 60 years ago. This is the first time in 60 years that in the Final Four, there's not an active MVP.
Ooh.
What does that mean?
Is that
saying our dynasty's dead?
Right? Is that good for the league?
Is it too much parity? Is it too watered down?
Because now you're getting some new blood.
You want those days when you want the Bird Celtics, you want the Magic Lakers, you want the Kobe Lakers, you want the Jordan Bulls, you want the LeBron Cavs.
I mean, it felt weird in the first round of the playoffs or the second round of the playoffs when it was the first time in over 10 years where there was no LeBron, no KD, or no Steph.
Well, what is the most compelling thing? For you guys, of the Final Four NBA teams, who's the most compelling? For me, it's Minnesota.
Yeah, hands down, it's Anthony Edwards. It's seeing his growth into a true superstar. I mean, it seems like this guy is transforming into the face of the league right now out in Minnesota. I mean, besides A-Rod going crazy on the sideline, I don't think there's anything to complain about with Minnesota.
Well, speaking of AE, we got him. He was mic'd up versus in Game 7. He tells things. He's telling, like, Jamal Murray, stop trapping me. So he was mic'd up things. You hear a lot of grunting and groaning, but here he is, Anthony Edwards, winning Game 7 in Denver.
Y'all stop trapping me, bro. Stop trapping me. We got you, bro. They kept trapping me even though I was off, so I just had to make the right play throughout the rest of the game. Get out, Mike. Hey, they trapping, so get out. Don't hold the screen. Get out. I couldn't find my rhythm tonight, so I just had to trust my teammates. Let's go! We was very poised throughout the entire game. We was down 15 at the half. You might have to move it out the ball a little bit more. I'm going to set more screens this half. They went up 20. We just fought. You know I'm going to stay with it. Nice corner! 50 like, hey, Ant, you got to play quicker. If I get to the rim, it got to be in transition.
I have not been to Minnesota in probably 20 years.
Bring your ass.
There it is, man. A couple of that big three he hit in the corner. He's like, corner. Did you see that bringyass.com has been linked? Minnesota State Tourism and Convention Bureau, they got the domain.
Is that a safe website to visit while you're at work?
NSF.
Bringyourass.com.
Check the filters. Ask the tech. Ask a barista if it's cool.
Don't be on the company Wi-Fi when you go there.
Apparently, if you type in bringyass.com,
you're doing it, huh?
Then you will be brought to Bringyass. It's by the way, it's hard. It's a double A. Bringyass.com.
Yes.
You type it in and. Let's see here. It's asking me for a credit card. I'm kidding here.
That doesn't look like a basketball website, Murph.
Yeah, it goes to exploreminnesota.com.
Oh, we're exploring something.
So you type in bringyass.com. You get Explore Minnesota. Welcome to a state of possibility. And I can vouch, too, the Minnesota State Fair, outstanding. Go get the corn there, all right? Go get the corn.
Nice people out in Minnesota.
Oh, they call it Minnesota nice.
And here's the thing. I feel like Anthony Edwards should just be mic'd up 24/7. Like, there should be a reality TV show just in the life of Anthony Edwards. Did you see the clip of him in the locker room after Game 7 saying, I put Jamal Murray in handcuffs. I put him in handcuffs. Despite the fact that he scored 35 points in Game 7. But when you're Anthony Edwards, I'll let you talk your ass.
In the second half, for sure, they did. And this is the one. This came up on a thing called Change the Game Baseball podcast. And this is like it's been 21 years since the Moneyball book came out. And there I was. I read that. So 2003, a very specific memory. I was covering the British Open, or the Open Championship, as they now call it, at Royal St. George's in England. And I had Moneyball. I was so excited. I bought it. I started reading it on the flight from San Francisco to London. Got excited. I read it in my little rental home down at Sandwich. I was like, kept turning the pages and going, wait, where's Zito? Wait, where's Hudson? Where's Mulder? Where's Tejada? Where's Giambi? Where's Chavez? I was like, this is really entertaining.
Yeah, keep going.
But it's kind of a work of fiction. And David Justice was on a podcast called Change the Game, and he was like, yeah, man, I mean, good movie and all, but...
Young players and Eric Chavez and Miguel Tejada.
It really was an electric young team.
Man, really good team. The movie didn't even talk about the three starters.
No.
You didn't even know we had Mulder, Zito,
They
and Hudson.
spent more time talking about Hatterberg and sitting in his living room trying to play first base.
Well, you almost made me say something about Hatterberg. Listen, Hattie is my man. I love Hattie. And I think I told Hattie this. I said, Hattie, you should try to run this Moneyball movie as far as you can.
Hey, why not?
I'm telling you, to the ends, Hattie. You should try to run this thing.
Ride it till the wheels fall off.
This horse, because everybody watches this movie thinks Hattie led our team in homers, ribbies, the whole works.
They probably Googled Hatterberg
I'm
MVP.
just going to leave it right there.
Yeah.
Dude, he's speaking truth,
It's
buddy.
a flawless breakdown.
Oh, man, perfectly done. By the way, speaking of celebrity baseball back in the day, David Justice was squiring around when he was in Atlanta Brave, was Halle Berry.
Ooh.
Young Halle Berry.
My bad, DJ.
Yeah, so, I mean,
All
so we have a history of, because you think baseball's a dead sport, what cool woman what celebrity woman would go with a baseball player?
Murph.
Halle Berry. This was 30 years ago, too.
Yeah,
this is early 90s.
We can go with David Justice's love life, or we can go with another DJ. Look at the lineup that Derek Jeter was putting out there.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And then we forgot about Justin Verlander with SI swimsuit model Kate Upton. It turns out, hey, chicks dig the long ball or the fast ball or the something ball. I don't know.
They dig ball players.
All right, there you go. There's your enjoyable cooler of content, everybody. We get back to our list, 25 and under, in honor of Luis Matos making the NL Player of the Week and Brandon Pajemski making the All-Rookie team. We're like, who are the hottest 25 and under athletes in the Bay Area? Marcus and I have a list. What's Tony's list? Young Tony. Is Young Tony himself on his own list?
Ooh. Didn't put Justice De Los Santos on there.
The sports leader.
Paul Skeens, my mom is single, bro. I need you.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here on a Tuesday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks. Because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 100 times my money this basketball season. And right now, during playoff time, is the perfect time to join the Prize Pick community of over 5 million members who have already downloaded the app. All you need to do is select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and submit your lineup. You can easily turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. And I've been talking about using Prize Picks all basketball season long. Hell, tonight, the Pacers and the Celtics are back in action, but you know when Logan Webb is on the bump, I gotta lay down a few bones on Logan Webb to have more than 5 strikeouts today against the Pittsburgh Pirates. So join me on Prize Picks. Download the app and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
0-2 pitch. Matos swings a liner to third. Over the leaping McMahon. Down the left field line. Estrada scores. Here comes Chapman. He'll score. Stopping at third, Ramos. And Luis Matos have a night. Now the pitch. Matos swings, belts it. High and deep. Left center. It's on its way. It is gone. Here's a drive out to center. Hit well. Matos going back onto the track. He leaps up against the wall, and Matos, he's got it. The 2-0. Ramos swings, hits a high fly ball deep center field. It's carrying. Beck is back at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Waiting on a 1-2 pitch. Bird throws. Luciano swings. Loops it out into right center. Shallow. It's going to fall. A base hit. Rounding third, Yastrzemski heading home. Cave's throw is late and over everybody's head.
There it is, kids, baby. Giants in Pittsburgh today with that kitty brigade of Elliot Ramos, who you will hear at 9:30 from Pittsburgh. And, of course, Luis Matos.
Yes, the kids, Tony.
Marco Luciano and Kyle Harrison, who may pitch in this series. We're not sure. Giants have listed Logan Webb for tonight. Blake Snell has not been officially listed on my MLB app, although I got to say, and I love my MLB app, it's been a little bulky this year. And I don't mean Trent bulky. What I mean
what
is
are you saying? They got torn ACLs?
I got just like this. It hasn't always been checking out. Like, for example, that Friday night I went to the game with my family. Mason Black wound up pitching after they had listed Harrison. So it says TBD for the Giants tomorrow, but don't all signs point to Blake Snell tomorrow?
It sounds like it's going to be Blake Snell tomorrow. And my theory is the reason why they pushed back Kyle Harrison from Friday to Saturday this past weekend was A, to stretch him out and give him some more rest, but also to kind of reset this rotation so that the Giants could go with Logan Webb in the one spot today, Blake Snell on Wednesday, and I would assume we're going to get a Kyle Harrison-Paul Skeens matchup on Thursday morning. That is, of course, fingers being crossed.
So, and I don't know how much I subscribe to this, but isn't there a theory you're supposed to split up your lefties?
Lefty-righty. But all year long, Harrison's been going in that 2 spot ahead of Hicks, so I would assume that they would stick to that rotation.
And who's the 5th now?
Well, without Keaton Wynn.
Who's your 5th starter now?
I think you might be calling back to a Mason Black, or maybe you give a guy like Sean Jelly the opportunity to start again.
You know what? Mike Krukow slipped into our conversation yesterday. Sean Jelly, he goes, who may find his way back in the rotation. He just kind of slipped that in there and he kept moving. We didn't follow up on it, but he said that yesterday.
Yeah, he's an option. I know they've been trying to stretch out Landon Roop down in Sacramento. Maybe he gets recalled. So those are some of the options right now.
Would have been nice to see Mason Black pitch better against the Rockies Friday. I was pissed on Friday.
You were not the biggest Mason Black fan.
No,
you won't find him on Murph's 25 and under list.
No, which leads us to that list. But first I want to get to Orange Man and Calistoga. Let's do it, babe. We got Orange Man calling in. Waterboy, when Orange Man calls in from Calistoga, you got to put him on.
That's it. Orange Man. It's Waterboy.
Good morning, Orange Man. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing good, man. It's supposed to be a warm day in San Francisco.
Oh, it's a beautiful day in Napa Valley.
Yeah, as always.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing? Anyways, hey, here's my concern. What do we do when Slater comes back?
Yeah. Well, you joined the list, buddy. We're all in the same boat right now. I think.
Hey, you get rid of Slater, baby.
I think that's the question, Orange Man. Does Slater come back? Does he?
We won't. We won't get rid of him.
You think Farhan will keep Slater because he's a veteran?
Yeah. And that's what I think it's a big mistake.
Well, you're predicting it. I don't know if Farhan's got to have the cojones to make that move. And listen, we all like Austin Slater, and he's been a good Giant. He's the longest tenured Giant. But I think right now, the writing's on the wall, Orange Man.
He's struggling, man. He struggled for the last 2 years. He struggled last year too. I mean, what else is he? What else? And they always say he's a great pinch hitter. Well, he was. He's not a great pinch hitter anymore.
Yeah, I'm with you. Listen, it's what the fans want. It's the energy's there. You got to keep the young legs. Now, Farhan, I'm sure, would produce a binder that says, Ramos is chasing this pitch and Slater doesn't chase that pitch and all that. So we'll have to see. He's not. I haven't heard. We got to hear Bomel today on the Bomel show and we need an update on Slater. We need an update on Conforto too.
Yeah. Conforto's cool. I like him. I think he's gonna.
Well, he's a professional hitter. Yeah, he's been getting it done. But you're right. So you're already, Orange Man. You're pre-calling that Farhan's going to do the wrong thing and keep Slater and send down Ramos.
I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty 90% he will.
I'd say that's been our experience. You are correct, Orange Man. Hey, fingers crossed, buddy. Enjoy Calistoga. All right.
All right, man. Have a good one, guys.
There he is. You ever been to Calistoga, Marcus?
I don't think I've actually been in the actual town of Calistoga.
Gorgeous. Unbelievable. Orange Man's got it going on.
Must be nice to be Orange Man this morning. But it's also nice to be Elliot Ramos. It's nice to be Luis Matos. It's nice to be some of these young kids. Now, we also should point out that Tyler Fitzgerald has been optioned down to Sacramento. That clears a roster spot. Now, Farhan replaced it with Ryan McKenna this morning. And here's the thing. Maybe they decide once Austin Slater comes back, whether or not he would take McKenna's roster spot that he's had for all of 4 hours since this morning. That way you can at least shuffle around the outfield, keep Ramos and Slater on the roster, and you have Slater as a pinch hit bat if you still want to use him in that capacity.
So Tyler Fitzgerald's just the odd man out.
And Tyler Fitzgerald stays down in Sacramento.
Yeah, boy, that pickoff looms large, doesn't it?
And I said this when Matos and Ramos got called up. The writing was kind of on the wall. Hell, I said when Casey Schmidt got called up and they started playing Casey at shortstop over Tyler Fitzgerald, Matos gets called up. He starts playing center field over Tyler Fitzgerald. Well, if these young prospects are playing over you already, your role was literally just to be a pinch runner on this roster. And the last time we saw him do that, he got picked off against the Dodgers.
Small windows of opportunity where you're judged on these small sample sizes, man. That's how it goes sometimes. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader of Cumulus Media Stations. What Kipe told us, getting to the big leagues is one thing. Staying in the big leagues is another thing. So it leads us to today's theme, which is, of course, the 25 and under. It's a day to celebrate the kiddos. Brandon Pajemski made the All-NBA rookie team. First Warrior to make it since Eric Paschal in 2020. We'll ask Marcus Thompson about that. And then at the same day, Luis Matos was made National League Player of the Week. The Giants haven't had a National League Player of the Week since 2018. What? We didn't even know what COVID was in 2018.
This is
Brandon Belt
in Giants history. 6 years to the date, Murph.
Incredible.
Brandon Belt.
That lead us. So we were kicking around before the show. We're like, well, it's a day to celebrate kids. And they were like, well, what about this whole Bay Area wide kids? And we used young Tony as our marker. He's 25 years old. By the way, when I was 25, I'd just come home from Ireland. I was $6,000 in debt. I was living at home, and I was working the graveyard shift at the Best Western Corte Madera Inn. How about that? How that, young Tony? You're like freaking Warren Buffett compared to me.
So you're saying I'm doing better than you?
You're doing rather well compared to me.
Nice,
dude. All right. I wasn't padding around with ear pods listening to the Bowmel show making eggs.
No.
All right, in my slippers like you do every morning.
I wasn't on the top 25 and under young celebrity list like young Tony was.
Where was Marcus at age 25?
That's a great question.
7 years ago,
I was
2017.
just trying to stay out of jail, to be honest.
Oh, well, you didn't want that spread?
Yeah, no, I was trying to stay away from the prison spread.
All right, so anyway. So here's the deal. We listed it. The 49ers, here's the key players under the age of 25. Jair Brown, young safety, 24. Talanoa Hufanga with an all-pro season on his resume, 24. Demo Lenore, 24 or 3. I can't read my writing. Jake Moody, the kicker, 24.
Moody.
Ambry Thomas, whatever, 24. And one other guy, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy! He's 24, and he won't be 25 till December. Now, there are others, Spencer Burford and Darrell Luter, but we didn't include those guys because they haven't really done a lot.
Correct. And now Brandon Ayuk, 26. Nick Bosa, 26, so they don't make the list.
The Giants.
Fun.
Here's some 25 and under candidates because we're going to make a list of your top 5. Kyle Harrison, 22. Dela. Marco Luciano. Feels like he's been around he's 22. Luis Matos, NL Player of the Week, 22. Elliot Ramos, who you'll hear at 9:30, 24. And Pat Bailey in the crouch, hopefully today, we'll find out, 24. Pretty strong list.
Yeah.
Then you get to the Warriors. Sorry, Sharks fans, we're just not including you. Warriors.
No Mac and Celebrini talk
You
yet.
ready? Johnny Kuminga, 21. 21? Moses Moody, 21. What?
Keep going.
Brandon Pajemski, 21.
21.
Whoa. And then old man Trace Jackson Davis is 24.
Old man TJD.
So I'll quickly go through mine because we did this during the big hit an hour ago, but it was hard, first of all. I found it was very hard. And just for fun, choosing your top 5 and rank them. It was very hard. But I went with number 5 because right now he's NL Player of the Week. Jung Hoo Lee's out for the year. He's 22 years old. He's playing center. I put Luis Matos number 5. At number 4, I put Johnny Kuminga, which was hard to do. I mean, because he might even be higher in mine. You know what, dude? I'm looking at your list. What am I doing
this
here?
list sounds pretty familiar. I was like, wait, that's what my list looked like at the 8
I didn't have
hour.
him at 5. I was looking at Mark because I wrote down Marcus's list. All right, let me start all over again. Number 5, I have Kyle Harrison because I think starting pitching is so important. Okay, Kyle Harrison. Number 4, I had Brandon Pajemski because he made All-NBA rookie team. At number 3, I had Luis Matos because he's the NL Player of the Week. At number 2, I had Johnny Kuminga because I think he is the future. Shout out Whitney Houston. I believe the children are our future. And number 1, I had Brock Purdy. So sorry, I pump faked your list. What do you got, buddy?
I know. Spoiler alert for anybody that was listening 30 seconds ago. Number 5, I was actually going back and forth between Marco Luciano and Luis Matos. With the success we've seen with Luis Matos at the big league level, Murph, I've got him in the 5 spot. Number 4, I'm going Johnny Kuminga. You already told the audience. Still only 21 years old. Is looking to be the second option for the future of the team. The question is, does he have a future with the Warriors? And maybe they will move on. Fair question, but for right now, he's in my number 4 spot. Number 3, I got to go Patrick Bailey. And I'm shocked that he wasn't on your list. When you have a Gold Glove caliber catcher, I don't care what he does offensively. Throw in the fact that he's a switch-hitting catcher, and he's been one of the hottest hitting batters for the Giants lineup this year. That's a guy that's going to play for the next 5-6 years, is going to control that pitching staff. So I've got Patrick Bailey, number 3.
Hard to argue.
Right ahead of him, number 2, his battery mate for the future, Kyle Harrison, Dirty Harry, a guy that I've been cashing in beer batter since he was 19 down in San Jose. Now he's 22 years old, top left-handed pitching prospect in baseball. Give me Kyle Harrison, number 2. And number 1, no list is complete without the MVP finalist, Brock Purdy, still only 24 years old.
Okay, good. So we both had Kyle. I had him at 5. You had him at 2.
Mm-hmm.
We both had Matos. You had him at 5. I had him at 3. We both had Kuminga. I had him at 2. You had him at 4. The difference is I had Podziemski. You had Bailey. It's hard. It's a really hard list, guys, because we left
bad
out.
leaving Pods off my list.
I left out Bailey. I left out Luciano.
Left out TJD.
I left out Ramos. So, young Tony as the 25-year-old. What do you got? I need the young perspective. Buddy.
Yeah, who's younger and better than you are, Tony?
Damn. We all have a similar list at the top. So at the top, I got Brock Purdy. I think that's pretty much, goes without saying.
You're starting at 1.
Starting at 1. I don't know why you guys do that. Like, don't hold, eat your.
We're trying to build up some anticipation, Tony.
Has any list in the history of the world started at 1 and gone down? It's the entire premise.
Well, that's
is to
how
count
lists
down.
go. You start at 1, you go down to 5.
List go, oh my God! Oh my God! So where do you need to? Okay, let's go to Times Square. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's
Happy New Year! Hey, let's go to the NFL Top 100, and our number 1 player is Tom Brady.
We're not counting down.
The NFL Top 100, the MLB Top 100, our top 5s. Nobody starts at 1.
Well,
nobody.
I'm different.
You're the first guy ever to start at 1.
It's not a countdown. It's a list.
Oh my God!
I love
It's a good thing we didn't have this kid during the pandemic.
Oh, dude.
Oh my God!
Our random list of the day.
So, what did young Tony learn today? How to do a countdown. All right.
It's not a countdown, though. I'll say to you, it's a list.
All right. Well,
what do we need first at the grocery store? What do we need second?
You need Brock Purdy. That's what you need.
What place do I want to go first? What place do I want to go second?
Oh my God! You better alert the NFL Network, and when they do their top 100 prospects, you better alert them. They better start at 1 and head down to 99, right? Because you'll tune in for episode 10 when they're doing number 99.
Hey,
right?
this is the list of players younger than young Tony, so I'll let young Tony do his thing.
Incredible.
Right, we got Brock Purdy at 1.
Okay,
if that's okay. We got Patrick Bailey at 2.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
We got Kyle Harrison at 3.
Okay.
We have Jake Moody at 4.
Wait, whoa.
Yeah.
You meant Moses Moody?
No. Jake Moody, the greatest kicker in Michigan Wolverine history.
Oh, my God.
Right behind this guy named Garrett Revis.
Okay.
Never heard of him.
Nice research, Tony.
Yeah. And then we got Jonathan Kuminga at number 5, if that's okay.
Jake Moody is more valuable than a Jonathan Kuminga.
Kickers write history. That's what Murph always says,
that
man.
is true.
Damn, he's pulling out your own lines on you now, Murph.
That is very, very true. I've said that. It's an unfortunate bit of history, though, that they do write history. Like, they don't deserve to write history, which is the problem. But, hey, I'll tell you what, you shook it up with 2 things. 1, Jake Moody, and number 2, starting at number 1.
It's a list. It's not a countdown.
Do you understand you kind of sucked all the drama? Because I didn't, by the time you got to 5, I could care less.
I'm here to get to the point.
You get to the point. I was lost after 1. I can care less.
Tony's all business.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
I said we actually turn his list upside down and put Jake Moody at the top.
408 says, did young Tony learn Common Core math? And then 201 defends Tony by saying the NFL draft starts at number 1.
Yeah, thank you. See?
It's not a list.
It's not a draft.
It's a freaking draft. If we were drafting the top 5, we would have taken Purdy first. Yes.
That's what we were doing.
We weren't doing a draft.
Here.
We were doing a list. Oh my God.
This is phenomenal.
All time, man. For other people coming in drafts start at number 1. No, we're doing lists, guys. We're doing lists. So hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
Shout out Jake Moody.
Remind me
big time player.
Remind me to
I'd rather have Moses Moody kicking extra points if I'm
to
being
all
honest.
the people texting in, we're not doing a draft. We're doing a list.
Thank
like
you.
The NFL.
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
These are the people like you who give me no faith in the future. We're doing a list like the NFL Top 100. You got to build the drama that leads to number 1. This isn't a draft. Had we said we were doing a draft, Marcus and I would have taken Purdy first.
Oh, easily. Come on. Like
we weren't doing a draft. That wasn't the premise.
You watch SportsCenter Top 10. They don't start with number 1, Tony.
That's a countdown.
God.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, a countdown.
Are we, though?
I don't know.
I
That's a
thought it was
great
the
question.
list.
That's John Joe Curley. He's the damn producer on this show.
Yeah, where do you come in, Purdy?
Yeah,
Where do you come in, Curly?
Yeah, what direction?
The amount of people
we going up or down?
He is defending both of you. He's saying you should start at 5.
Yes, of course. It's a countdown. It was a list. It wasn't
the
a
producer spoke.
David Letterman's top 10 list. Of course, that's probably something young Tony doesn't know, right?
Yeah, I got nothing on that.
David Letterman's top 10 list or Norm's cheers there. So, all right, there you go. There you go. Well, listen, hey, you gave us some content there, buddy. And you put Jake Moody on there. And you're standing by it.
Shocker.
100%. If he makes that extra point, it's a 4-point game. There's 11 minutes and 22 seconds left in that game.
Yeah, the problem is he didn't make it.
Yeah, I'm aware it was blocked.
650 defends young Tony, not just on the ranking, but says Moody has the longest field goal in Super Bowl history for about 5 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Until he was beaten by Harrison Butker, who's
You
been
don't want
in
to
the news.
You don't want to be in a conversation with Harrison Butker.
In the news
I can tell you that.
So anyone. Oh, my God. All right, guys. 209 says, well, everybody checking in. 707 says, go young Tony.
Go young Tony.
As long as you have your fan base, that's good.
Hey, 310 is saying everyone knew number 1 was Purdy. The real surprises were 4 and 5. So you're giving it away early.
Okay. Who says number 1 was supposed to be Purdy?
I think that goes without saying.
I thought number 1 for you would be Jake Moody.
No, it's a quarterback. Quarterbacks win games.
All right.
Yeah, but kickers write history. I'm just messing with you, Tony.
All right, guys. The Space 925 says Space Shuttle will be taking off at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good. And 415 says, yeah, when the NFL Network does its top 10. Well, that's what we were just talking about. They don't start with number 1. All right, well, thank you for the enjoyable list there, guys. But anyway, we wanted to hear mostly what you guys had. It's hard, but the point of the matter and the point of the whole exercise was that we are in a little bit of a little stretch where the young talent is showing up. And quite frankly, out of these 3 teams we listed, I think the Giants might have the best batch.
Yeah, and of course.
Now, will they stay?
And that's the thing. Will they perform? Because I think, of course, we're doing this list of 25 and younger. Who's younger than young Tony? If young Tony just happened to be 26 or 27, we could have included Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk and some of these other young players from the 49ers. But since we are sticking 25 and under, I got to say, you look at the Warriors with those 4 players, with Kuminga, TJD, Moody, and Pods, you seem like you're in good shape. But you look at the Giants' prospects, whether they were drafted by Bobby Evans or Brian Sabian or Farhan Zaidi, with Kyle Harrison, Luis Matos, Marco Luciano, Patrick Bailey, Elliot Ramos. We can go down into the farm system with guys I'm high on like Carson Wisenhunt and Reggie Crawford, who are in Sacramento right now, could be on the roster as soon as this season. I think there's a lot of hope and promise for the future of Bay Area sports.
Well, and also, by the way, I mean, 25 is an arbitrary line.
Yeah.
And there's no rule that says 25 has to be the, as you point out, Bosa's 26.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Doval is...
Doval's 26, Logan Webb 27, all guys who are right there in the
But
conversation.
it's, it's one of those, like, People magazine, whatever's, top 25 under 25, whatever. So, but I do like this little batch. Orange Man from Calistoga, though, saying he sees Farhan sending down Ramos. No, as you pointed out, the McKenna thing.
Yeah.
But this Ryan McKenna. I tell you what, the Ryan McKenna thing, and listen, I don't want to anger the guy or his family for any reason because the guy might come, but it kind of pissed me off. It's like, are we back doing this stuff again?
Let's just make sure.
We're doing the Farhan shuffle again?
Let's just make sure he's not taking at-bats away from Elliot Ramos.
I mean, you saw what Orioles fans had to say, right?
Yeah, they were mad that he was blocking playing time for some of their young prospects. Yeah. I don't need that same problem here in San Francisco.
Well, that was enjoyable, Tony. Thank you for the content and the conflict, and the controversy, and for putting Jake Moody on your top 5. All right, guys. Marcus Thompson and Elliot Ramos finish out a strong show on The Sports Leader.
The Giants. Fun.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants are back in action today against the Pittsburgh Pirates after their off day and after their 4-game win streak. But the big question is whether or not Patrick Bailey will be back behind home plate. Well, NBC Sports Bay Area's Alex Pavlovich stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday to give us an injury update on Patrick Bailey. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, still talking about the lists and rankings. All right, guys, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us. And, of course, there's a lot going on. The Nuggets are eliminated in a tragic Game 7 loss at home. The Knicks are eliminated and all their crazy fans and all that. The Celtics seem to have an easy path, or do they? Anthony Edwards has arrived, and yet, that's not our question. Our question for Marcus Thompson is, what happened to Eric Paschall? That's right. On the Yuma guest line, The Athletic's Marcus Thompson. Marcus, dude, we're getting the news that Podziemski makes All-NBA rookie team. We're like, all right, it's cool. Who was the last Warrior to make first-team All-NBA rookie? And it's Eric Paschall in 2020. I said, I got to ask Marcus, what happened to Eric Paschall? Good morning.
What's up, gang? That's a tough question. Let's just say Eric Paschall benefited greatly from a 15-50 season. He got to play a brand of basketball that actually wasn't realistic for his career. And I think he's overseas now. I think that's where he's playing. I think he sat out a while and came back, and I think he's overseas playing. But yeah, it was kind of a bit of a smokescreen because he was solid. But man, remember he was like out here going ISO to end games. Like it was crazy. He was the premier scorer on a team with like rookie Jordan Poole and Jacob Evans. So it was all unreal.
Yeah, I got him actually. The last thing on his wiki page was he was over in France, but was released in April of 2023. That's on his wiki page. I don't know if something else happened.
Yeah, I don't know either. We just haven't really kept up with Eric Paschall.
The 15-50 season was just a weird year that produced Eric Paschall first team All-NBA, and that's it. So Podziemski, man, we were just doing our rankings of like Bay Area athletes under 25, and Warriors got 3 21-year-olds: Moody, Kuminga, Podziemski. They got Trace Jackson Davis at 24. So we were kind of high on that, but then the question was, will they all be back on the team next year?
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough call. Mm-hmm. I do think so, because I don't think you can get much by moving them. Like, for instance, Kuminga is going to take something crazy to get Kuminga off the team, because I just think they're wedded to this idea of Kuminga being the future with them. And he's probably not a max player, which appeals to them. Like, finally be able to sign a guy that's not a max guy. It's not like blow out the salary. And then the rest is like, all right, what you going to get for Podziemski and Moody? Probably not much. You're probably better off keeping them. Maybe they're a sweetener in a deal. I just don't know that they'll throw one of those guys in there. I mean, I thought it would be Moody, but they just seem really high on Moody despite, how it looks on the court. So if I had to guess, I'd go Moody would be 1. And let's go at Moody 1, Minga 2, and Podziemski 3. I think Podziemski's got the most staying power. He's under rookie deal. Like, how do you top that?
And Marcus, we've talked a bunch about potential trade options, whether it's for older guys like Kevin Durant or maybe even signing LeBron James this offseason. But one guy I feel like we haven't really talked about too much is Donovan Mitchell, who is still only 27 years old, and there's trade rumors popping up all over Twitter right now ever since the Cavs were eliminated from the playoffs. What are your thoughts on a potential Donovan Mitchell trade to the Warriors?
Yeah, I just don't think that's – I don't think they'd like that very much. I mean, he's the same height as Steph. He's probably smaller than Steph. He's not good defensively. He'd solve some of their issues with like ball, like shot creation and ball handling and playmaker. But I just feel like if they were reminded of how hard it is to play with small guards, like Chris Paul, reminded them of that difficulty because they've tried it. I mean, you go way back to Steph and Monte Ellis, but they got rid of that when it was Steph and Clay. Remember, it was supposed to be Steph and D'Angelo Russell, and that didn't work out. Whoever that second guy is next to Steph, number one, they need size and they have to be a good defender. So I just don't think they'd be interested, especially for the price. Like Donovan Mitchell is a max guy. He's going to get max money. I don't think they're paying max money for an undersized guard to play next to Steph. I just don't think that's how they think of what they want. They'd rather pay much less for a guy who's actually like 6'5", 6'6", or just keep play.
Right. Well, obviously, these are the things we'll be following. It's now May 21st now. It's been a few weeks since the season ended, so we're getting closer and closer. And as we get closer and closer in the Final Four, do you make anything of that stat that's going around this morning that there's the first time in 60 years since the award was invented, no active or previous MVP is in the Final Four? And if that means anything, like our dynasty's dead, or is that just you're not going to go there?
No, I am. I'm going there. Yeah. I'm taking that leap.
Nice. That's why I put it out there.
And more than that, I think this is exactly how the NBA designed it. This is what they wanted. What we're seeing, because these MVPs, especially over the last, since the Warriors dynasty for sure, but even before that, if you go back to like 2008, the Boston Celtics with KG Pearson, like if you had an MVP, he probably was going to be grouped with a couple stars so he could win a championship. Like that's how it worked. That's been the pattern since, KG went to the Celtics, or if, you could go LeBron going to Miami. That's just been the pattern. So we're seeing that kind of die. By the league's design, they created a second apron to really punish teams with 3 superstars and 3 max salaries. So what we're seeing is the league shift. Now it's going to be way better for you to get 2 guys like Josh Hart than to put all that money into 1 guy, as your 3rd star. Like Phoenix is cooked now because they got all that money tied up into Bradley Beal. And if they had to do it right now, everybody in the league would tell them, don't do Bradley Beal. Keep Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson. That's what nobody would make that deal now because of Joe Lacob, basically. It's the Joe Lacob tax. So the Warriors kind of ruined that. We're seeing the shift. It's going to be all about who's the guy who does just a little bit of everything. Give me 3 of them instead of 1 guy for $50 million. So, yes, I think this is definitely a sign of how the league is changing.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, so that stat is out there, and it means something that this is – wow. And so it's Joe Lacob and the Warriors that ruined the NBA?
Again. Like this is 2 in a row, right? They ruined it the first time when they got KD. Now they ruined it again.
They ruined it when they win in. They're ruining it when they're not winning. You know what I mean? So,
the problem is they keep trying to create rules to stop Joe Lacob, but like they're gonna. I mean, from what we've seen so far, they're probably gonna win with whatever rules you put in front of them.
It's
and you just gotta. You have to be better than them. You can't win by like creating rules to stop them. Because remember. They stopped the rule that allowed them to get KD was a rule to stop the whole thing. That they followed that. No, they got KD, then they changed the rule, and now nobody else could kind of create this vacuum of this team, and it kind of worked against them. So now they're changing the rules again to deal with the Warriors. But every time the Warriors are like, "You fix the rules, we'll beat you at them." So now you're going to see 1 star, maybe 2 star, and the rest. Like, think about how important the Josh Hart – like, if Josh Hart was a free agent right now, he'd be the hottest dude. Alex Caruso, TJ McConnell. Like, you want those – this is the year of the role player, baby. I don't know what the like we need a better name for year of the role player, but it's all about role players now. Like, and that's why guys like Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski are just more valuable on your team because you're not going to get much for them on the trade market. But in the end, if you win, it's going to be because of those guys. And that's, to me, the advantage the Warriors have. They got a few of those guys. Gary Payton is another one of those guys, too.
Yeah, and you look at some of those young guys like Pods, who obviously was just named first team All-NBA rookie team. You look at Jonathan Kuminga, who's still only 21 years old, TJD, 24 years old. But I actually want to ask you about TJD not being first team or second team all-rookie NBA. Marcus, do you feel like TJD got snubbed?
Nah, he didn't get snubbed. Nah, he started the year on the bench. By the end of the year, he was a starter, and he was solid. He wasn't he didn't go dominate. He didn't to me, I would say if you put TJD on another team, would he have the same impact? I think his impact on the Warriors, and he was allowed to kind of play early because even though he's young, because the Warriors just had such a void of size, right? So I think his play was a little bit it looked bigger and better because it was such a void for what the Warriors had. But he had a solid year. He was good. I'm not putting him up there with the likes of, Wembanyama. I mean, keep in mind, Chet Holmgren is one of your centers, right? It's a lot of good rookies out there. He had a really good year, but even on the Warriors, he wasn't more impactful than Brandon Podziemski. So if that's the bar, I feel like he did fine. He's all right.
Yeah, and he finished 11th. I mean, it's pretty darn good. Wasn't like he got completely dissed.
Absolutely, yeah. He got recognized. Yeah,
good stuff. Hey, before we go, just the Final Four, man, and I just absolutely fascinated by Minnesota and Ant Edwards' personality and all the defense they play, and they seem to be of the last four teams. I mean, the Celtics obviously are the favorite, but is there a team of the four that compels you the most?
Oh, Minnesota, easy.
Yeah,
I picked them to win a championship, and I was kind of just going out there, man, putting your neck out there. You know what I'm saying? Just being different. And it was I might be right about this. This is crazy. But I do feel like they're a team that could play multiple ways. But forget basketball. We could basketball wise, they're in there. Who's got more storylines than Minnesota? Who's got more things to talk about? Rudy might get a championship. What is going to happen to the NBA if Rudy Gobert wins championship? This is one of the most hated dudes in the league, and he might be able to talk that talk. Can you imagine what he's going to say to Draymond if he's on a podium, on a stage, right? He's got a lot to fire back on. Mike Conley Jr. is 74 years old, right? He might win the title. Nas Reed is a cult figure, right? I want a Nas Reed towel just because everybody in Minnesota is going crazy, right? They just have the storylines. Karl-Anthony Towns was a prodigy turned bust who might actually be vindicated again. They're just such a fun, interesting team to watch. The coach is on the sideline with a busted knee. The ownership is fighting. They don't even know, who's going to actually hold the trophy. Is it going to be A-Rod or is it going to be Glenn Taylor? We don't even know. They need to go to Judge Judy. This team is fascinating. It's unbelievable.
I'm totally with you, man. Great case made, and I think you're right. They're truly compelling. All right, man. Good chat. We enjoyed it, and then we'll do it again down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, homies.
That was good, Marcus Thompson. Elliot Ramos to finish the show next on the Sports Leader.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Okay, while Kirk Casale joins Papa and Lund at 10:30, Elliot Ramos joins us right now from Pittsburgh. And we say on the UMA guest line to the Giants' new outfielder who's going to take on the Pirates today. Good morning, Elliot. Thanks for joining us. How are you, man?
Hey, how you doing? All good. Good morning.
Yeah, man. How's a Tuesday morning in Pittsburgh treating you? What do you got on your schedule right now?
Nah, it's good so far. I might go get some coffee, breakfast, and get ready for the game.
Yeah, man. Well, listen, how exciting for you. Just talk to us about your mindset, getting on that plane in San Francisco to fly to Pittsburgh, knowing what you guys just accomplished on that homestand with your teammates Marco Luciano and Luis Matos, and kind of the charge you put into the franchise. As you guys were flying east to Pittsburgh, did you think about this homestand and what you guys accomplished?
Honestly, we're just trying to keep it going, if that makes sense. We just want to keep the momentum going, just keep winning, and try to make the best out of this streak, you know.
And Ellie, it seems like there really has been a spark in the lineup since you were called up. That was followed up by Luis Matos. We saw Marco Luciano this weekend. Is there kind of a healthy energy and competition with some of these young guys that have led to the spark in the lineup?
Matos and Lucy, we always talk about it. When we was in AAA, we always talk about how whenever we get called up to the big leagues, we want to perform and we want to do like what we're supposed to do, you know?
Well, obviously it's happening right before our eyes. And Elliot Ramos kind enough to join us in Pittsburgh before he gets some coffee and head to the yard. So let's get your story, Elliot. You grew up in Puerto Rico. It looks like from your biography material that your family's quite athletic. We know your brother played in the big leagues and your other brother's on the national soccer team. I mean, how athletic was your family?
Everybody's been super athletic. My dad was super athletic back in the day. He never played professional, but he was really good at sports, and he was always on sports. And everybody in my hometown used to tell me, "Hey, your dad, he can play some baseball, he can play some basketball." So he just always wanted us to be in sports, and here we are.
And Elliot, we see you in a baseball uniform. And I wouldn't be shocked if you could pass wearing a basketball uniform or a football uniform. I mean, you look like a running back or a linebacker out there. So did you grow up playing football or soccer out in Puerto Rico? Any other sports?
I play a lot of soccer. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I played more. When I was growing up, I played more soccer than baseball.
So was it Did you have any opportunities in soccer? Like, any chances to keep playing at a next level?
Not really. Once my brother, when I was like 10, Henry drafted, so I stick to baseball because I loved it, and I was watching Henry playing baseball, so I was like, yeah, like this is my thing, you know? So
yeah. Well, tell us about the Puerto Rican baseball legacy. So growing up, was there an idol or an icon or somebody from your region or town that was an inspiration?
Henry, my brother.
Okay, bro, I love it.
Yeah, man, my brother, there's not that many people drafted from my hometown, and my brother is the first one to make it to the big leagues, and I'm the second one. So he really inspired me, if that makes sense. Yeah.
So every time Giants fans are cheering Elliot back home, they're saying that's just Henry's little brother.
Yeah.
I love it. Elliot Ramos is the voice you hear. It comes from this athletic family in Puerto Rico. I was looking at your bio. It goes at a young age, baseball came for you. I think you were only 16 years old when you played in a high school All-American game at Wrigley Field. How huge a deal was that for you? And was that when you knew something could happen for you?
I went to the tryouts and I was trying my best, honestly, but I never thought that I was going to be in that type of scenario, you know what I mean? But once I was in there, I was ready to play, obviously, and I just wanted to perform, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know you were a first-round draft pick by the Giants back in 2017. But I also wanted to ask you about those expectations being a first-round draft pick and ask you about someone like Joey Bart, who I know you played with in the minor leagues and also played in the Futures game back in 2019. You'll get a chance to see Joey this week, actually, out in Pittsburgh. But what are those conversations like when you're trying to make it through the minor league system, make it to the big leagues as a first-round draft pick?
Honestly, even when you're a first-round draft pick, you're trying to stay positive, obviously, because you have to perform to make it to the big leagues. Like minor leagues and the big leagues is way two different things. You know what I mean? And you have to be disciplined for sure. So you just have to be positive, and you just have to stay working and stay hungry. You know what I mean? Because the goal is obviously to make it to the big leagues. So not everybody can do it. So it's a privilege. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so you do make it in April of 2022, but you only get 20 at bats. Can you reflect back on that? Was the game moving fast to you? Do you wish you had a longer leash? What is your memory of April 2022 and those 20 at bats?
My memory is when I first got called up. Honestly, it was a dream come true for sure. The Giants made that happen, so. Of course, I wanted to stay longer, but I was grateful at the same time, you know what I mean? And, it doesn't happen every day for everybody, so I was super grateful that happened to me, and, my dream came true for sure.
Elliot, did you feel like you had either a change of approach or maybe a change in mindset when you were called up to the big leagues this time around?
For sure, yeah. The mentality, how positive I was, the work that I have been putting in the offseason and my family. They gave me the support, and there was always keep your head up, keep grinding, keep playing baseball, hard baseball, and good things will happen. And I just want to keep it going, if that makes sense, and just try to stay in the routine, you know?
And so this spring, you went into the camp maybe hoping to make the club, and then they optioned you down to AAA. How was that news? And did they say anything to you in terms of, hey, it's going to happen for you, just be patient, or were you frustrated?
Honestly, at that point, it was what it was. You know what I mean? I've been through that before, so I was like, I just have to keep working. It will happen for me. I just have to stay positive and keep working hard. And they told me we option you, but make sure that you're the first one that we have in mind when you get called, when we are gonna call somebody up. And in my mind, I was like, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stay positive. I'm gonna work hard. I'm just gonna keep going.
Well, there you go, and you did it too, for sure. And we're talking to Elliot Ramos here on the UMA guest line. And it's funny, Elliot, we can focus on your bat. And then when you made your news, when you came up, it was by throwing out two runners right away, and that was from right field. Now you're over in left field. Talk to us about your defense. Where do you find yourself most comfortable? Is your defense underrated?
I think it's a little bit underrated. But, I've been working on it. I worked on it the whole offseason. I played Winter League, and it was defense for me is try to make it as simple as possible, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Keep the runners on first or second, not let them advance, if that makes sense, and just trying to keep it simple and just try to make the right decisions.
And Elliot, I got to say, I love seeing those defensive putouts from right field, but I think maybe my favorite play of the season was you laying out in left field and making that sliding catch right next to the rally Pelican. So I guess the bigger question is, who's been more responsible for a spark in this Giants lineup, you or the rally Pelican?
Nah, I got the Pelican for sure.
Pretty funny. That was wild out there. Did you think about chasing that thing away or just let it be?
I thought about it for a little bit, but then I said, nah, let me let it be, because then he might fly over my head or something.
Yeah, right. You've seen birds attack on Major League Baseball fields before. A few more minutes here with Elliot Ramos, kind enough to join us in Pittsburgh Giants-Pirates today as he's cruising along with his teammates. So before we let you go, let's talk about these two buddies of yours. Let's start with your outfield mate, Luis Matos. He's in center field there, and, he's from Venezuela. You're from Puerto Rico, so you guys have different backgrounds, but how good of friends are you? What sort of guy is Luis Matos, and are you almost a big brother to him?
We have a great relationship for sure. We have a good bond throughout the years. We've known each other for a minute already. But I'm not like a big brother, but we're definitely getting to the point that we're we have that trust in each other. You know what I mean? We're really good talking. We give each other advice baseball wise. We listen to each other, so that it's a good relationship that we have going on.
And Elliot, I loved your comments after the game this past weekend about the clubhouse culture. And I wanted to ask you about the benefits of being bilingual in baseball, because you have the opportunity to talk to everybody, whether we're talking about Marco Lucianos and Matos or Tyro Estrada or Duvall or anybody else on the roster. You can go up and have a conversation with Logan Webb and Patrick Bailey. So how much of a benefit is that to be bilingual in this clubhouse and to have that contribute to the overall clubhouse culture?
I mean, it's really great because, I mean, I can understand everybody, you know. I mean, sometimes, not going to lie, it's a little bit tough for me because Spanish is my first language, of course. But it's obviously an advantage, and I feel really blessed that, like, I got to learn, like, English, and I get to, like, communicate with my teammates and have a good relationship with everybody, you know.
Well, your English is perfect, and so do you be able to be the king of the clubhouse talking to everybody? And that leads us to Marco Luciano. Now, he's maybe the baby of the group, right? You kind of chuckle there. How would you describe Marco? And, you know, he's from the Dominican, right? So you guys are all three different countries. But how are you mentoring him? Are you a big brother to him? And what should Giants fans expect from him?
I mean, Lucy, he's young and all that, but he looks really mature for his age for sure. He got a good routine going on. He's a really good player, and I think a lot of the guys don't act their age, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Their mindset, the way they work, the routine they have, everything is great about them. You know.
And he's one of those guys. He's older than his age.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, we all have everything, something to learn. We don't know it all, but we try our best, and with the little bit that we know, we like put it to work, you know.
Is there someone you lean on in the clubhouse, a veteran? I mean, you know, there's Matt Chapman over at third base. He's done a lot in this game, you know. There's Logan Webb on the mound, maybe kind of the leader of the team. I don't know, Mike Yastrzemski's grandfather's a Hall of Famer, and he's been around a while. I don't know, is there somebody you kind of like pattern yourself or look at in the clubhouse?
I try to pick everybody's brain, if that makes sense. But yeah, it helped me in those two plays that I made the first like days that I was up. Yeah, it's helped me a little bit on the plate, like kind of turning and kind of like make the throw because the ball like was sinking on me. You know, like I was grabbing a sinker grip, and he was like, "Oh, throw the ball to this way, and it will help you, and try to be a little bit slower." And, I mean, we worked on it. Flo talked to me sometimes. Soler talks to me sometimes. Chapman, too. I talk to Webby sometimes, too. So I just try to pick everybody's brain, and they're very humble and helpful for sure.
And, Elliot, we know that Pablo Sandoval was with the club in spring training, and I got to give credit to the San Francisco Giants and put up some really great mic'd-up videos of you and some of the younger guys hanging out with Pablo just at these spring training practices. What are some of the lessons and guidance that Pablo Sandoval spread to you and some of the younger players on the team?
I mean, you know, Pablo in SF is a legend to me. You know what I mean? He's a great baseball player. World Series MVP. So he always talked to us about how positive he always stayed. You know what I mean? Like, he's a very positive person, no matter how bad things are going. So he was always positive. He was always talking to us. He was always like saying, take advantage of the opportunity, try to make the best out of it.
It's really cool you guys had that opportunity. Then last one is just a guy that Giants fans are missing, and that's Jung-Hoo Lee. And I wondered if you had any stories or experiences of being a teammate with Jung-Hoo Lee, who brings a whole different vibe from Korea, and how sad it is that he won't be playing this year.
No, man, it's really sad because he's a really good baseball player and a really good person for sure. So I hope he gets better soon, and I wish him the best.
And Elliot, off you go into Pittsburgh, man. You guys going to go keep this winning streak going. So I don't know if there's going to be Pelicans in Pittsburgh, so you might have to do it on your own. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right. Listen, we enjoyed the conversation. We'll look forward to saying hey to you back in San Francisco. Thanks for coming on the Murph and Marcus Show, and have a great game.
Yeah, thanks, Elliot.
Thank you.
All right, enjoyable. We can reflect on that and get the Sutter Health Report next on The Sports Leader.
the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What a morning with lists and rankings and Elliot Ramos and countdowns. Look at young Tony. Gotta love him feeling his oats, and he had the strong support of a few texters too. So
I mean, it was our list of players 25 and under, aka players that are younger than young Tony.
Yeah.
So I'll let young Tony give some freedom with his list.
Sure, but we had both done ours.
Yeah.
I thought we would follow the same pattern to build the drama.
This kid's going on his own path, Murph.
I'm built different. That's what they say.
All right. He kept trying to use the analogy of when you go to a grocery store, do you get your top item first? We're like, no, I just kind of enter the grocery store and work my way east to west. Actually, what Candace is saying right now is you never go to the grocery store. Are you kidding me? I famously was such a grocery store novice as a kid that my mom, when I was in high school, my mom sent me down to the grocery store to get some pine nuts.
Ooh.
Pine nuts. Would you be able to find pine nuts?
Yeah.
You would?
See, I actually get my own groceries.
Tell 17-year-old Murph that, because I came home with penne pasta.
What?
Yeah. Came home with penne pasta. They're like, what's this?
That has nothing to do with pine nuts.
I'm like, I don't know. I think it's pine nuts.
Oh, man.
So
this is worse than you selling a TV for $5 at your garage sale.
At least I made $5 off of that.
Yeah, true. Now, instead, you lost money on that pasta.
All right. Sutter Health Medical.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
The Giants Health Report is, of course, sponsored by Sutter Health, and today we're taking a look at Patrick Bailey, who actually took an early flight out to Pittsburgh to go meet with concussion expert Dr. Mickey Collins. Now, Alex Pavlovich came on the Papa and Lunch show yesterday and gave us a breakdown of Patrick Bailey's diagnosis from Dr. Mickey Collins.
He was back on Friday. I saw him on Friday, and I was like, that was a long off day, and he laughed. He's like, yeah, and it kind of shows you, one, how respected Dr. Collins is, and two, how important Patrick Bailey is to them. They didn't even want to wait. I asked around, I'm like, why wouldn't you just wait until Tuesday and let him go then? And it's like, well, he got cleared to kind of resume full baseball work over the weekend, and we weren't going to do that unless he saw Dr. Collins. So that potentially buys him, maybe an extra game, maybe 2 or 3 games if he can come back. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back during this Pirates series. I think he's doing pretty well.
Patrick Bailey cleared to resume baseball activities and could be back behind home plate as soon as today. Stay tuned to the sports leader for the Giants lineup coming out later today. And stay tuned for tomorrow morning where we might have an injury update on Blake Snell joining the rotation. But that, of course, is our Giants Sutter Health Report from 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' life easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
All right, what's all the excitement in the studio? We got Wall, we got Danny. What's going on? Why are they all in there?
I just work here.
I know.
This is my spot. This is my office.
What does Baby Huey want from us today? Are you playing? Is there a Green Day ticket giveaway? Is that what's going on? All right. Hey, what did young Tone learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, well, it goes all the way back for setting aside rankings and grocery store lists and all that stuff.
Yeah, young Tony learned which way you should do a list review.
I don't know how we got on this, but it was about...
You guys learned that.
It was about... It's about Norm from Cheers. And did you know about Norm and his entries?
I knew about Cheers, just knowing about the TV show. I never really watched it too much. When it came on at Nick at Night, it was time for me to go to bed. But when I was in Boston this past winter with Mike Holder for the Army-Navy game, we walked past the Cheers bar. But the problem was it was already like 2, 3 in the morning.
The reason why we brought it up is he said he played golf again at his favorite place. And I said, you go to the same place every time? He goes, yeah, they all know me. And I said, are you like Norm from Cheers? And so Norm used to walk into the bar, and there was a greeting and always a one-liner. For example, he'd walk in, and they'd say, Norm. I'd say, what are you up to, Norm? And he says, my ideal weight if I was 11 feet tall. All right, there you go. What's up, Norm? He says, my nipples. It's freezing outside. Or famously, how's it going, Norm? And he says, well, it's a dog-eat-dog world, and I'm wearing milk-bone underwear. All right, so there you go.
That's what they say to young Tony. Tony, what's up? And Tony goes, yeah, my lists start at number 1, Murph.
All right, so there you go. That's what we all learned today. And you are Norm from Cheers at your golf course.
Yeah, it's good to know. By the way, those are some good lines.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Old-fashioned
Pretty
comedy
funny.
writing.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned comedy writing.
Who knew?
All right, guys. Greg Papa in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen, in the flesh.
That's what all the excitement is about.
So let's move it over for Time for a Change. And when Greg Papa's in the flesh, it's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Paul Skeens, my mom is single, bro. I need you.
I don't even remember what I was saying, but he was doing like the
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman.
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Next pitch, Mato swings, line drive, left center, another hit. Scoring is Estrada. Right behind him, Wade. The throw, cut off. Luis Matos does it again. RBIs number 5 and 6. And it's 11-4. The 2-0. Ramos swings, hits a high fly ball, deep center field. It's carrying. Beck is back at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Elliot Ramos to straightaway center. A home run leading off the bottom of the 6th. And it's 4-1 Giants.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your attendance today. I love the conversation Murph and Mac were just having. We'll get into some young guys as the young guys hit the road, and there is a stark difference for the Giants home and road and a stark difference for the starter today, Logan Webb. We shall discuss. You're holding up the Patrick
I'm taking
Bailey.
this guy. How old is he?
24.
I heard Bob Melvin on MLB radio driving in. They have to make a decision whether to activate him today. But we got
That'd
Kurt
be nice.
Casale on the show at 10:30,
Yeah.
John. So you could hold out on Bailey one day. Plus, you got a lefty going, so you want Kurt in there.
We got the media at OTAs today. Tim Kawakami has a list for the Warriors, how realistic the Eastern Conference starts today. I got a couple of things that I went down a rabbit hole on, and we have a ton of things to discuss. And like you said, the guest list today is phenomenal. It's a rip off the knob day. Don't go anywhere. Kurt Casale at 10:30. Susan Slesser, 11:30. She was traveling yesterday, so we'll have her today. Mark Spears was going to join us yesterday, moved to today, which is perfect because for the next 2 nights we have NBA Conference Finals basketball. And Jeff Garcia, who amongst all of those quarterbacks last Thursday at the big Dwight Clark event in San Jose that you were at, he might have been, like if you ranked him, he might have been 4th, but he was number 1 as far as holding court.
4th in career? He threw for more yards than anybody in Niner history in a single. Oh, no, that's not true anymore. Brock Purdy passed him. He's the last 49er quarterback to be a pro. No, that's not true either. Brock Purdy passed him.
So,
I mean,
anyway,
without a doubt.
he's
Of the
great.
80-minute battle of the 4 quarterbacks, he spoke for 40. He was absolutely riveting. I wish he was that good on TV. He'd still be on TV.
Yeah.
Now, you know the reason why he was so critical on television, and he wanted to go into coaching. And I remember when Al brought him in as a backup quarterback with the Raiders, and he clearly was better than Jamarcus Russell. And Al came to me and said, "You going to tell him he's not starting here under any circumstance?" And Jeff just didn't get it. He's just so competitive, and he's still competitive. So can't wait to check in. And we got a good show. Last week we wanted Garcia on immediately. Walter got him on today, and we want Kurt Casale, John, because Logan Webb's pitching today. Patrick Bailey, I think, is coming back at some point, but let's ride that Kurt Casale train for a little while, especially against the lefty Martin Perez. Let Patrick Bailey catch against the guys that throw 100.
You have I'm not going to call it a man crush. This is not an Andrew Luck situation, but a fair amount of admiration for Kurt Casale.
Absolutely. Well, he was here in 2021, and that was the year they won 107, and he caught a lot of games. He had a streak where he caught 5 consecutive shutouts. Who does that? It was incredible. Whenever Buster would leave, The staff actually performed better. We interviewed him virtually after every time on television. He was so interesting. We've had him on the show before. You're going to love him. And I think, we'll get into the conversation about Patrick Bailey and his intellect and under 25 in the Bay Area and Brock Purdy. 49ers are on the OTA practice fields. They were yesterday, but today the media gets to snoop around a little bit. I'm going to go out there and watch it with the Giants playing a day game on Thursday. But I think Kurt Casale was a tremendous high school quarterback in Connecticut. And I think we'll get into it's his mental approach to the game. Obviously, physically, he looks easy when he gets behind the plate. He's like a QB and knows what he's doing pre-snap under center. But I think his preparation really is like an NFL or a high-level college quarterback. I mean, he knew Logan Webb. The other thing is, John, Blake Snell's pitching tomorrow. He knows Blake Snell from their Tampa Bay days. I don't know if he'll catch both days. Maybe then bring Bailey back on Thursday. He's got a clear protocol completely, which I think he's done based on what Bob said. But anyway, yeah, I just appreciate the way Casale does everything, the way he coaches his staff, the knowledge he has. Like the Pirate hitters, he'll have a great scouting report and set up on McCutcheon, on Brian Reynolds. Connor Joe with his foot open, steps in the bucket, and as a right-handed hitter, he'll give it to you all. And then if he is in the lineup tonight, I am predicting 2 knocks for Kurt Casale against Martin Perez, who's that lefty. He's a soft-tossing lefty against the righty. He's going to be away. Whoever the home plate umpire in tonight is going to be critical. If he gives him the Greg Maddox, John Smoltz, just a little bit edge, Tom Glavine, mainly it was Glavine. If he gives him a width of a baseball, if he's hitting it or two and he nicks. But Casale, how many hits does he have just diving out over the plate and just 55, 63-mile-an-hour duck snorts the other way? So I do. I have a full-blown crush on Kurt Casale, and you're the one who brought him up a week ago about bringing him back, and that was at the game last Tuesday when poor Blake Snell was trying. And after a point, you're like, would you go get Kurt Casale, please? And we're going to get Casale here at 10:30.
Yeah, it was ridiculous there, bro. I felt bad for Blake Sable, man. He's not a major league catcher. He's got a nice stick. That's great and everything else, and he can do certain things, but catching's hard, man. And that's why.
You watch Casale for one pitch, and you're like, that's a catcher.
Well, yeah, it just you mentioned this is the calm. You know when you see skittish in any sport or in any situation in life, you can just see skittish. And Blake Sable is skittish. And, Jackson Reitz is the organization's 5th or 6th catcher. I mean, it's unrealistic to expect that. And I think we just take for granted, and I think younger fans or inexperienced fans, whatever you want to call them, casual fans, they don't realize the intricacies of the position. So we just look at, can they hit? Well, if your catcher's really good and your lineup's decent enough, your catcher can hit 200. Like Martin Maldonado is 37 years old. He can't hit a lick, man, but he can catch. And so he's had a 18-year career in the majors. I mean, this is how it works.
There was a foul tip the other day. I think it was Sunday with Jordan Hicks struggling, and Casale with that strong left hand, he just stuck the foul tip right in the glove. It was like nothing, and he gets an out for you just over and over and over again. So there's a lot of things he does well, the setup, just everything, the way he works with a pitcher. I mean, Bailey's great, and we're going to get into the under 25. I mean, after Brock, I'd pick Patrick Bailey without a doubt. The guy's going to be a Gold Glove, Platinum Glove winner as far as setup and everything. If they do go to the universal ABS system, the automated, balls and strikes, and take the home plate umpire out of it, it'll take away some of his genius, but that's not the rule right now. And he's just so good. But Casale gives you where you have high-level catching every day you're out there. So we'll see where it all goes, John. But I do want to catch up with Kurt Casale. We haven't spoken to him, and I guess since he left, they traded him, middle of 22 to Seattle? I don't think we had him on that year, but we had a lot of visits with Casale in 21.
No, he's really smart. And like I said, I guess the over-under, if there was a betting thing around it, is if he gets 2 hits, that's awesome. But are they going to be like 60 miles an hour?
Doesn't matter, John,
under?
as long as he's on base. Jorge Soler, Bob said, is going to continue to lead off, which is interesting. He also said he's going to move Montos up in the batting order because you got a lefty going. So I don't know where he's going to hit him, but he likes the chapstick, Matt Chapman, just going up the middle, hitting cleanup. Yeah. So who knows where they put Montos? Where do you want him? 5th? You want him 3rd? Where do you want him in the order?
I don't know, but in listening to the guys this morning, and all due respect, they both had Matos in the top 5 in the 25 and under. I'd say I'd call it 25 and under. I think 25. When I hit 25 in life, I've never fully matured, but physically or mentally. But age 25, I feel like you should have your stuff together. So I would say under
Really?
25.
Not 30?
I think
Athletically 25.
Yeah, but I think under 25. So, like, and I think they did their list based on that. I mean, you're talking about.
Well, he's
Bailey
under
at
25.
Exactly.
Yeah, Matos
Yeah,
and
all these guys are under 25.
Yeah.
I mean, even Ramos is 24.
Right.
So they didn't go anybody over 25. I'm just saying. And, Brock is 24. By the way, Brock ineligible for the list.
Why?
He's number one. He's the Jerry Rice. Like, there's no
Okay,
debate.
then just give him number one and fill in 2,
that's
3,
what I'm
4,
saying.
5. Why is he ineligible?
Because it's just.
Because he's too good?
Well, yeah.
Well, what about this guy?
There's no debate.
Patrick Bailey's pretty
You
damn
can't-
good as
yeah,
well.
we can't put him ahead of Purdy.
I'm not, but I put him a solid number 2, so they're both ineligible. They're 1, 2.
I just said he's the Jerry Rice, and then we just make 5 after that. Because, my God, that's amazing what he's done. And it's his first off season. I know we're going to talk OTAs a little bit today, but it's his first full off season. How good is he going to be next year? He's already getting jacked and all
I don't
this
know.
kind
He's
of
still
stuff.
going to get less than Trevor Lawrence and Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh, no.
Slow your roll.
No,
What are you, the agent for Brock Purdy? Slow your roll on him, would you?
When I saw Trevor Lawrence get $50 million, I'm his agent. I'm going, hoo. He hasn't done what Brock has done. So that's gonna be a fun one. You think the Brandon Ayuk stuff is a fun conversation? Wait till next year. That's all we're going to talk about all summer.
They'll get
right?
Brock done. They'll get them both done.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, we got a ton to get to today. The guest list is tremendous. Kirk Casale starts at 10:30. Susan Slusser to talk some Giants. She was traveling to Pittsburgh. Surprise! I knew she was going to go to New York, but she is going to Pittsburgh, so she'll be at PNC Park. And then Mark Spears from yesterday to today. He's going to join us at 11:50. Perfect time to talk to Mark Spears because we have the Eastern Conference today, the Western Conference tomorrow. Tim Kawakami made a Warriors wish list, so we'll get into that as well. And again, Jeff Garcia at 12:30. And do remember today, Giants pregame in Pittsburgh, 2:40. So right after we get off the air, you have to just wait 40 minutes to hear the golden tones of Giants baseball. All that to come only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hello, Ramos. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the pressure of making it to the major leagues as a first-round draft pick. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us on a Tuesday edition of the show. It's a beautiful day. One thing, and then we'll talk to Kirk Casale at the bottom of the hour. All well and good, and the young guys playing well, and we're excited. They've won 4 in a row. They swept a series against the Rockies. They're 15-10 at home, +4. But the big difference is they head on the road now. The offense is fairly similar, home and road, but home ERA 3.75, 15th in the league. Road 8-15. They're outscored 124-92, so that's -32. But the big difference has been 5.35 ERA, so 2 runs on the road. And Logan Webb, who's going to pitch tonight, is the biggest issue. 5.92 road ERA, 1.03 home ERA. So it would be a nice time for Logan Webb to snap that.
Well, he hasn't pitched well at Dodger Stadium. He didn't pitch well at Fenway Park. He didn't pitch well at Citizens Bank Park in Philly. And those are, Boston's not Boston anymore. The Dodgers and Phillies are 2 great teams. And he has not pitched well. He said his better outings have been at home, and that's why I think it'll be intriguing. I think maybe the Giants just wait to reactivate Patrick Bailey and let Casale catch him because they have such a great relationship. And he faced the Dodgers in his last outing. He had 6 shutout innings. He had him use his 4-seam fastball more. We'll talk to Kurt coming up at 10:30. If he knows if he's in or not, we'll see if he tells us. And then, would they just activate Bailey anyway and just play him off the bench and ease him in? You do have a day game. And I think the one thing, just watching the Pirates, and Martin Perez is the classic, he's Ty Block, but better. He's been around for a long time, but he's that classic soft-tossing lefty. Why don't they put him in between the 2 hard-throwing righties? I mean, could you imagine him in between Jarrett Jones and Paul Skeens? That would be a difficult matchup, but they're going to go today with him and then go with the 2 hard-throwing righties, and you got Skeens in the daytime. So, today's the day you got to win. Obviously, Giants, I don't know what the numbers are against high-end velocity, but it seems like a lot of their hitters struggle against high-end velocity, and then we'll see if they work them up in the zone. We saw Jarrett Jones at Oracle earlier, John. He just didn't have very good stuff, but he's overpoweringly good. And then you got, obviously Skeens from the low 3/4 angle. So, tonight's game is big because you are facing a lefty that you should be able to put in play. You could have Soler lead off. I think Lamont could still be in there. Wilmer's just not having a very good year right now. Do you say
Is that just
Wilmer?
rhythm because he's not playing enough games, not getting enough at bats?
I don't know. He, in the spring, everything was whack, 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 whack. Did he have an injury? Yeah, he had something early in the year when he fell on the railing. Remember that in San Diego? Mm-hmm. When the Padres, was that the opener? It was one of the early games of that season opening road trip. It was obviously the first 4 games of the year. He just landed on his neck and his back when he tried to catch that foul ball. I think it may have been the Sunday game. And the Padre players didn't help him at all. And just has not. Now, he went back and played defensively after that, and he had no reaction time. A ball went under his glove at first. I don't know. He's not the same guy. But he's still a good hitter. But, that's the role, is to have him in the lineup against left-handed pitching. What do you do with Mike Yastrzemski? You got an interesting situation now with Ramos and Matos. You got the right-handed sticks in, so you're better balanced against left-handed pitching. But, we'll see how it all goes. But the point is, I think the matchup tonight, Logan Webb, your ace, against he's a veteran pitcher, but the 2 hard-throwing young guys are coming behind. You're not going to see Mitch Keller. He just pitched their last game on Sunday, and they won. They took 3 out of 4 from the Cubs, and the 2 young guys won the games on Thursday and Friday at Wrigley, and then Keller won Sunday. So
the only game the Cubs won was 1-0 in extra innings. Bellinger just barely
Pittsburgh's
beat a
offense
tag,
has not been great. They've been a side. That's why I'm saying you
But
really
the
need
pitching.
Logan Webb to pitch well tonight to beat Martin Perez, and then take, who knows, they could hit the two young guys, but I think this is the game to get. The pitching matchup is favorable. But to your point about the road, they've not played well on the road. The last road trip was hideous, and they even lost the last one in Colorado, go 3-7. Boston was not good. They got the last game there. Philadelphia was a disaster. Yeah, I mean, you gave the run differential. They lost 14-3 one game there in the rain when it shouldn't have been even started on time that day on May the 4th, on Mays' birthday, and just got sideways. But so they need to play better on the road. They started to tighten up their game in all regards, starting with the Dodger game on Wednesday and the sweep of Colorado. In other sports, mainly basketball, when young guys go on the road, they tense up a little bit. I don't know if that translates as much to baseball. I mean, it's not like you're going to the Three River Stadium and it's the lumber company and it's going to be 50,000 in there. They like baseball. It's a beautiful yard in downtown Pittsburgh right off the rivers. But it's not, what are they going to have, 15,000, 20,000 there tonight? So you're not going to be overwhelmed. But there is something to, like Montos does not know this ballpark as well, and Ramos. There is an adjustment. So I think that's something to keep an eye
pitching.
on.
I mean, the thing is that at home they're at 4.1 runs. On the road they're 4.0. They actually hit more home runs on the road, obviously, than they do at home. The ERA is 2 runs higher on the road, and Logan Webb tonight has been the biggest culprit of it. But they just haven't pitched. I mean, that's what it comes down to, is they have not pitched on the road. They've scored the same amount of runs. They've hit more home runs on the road. Their batting average and OPS at home 698, OPS road 693. I mean, they've generally been the same offensive team. They haven't pitched. I mean, that's the bottom line. They have not pitched.
Well, I
on the
mean,
road.
San Diego was the first series, and they split that series. The Dodgers they lost a couple of 5-4 games in that series. Ohtani had a home run late.
The Phillies.
The Philadelphia series, you gave up 14. Boston, Logan did not pitch well. The guy who really struggled on his road ERA is Keaton Wynn.
Right.
He had a terrible outing in Philadelphia, and then the one in Colorado where he throws 10 pitches and gives up 6 runs. That's all part. And Casale's veteran presence, knowing these ballparks so well, being around the National League throughout his career, the mounds are different. You have to acclimate. I know the one in Cincinnati with a flat back mound is completely different. This mound is going to be different for, the young guys. One thing is, Blake Snell's going to also make his return,
Wednesday,
which is going to be big. We'll talk to Kurt Casale about that because he knows Blake so well. And the way they used to have, the lefties back-to-back, I was talking about the Pirates, wouldn't it be better served to put Martin Perez in the middle of Jared, the young guy Jones, and Skeens, just to have the lefty soft tosser break it up? I do like, for whatever reason, it happened organically with Kyle Harrison being separated by Blake Snell. They were going back-to-back. So, Kyle, when did Kyle throw over the weekend? So I don't think he's going to go Thursday. Thursday's going to be the Mason Black spot in the rotation. So it's just the way they kind of flipped it around a little bit there and put Mason Black when he came in to pitch on Friday and Harrison went Saturday. I guess Kyle could go on Thursday, but it doesn't sound like they're going to do that. They're going to save him. But just breaking up the two lefties, Blake Snell and Kyle Harrison, I'm in favor of. And they're stylistically different, but kind of similar. Kurt can break it down. And one thing Bob was saying, and obviously we saw it on Mother's Day in San Jose, John, and the folks that watched it in Sacramento on Friday. I mean, the guy's been unhittable. Literally no hits allowed in 9 innings of work and just locked in. They could tell Blake Snell, when he was throwing those bullpens, when the Giants went on the road to Boston, Philadelphia, Blake Snell was throwing bullpens here, like a 20-pitch bullpen and a 50-pitch bullpen. And he said right away, the coaches that were back watching him are like, that's Blake Snell. He's balanced now. He's landing better. Last year he was talking about that heel and getting more downward towards home plate and not as rotational. So they saw it right away, and then you're seeing it, in the rehab starts, the two of them, and then we'll see if he can do it in Pittsburgh. But a lot of it is just young guys don't know the mounds when they go on the road. Logan Webb's pitched on this mound before, and obviously so is Blake Snell.
All right, let's get to it. Coming up next, Kurt Casale, excited to welcome him back to the show. And then in about an hour, we'll talk to Susan Slusher. She was traveling yesterday. She normally joins us on Monday. But old Giants catcher Kurt Casale joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
is in essence a sophisticated heat beam which we call a laser.
It's actually a magical laser, and it's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and it's called CLR. That's the laser. Looked right into it. It was like, hey, custom lens replacement. Now, in the past, I've told you about custom lens replacement, CLR, and the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, because years and years ago, I had a laser procedure, and it's not that it didn't work. It just, I had maybe higher expectations. It was good, but CLR is great, and it's really been life-changing for me. No more walking around the house looking for my glasses like an old man. Where are my glasses? I can't read my phone. It's just, that's no fun. You don't like to do that. And so if you're sick of that as much as I was, there's a free seminar coming up. Free, I tell you. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And all you have to do, it's free, but it's tomorrow at noon, but space is limited, so you do sign up. But again, free. LaserEyeCLR.com. LaserEyeCLR.com. And what they're going to tell you about is, well, first of all, it's a great opportunity to talk to the doctors, Dr. Joseph Ling and Craig Bindi. Dr. Ling did my procedure. And, the difference between CLR and LASIK. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? Financing? How long does it take? I can tell you how long it takes, just minutes. But the bottom line is all the answers to all the questions that you may have so that you can change your life as well with CLR, they will answer. So tomorrow at noon is the time. Space is limited. Register now, LaserEyeCLR.com. Do it now. It's tomorrow at noon. Free seminar at LaserEyeCLR.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
First pitch to Casale. He lines it into center field for a base hit. Matos scores. Ramos right behind him heading home. The throw towards third, and they're going to get Luciano, who just stops well in front of third. He'll be tagged out. but the out comes after Ramos crossed home plate. So give Casale a couple of RBIs.
Joe Rizzo on the call. Everybody's talking about all the young guys, talking Matos and Ramos and all these guys. But the guy who we give credit to is Kirk Casale, right?
They're 4-0 with Casale, John.
He was on our radar. We're like, he's in Iowa.
They were 61 and 29 when he started. It's a year and a half he was a Giant.
That's right. And he's the master of the shutout. We all remember
Casale
that.
is Italian for shutout.
Kirk Casale back with the Giants. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line as the Giants are getting ready in Pittsburgh to head out to PNC Park tonight. So, Kurt, first of all, welcome back. Thank you for joining us on a game day. What's it been like so far? The re-honeymoon period with the Giants.
Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
It's been super fun. I had some of the best year and a half, 2 years of my life in San Francisco in terms of just having fun with baseball and having success as a team. Just love the city, and I kind of keep pinching myself that I get to do it again. So very, very thankful.
Welcome back, Paisano. We love to have you, and just watching you. One catch. I thought, there's Casale. Everything is calm for Logan Webb. But I want to ask you about your football background. You were a very good high school quarterback in the state of Connecticut. Your dad, Lou, played quarterback at Columbia. And everybody says quarterback in the NFL or high-level college football, mainly the NFL because everything in college is from the sideline. But in the NFL, it's the hardest position in American sport. Well, where's catcher in Major League Baseball? And the way you attack the catcher position, to me, is similar to an NFL quarterback and how much they have to download in their brain. So just give me, since you played quarterback, your dad played it, you know the league in the NFL, you know everything you have to do to prepare to catch not only Logan, but all the new pitchers on this staff. You have to go over all the Pirate hitters. I mean, the amount of mental workload you have to bring into a game and a series is very NFL quarterback-like, isn't it?
I mean, I can't compare it to NFL because I've never tried it. Those guys, they get paid a lot of money for a reason because they're responsible for the entire game and they're running the show along with the coaches on the sideline. But I think playing some high school football has definitely helped me. In terms of just like maybe how to read a lineup and so forth. But for me, it's been a long road of learning and failing and then finding out basically how to read swings on a pitch by pitch basis, coming up with a game plan with our pitcher before, and then recognizing based off of the game plan, they have, NFL has opening drive, set plays, for instance. And I'd say it's pretty similar for us through the first time through the lineup. But, baseball is a crazy game, and sometimes it doesn't always go to our plan. You have to adjust on the fly. And, I think I've been fortunate to work with some good people that have taught me how to deal with those circumstances.
So what side, the NFL and all quarterbacks have the wristband on. Well, you have one on yours, and you got the pitch comm, and you're doing it all. Does on your wristband, do you go through like the Pirate hitters tonight, McCutcheon and Reynolds and Connor Joe, and each guy, and there's a quick scouting report how you want to pitch each guy? What's on that wristband?
Yeah. There's little things that I write on there, but our analytics department puts together just like a little cheat sheet and just enough for me to feel safe and comfortable back there. There's also a key for how our pitch comm is working because last week I was using a pitch comm in Iowa Cubs that was coded for that team, and it's completely different than the one that the Giants are using. So basically I've had to relearn all the buttons and try and memorize that and make sure I'm not taking too much time to get the signs in. But it's just enough of information, but not overload for me.
Kirk Casale joining us, of course, back with the Giants as they're in Pittsburgh tonight, and you'll hear that game. Pre-game starts at 2:40 right here on the Sports Leader. So take us through the process of, and I know you've answered this question with media and on TV, but okay. Farhan was on with us and was saying how they called you and you were in Iowa and they said, no, you're starting tomorrow. And I think you thought he was kidding, but you weren't. And so all that information you just had to process, you didn't have a whole lot of time to get, were you in Des Moines, to get from Des Moines to here and know that you've got to download all that information. And although there's a lot of pitchers still on this staff, there's a lot that you didn't know. So that's a lot of work to do. And, oh, by the way, you're starting tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually in Syracuse, New York.
Okay, there you go.
So played. I played that night at Tuesday. Got back in. Was told that I got signed by the Giants, and I was, obviously super thrilled. The 3:30 a.m. wake up call, 6 a.m. flight. Stopped in Detroit, then flew out to San Francisco. And all the while, Logan Webb is texting me, being like you're catching tomorrow, right? Like, you're catching tomorrow. And I'm like, okay. Like, if you want me to, buddy, I'll do my best. And it ended up working out. I think it was fortunate that I got to catch him and not maybe somebody else I haven't, had history with in the past, just because it was kind of like riding a bike. I know Logan to a T. And unfortunately, I know a lot of the guys in that Dodger lineup too. So it ended up being a pretty good situation for me to come back for my first game in a while.
Yeah, and he had to get through that 32-pitch first inning at a bases-loaded situation, but he got out of it. He didn't throw his changeup a lot that start, Kurt. He had more of the four-seam fastball. So just give me your thoughts on his last outing, what you saw from him. And I think we're anticipating that Patrick Bailey's going to come off concussion IL at some point. Are you in the lineup tonight? Are you catching Logan Webb again tonight?
Yeah, I'll be back there tonight. But it's kind of just that game against the Dodgers. We kind of had to adjust. I mean, we ended up throwing a lot more sinkers and four seams and cutters that game than we ever had before. So it's just kind of one of those things where like I said before, you have an opening drive step playlist, but once the game starts, all bets are off, and you just got to kind of play the game. And that's what we were doing.
Kirk Casale joining us. So how many of these guys had you caught before, who you're aware of, and then how many of these guys are like, oh, my gosh, and how difficult is that in terms of learning a new pitcher, learning a new staff?
It's not easy. You'd like to have a whole spring training of games and reps to, build up trust and rapport. But I've caught Logan Webb, obviously. I've caught Camilo Duvall, Jelly, Ty Rogers. I've caught Blake Snell in the past with Tampa. But that's pretty much it. So I'm having to learn on the fly, but you know what? That's what they pay us to do. You got to just and suck it up and go out there and get it done.
Yeah, tell me about Blake. You were there 16 and 17 years, and he, of course, the year after that, after you left and went to Cincinnati, he became the best pitcher in the American League and won the Cy and went 21-5. But what do you recall about catching him, and how do you catch up? Do you watch video of him with the Padres last year or earlier this year with the Giants, or his minor league rehab starts? If you do have to catch Blake tomorrow night, how do you get ready for that?
No, I mean, I've caught him enough in the past. I mean, it's most of the same. I've seen him pitch on TV a bunch, and I've faced him quite a few times, so I know exactly what he needs to do. I mean, he's got a great, high octane fastball, slider, curveball, change, and I'd say all four of them are plus pitches, and you add those up, and you get a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. So he's had a lot of success in this league, and hopefully he's feeling good and ready to come back tomorrow.
How about Patrick Bailey? I don't know how well you know Patrick, but it certainly seems like he's advanced for his age. What are your thoughts on Bailey?
I think he's super talented. I had a little bit of history with him in camp a couple times in 21 and 22, and he's just super astute guy. Works hard back there. He's he's really rewriting the framing and caught stealing numbers. It's been a treat to watch him play, and that's what you got to do when you get called up, for an injury or whatever. If you get called to the big leagues, you got to snatch that job and make somebody take it away from you, and that seems what he's been doing. But I'd imagine he's going to be coming back here pretty soon, and excited to see him play again.
Yeah, it was right around this time a year ago. The Giants called him up from he was only in AAA for 14 games, Kurt, and he flipped the whole season around in his ability. He's like you, but he got there at a much younger player. It's like he's been doing this forever. The irony is, go ahead.
No. You're absolutely right. It's like he's been playing the game for a long time. He just kind of has that demeanor about him and that knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like going back to the quarterback analogy. All these guys are growing up today playing just football and quarterback in the 7-on-7 drills. This, Patrick's been grooming to be a catcher since he was 13, 14 years of age. You see it. But the moment he got here, it was obvious this guy's the number one catcher, and the combination of you and Bailey together is going to be like you were with Buster. But the guy who get kind of nosed out a little bit and wound up being traded to Pittsburgh is Joey Bart. And you guys are in Pittsburgh, and you're going to see your former teammate, and he's starting to settle in. I think the whole thing, he's starting to figure out how to be a major league catcher right now. But just give me your thoughts on your time with Joey as a teammate with the Giants, Kurt.
I love Joey. I think he's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He works hard. He cares. I just think he kind of got put into a tough situation. Being drafted that high, kind of being dubbed as the heir apparent to Buster Posey is pretty much a lose situation. I think in any stretch of the imagination. But I think he handled it like a pro. He struggled. He had some success, but at the end of the day, sometimes you just need to change the scenery, and it seems like it's been working for him in Pittsburgh. I mean, obviously, we miss him in San Francisco, but as a friend and former teammate, I'm happy for him that he gets a new start.
How fun was the weekend in watching these young guys, and especially what Matos did over the weekend?
Oh my God, yeah, it was incredible, especially watching Matos rob homers. I mean, how many times do you see somebody do it twice? But I've never seen that many RBIs in that game span. So that was incredible. I'm happy you got player of the week honors as well. Very, very well deserved. And he was a huge part of our big weekend. I thought Chapman had a great weekend. Yaz is starting to heat up a little bit. Ramos with that big homer and to center field, and everybody else just playing along and following suit. But no, it's always good to get a spark from young guys and get to see them on the base paths and run a little bit.
And you chipped in. You had a 55-mile-an-hour base hit the other way. You came back with an exit velo of 63 the other way. What were they doing from the bench? Logan Webb. I know you had two knocks. Logan Webb was giving you grief on the 55-mile-an-hour one, wasn't he?
Logan Webb needs to shut up. I'll tell it to his face.
Believe me, you just did. That's going to go viral. You're going to tell him that tonight? But I call a four-seam fastball. Throw it, Logan.
After hearing this story, yeah, probably will.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's fun. Part of the fun of being back too, I thought it was cool. You slap one to right, your first at bat there, and then Yaz knocks you home with the 2-run homer. And I know he was texting you right when he heard the news, and he giving you some grief. That's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, we got a good picture out of that too. Our wives got a good chuckle out of it, and it's funny how this game works, and friendships, and being groomsmen at each other's weddings, friends for a long time, and you get to play in the big leagues for a year and a half, and before you know it, you get to do it all again. So I'm relishing the time that we're spending together, and hopefully there's many more memories to be made.
The Vandy boys, Yaz and Casale. Yeah. And I've already called it. I think you're going to have at least 2 knocks tonight against Martin Perez. When he tries to shave that outside corner on you, Kurt, in your opposite field approach, I think you're going to take him to right center all night.
Well, hopefully I don't hit it too hard.
Don't get it. Yeah, don't get pulled over. Hit it below 65. Yeah. Going back to when you were a Giant, what was the injury you had? You had was it a hamate bone or a wrist injury of some kind?
Yeah, when I had my hamate taken out before the 21 season. It took a long time to get good feel for it back. I ended up having to use a different handle that helped out, and then in 22 I pulled my oblique pretty bad, and that was the last time I played for the Giants.
Now I remember you swung the bat much better in the second half. Didn't you borrow Yaz's bat for part of the year to get through that?
I put a big fat grip on it, and then he obviously it says Mike Yastrzemski on it, so I didn't really love looking at that every day. So I would just take a Sharpie and just write out different letters that I didn't like, and you'd be surprised how creative you can get with that.
There's so many letters in Yastrzemski. Can you spell Casale? If you get rid of a few letters in Yastrzemski?
Nah, there's no C in there, but I spelled some other funny stuff. I
bet. We're going to go do that next.
Oh, man.
Kurt, thanks, man. Welcome back. It's great to have you, and we'll see you soon, but good luck in Pittsburgh and the rest of the trip.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, man. All right, there is.
Shut up, Logan, and just pitch.
I'm gonna during the break. I'm gonna write out the word Yastrzemski, and then I'm gonna take letters out of it, play some kind
Can
of.
you
a puzzle
spell
game
Yastrzemski?
And let probably not.
Is there a Z?
Yeah, I know there's a Z.
No, there's not.
Oh, I thought there was.
No, there's no Z.
I thought
there is at the end. At the end.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Yaz.
No,
it's not
Y-A-S.
There's one Z.
Yeah.
One Z.
Yeah, so
There's
anyway,
a onesie.
Well,
remember the Giants had the
what I
onesies?
actually have on right now.
What was that called? The little onesie sleeper, little orange onesie?
I still have those.
I think I have one of those.
You can fit right in that
Feetsy pajamas. Love those.
All right. While I do that, we will get back to a little bit more Giants talk. The guys had a fun conversation today that we'll reset for you. Susan Slusser is going to join us at 11:30. Mark Spears at 11:50. And like we said, Jeff Garcia, fresh off his triumphant, was that last Thursday?
Thursday night.
He is going to join us at 12:30. So we have a lot to discuss as the 49ers are on the field at about an hour and a half or so for OTAs, and the media will be out there. So get ready to get bombarded by the Mats and everybody else that's out there doing.
Is Ayuk there today? Is Jawan Jennings there today?
Those would be not as. But Ricky Pearsall's there. Brock's there.
The rookie better show up.
Yeah. Pop and Lunch sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Center.
Logan Webb needs to shut up.
Hey, good morning to you. If you are looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all the things money related, then please call my good friend and huge Giant fan, Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today at 866-496-2300 or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you've always dreamed of. So call Greg O'Donnell now. Again, 866-496-2300 or online. You can also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. If you missed Kirk Casale, it was a fun conversation. The new old Giants catcher. I don't mean that in a derogatory way.
What is he, early 30s, mid-30s? Kurt's not that old.
No, I'm just saying, like, he was a Giant, then he wasn't a Giant, now he's a Giant.
He's the perfect complement to Buster Posey when Buster was here. Now Patrick Bailey can't play every day, and he said he is going to catch Logan Webb, but I think they're all waiting for Patrick Bailey to be activated, so that is no longer a position of concern, John. I think, honestly, it becomes a little bit of a debate, and we're talking about, when guys get healthy, and things have a way of working out organically in sports. Whatever the sport you're in, God just kind of, you're worried about a glut at what position, and you have to think about it. But, guys get hurt, and it just kind of works out. And you could have 3 catchers on this roster. When they do activate Bailey, this outfielder, McKenna, he's going to be on the roster here. That's why they got rid of Tyler Fitzgerald. And he can be a backup at all 3. But when they do activate, they're going to activate Bailey at some point, and then Blake Snell at some point. So they're going to have to make roster moves if it's Bailey today or they do them both tomorrow. But then what do you do with Blake Sable? Do you keep him on the roster as a half a catcher just in case something happens with Bailey? And I like the bat off the bench, especially a left-handed hitter. And he can play outfield. He's really serviceable. How many guys can be a backup catcher and a backup left fielder? But then what I was thinking of more is when Tom Murphy comes back, and what are we talking, another 4 weeks, 5 weeks? He had a bad knee injury, so it won't be an issue. And Casale, wear and tear may force him to take a respite here. But I guess in retrospect, and we're going to see Joey Bart at some point in this series, their number 1 pick catcher is hurt. Yasmani Grandal's their starter, and I don't know if Joey will catch, Perez tonight, but in retrospect, and how would they know early in the offseason? You don't know. But the Joey Bart we saw in spring training, if you saw him in November, maybe you keep Joey Bart as a backup with Patrick Bailey and you don't go out and give time. And it wasn't like it was enormous money, but still, you got rid of J.D. Davis. You had to make some hard financial calls when you gave Tom Murphy a 2-year deal at $8.5 million. Did you have to do that? And I think right now Joey's by far a better, catcher. And Joey's got a little pop. He's not hitting the ball great. So, but in any way, I think getting Casale back and Bailey and Still, we got to protect this guy a little bit because of the concussion protocol, and he can't play every day. No catcher can. This is what they had in 21 when they had Buster and Casale, with Bailey, your number 1 catcher, and Casale backing him up.
All right, Susan Slusser is going to join us at 11:30. We get more to those thoughts. By the way, Giants thoughts, and we'll get into that under 25 that the guys were talking about this morning. There was a lot of fun. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 as they head off to Pittsburgh. A little NBA stuff as the Eastern Conference gets going tonight and the Western Conference gets going tomorrow night. Tim Kawakami, our friend from The Athletic, wrote about potential names in a piece today for the Warriors. And again, keeping in mind that it's been a stated goal that they're trying to cut at the same time, I'm skeptical that they can do both. Get better, add a name, save money. They seem to be on opposite ends of the spectrum. But names that he has mentioned, Paul George of the Clippers, who's a free agent. Brandon Ingram has been talked about in trade talks. Lauri Markkanen of Utah. Utah's going to be doing a lot of shaking up. They have money under the cap. They have a ton of first-round picks under Danny Ainge. Would they move him? A name that certainly intrigues me because as we're seeing the size of Minnesota, and I like Trace Jackson Davis, but they certainly need more. Jarrett Allen of Cleveland, what are they going to do? Because if Donovan Mitchell says, I don't want a contract extension with you, they may move him, is what the reports say. And then what does Cleveland do? Are they breaking it up? What exactly are they going to do? Brooklyn hasn't shown an inclination to move Mikal Bridges, and lots of teams have tried, but he's on the list as well. And then as we talk to Mark Spears today, a little bit later on in the show at about 11:50, a name he's brought up a ton, and at the trade deadline, DeJounte Murray. Tyler Hero of Miami has been a guy when they've tried to potentially get some guys. Brook Lopez, a Minnesota three-point shooter defender. Jalen Smith, Indiana, a little bit under the radar. Bruce Brown, who was, of course, integral in them winning a championship last year. Isaiah Joe, guard for Oklahoma City. DeAnthony Melton. So he's got mostly big guys, but a few centers in there. Anything intriguing? But the overall question before I get to names is, can they do this? Can they drop money down and add a name to get better? How difficult is that going to be?
Yeah, I mean, the term is star chasing, and the owner's always involved in that. He's also, really involved with the Valkyries and the WNBA team, and there's a lot going on there. I think that without a doubt they're going to pair payroll, whether it's directive number 1 to Mike Dunleavy. It's got to get done. They're getting that done. The question is, how low can they go? Can they get under the second apron? Tim was laying out scenarios. You re-sign Clay, and I think that's the first off-season decision they got to make.
That's going to happen?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what kind of offer he gets. I mean, really, have they really significantly begun to talk until Clay, gets offers? Whether or not Orlando's in the mix or other teams are in the mix. When you were out a couple of weeks ago, we had Bobby Marks on, and we went into it all. And Orlando's got a lot of money. I wonder about the Lakers. Who knows what it'll be? I think they come in a good number for him, and it may be higher than you think. But if if it's higher than you think to satisfy him, then you're not going to be able to get under the first apron. You may be able to get under the second apron. So, the star chasing and going after, a lot of owners around the West have tried that, and it just has not worked, obviously. Dallas figured it out by bringing in Kyrie Irving, with Luka Doncic, and now they brought defenders around him. So when I look at it, I mean, if you got Paul George and just put him on the roster, where would that put the Warriors in the Western Conference? You'd be in the top 4. Would you be able to beat these teams and win the West? Maybe. But it's going to cost you a lot of money, and then you're going to be over the tax line, so multiply that all by whatever the penalty is. You're just talking enormous money. So, and then we had the report. Let me ask you, and some of these names are more intriguing than others, obviously. I like Jared Allen's defense, but he's a complete non-shooter. His salary's flat for a couple of years, which works. But in any scenario outside of Paul George, because, he could be a free agent, but almost everybody believes that he's going to re-sign with the Clippers because he's from L.A.
Right.
And his mom's not well, and that's the whole reason he got out of it. He was an Indiana Pacer. This team's in the Final Four. He pissed off the owner there, Herb Simon.
They've got a new arena. They're not cutting payroll. So if he wants to leave, that's one thing, but they're not going to get outbid.
Well, I don't know if they're going to give him a super max, though, because they didn't give it to Kawhi. So he may have to. They can pay more than anybody because they have his bird rights. But I don't, based on what they did with Kawhi, I think they're going to try to fit him into the same similar contract. Maybe not exactly the same, but similar. But he has a $48.8 million player option for next season that he's probably going to opt out on. And then it's the question, which, max contract will they sign him to? But outside of him, most of these guys you're going to have to trade players to get.
Same with George, because it's going to be a sign and trade. I mean, you're going to have to do something. He's not going to just sign straight out.
Right. So then we heard the report last week that that Kuminga's untouchable. Now, what does that mean? I mean, obviously, if you're
unless it's the right guy.
Well, if you're offered Victor Wembanyama, you trade him, but you're not going to. Pop's not offering that, or RC's not doing that. But if they, and I believe I would be of that where you're going to have to make me an offer I can't refuse. It's going to be blow me away, or I'm not giving him up. I think they're in the mindset. They're going to kick the tires on all these guys because that's what they do in the star chasing. It's going to cost you, but I think their real goal is to try to cut that payroll in half, which is a lot of money in savings. Can they really get under both lines? Probably not. And then this is a year to develop your core 4. And I don't know if we're going to call them that. But I think the younger lottery picks that you've had some years, Jonathan Kuminga has tremendous room to grow. So does Moses Moody. And the 2 rookies last year, Pajemski just got a nice honor yesterday, making All-NBA rookie first team. Trace Jackson-Davis, he got the most votes of anybody that did not make the second team. So really, he's an All-NBA third-team rookie. They just don't name a third team. So he had that kind of season. And I think all 4 players, to me, you draft and you develop. You drafted the guys, these 2 young guys, wow, they made it right away. It took Kuminga and Moody a long time. Now develop them into really good players. And I think, how do you do that? All 4 guys need to go hang with Steph Curry and Brandon Payne and just learn shooting, dribbling, passing. Boom, boom, boom. They know how to play the game. Kuminga's learned it. I think Moody knows the game. The amount of basketball Trace Jackson Davis played at Indiana the last 2 years with Mike Woodson, and obviously Pajemski didn't play much in the Big Ten, but at Santa Clara. Steve comp Pajemski to Austin Reeves. Is he going to be able to shoot the ball off the dribble like that? To me, he's more of a catch and shoot and a load guy. But you get him in the gym. That's what he is right now. Now you develop them. These guys get better. Spend a summer. You don't have to go with Steph every day because he's insane. But do what De'Aaron Fox did last year in Clay. Go spend a week with him and just get the drills. And then maybe go visit Brandon Payne yourself and just learn because they know how to play. They've played with Steph. They know how to play off the ball. Trace Jackson Davis knows how to set a screen. He knows how to roll. He knows how to rotate defensively with Draymond. They know how to play basketball. Now rev it up and become more skilled. Trace Jackson Davis, now don't always be a pick and dive. Can you be an occasional pick and pop? Can you learn to, stand outside and make a jump shot? Can Pajemski really become Austin Reeves? Can you imagine if you have that guy where he's the primary ball handler in a pick and roll and he creates a shot, movement shot off that action like Reeves does? Whoa. And then if Kuminga just speeds up his game, don't load it low and slow, get it off, and then really become a three-point threat. If he becomes a three-point threat, then he is Jaylen Brown. And then Moody likewise, just too slow. So I want to see where those guys, I think that's where they're at. Now, if they get offered, a star, the one guy I'm looking at in these Final Four, and I don't even think they were in on him, but if they would have gotten Pascal Siakam, it's a whole different level player. That's where Indiana took the Knicks apart. They had no one to guard him without Mitchell Robinson, and I'm not sure Julius Randle could have guarded him, but they had Josh Hart's not guarding him at his size, and he was just so definitive to just go right into his chest. The guy can run. I want to see John tonight, he against Tatum. And both ends of the floor, because when Siakam's right, he can guard that guy, and obviously, let's see Tatum be forced to guard him. I mean, middle of the year, we talked about Siakam. Remember, he came in that Sunday night, and he dwarfed Kuminga. He was so much bigger and assertive. It's like, whoa, this is the guy that beat the Warriors in the 19 finals? He wasn't that big. He was long and lanky like OG Anunoby, but now he's a grown man, and you can't deal with him. If they could have gotten that guy, then I'm in, because I think right now Indiana's got pieces around him, but he took them over the top. I don't know who's quite out there. I think they'll make additions in the offseason, and they're going to make subtractions. Can you move Paul for a lesser contract player? I think it's going to be more. What I want him to do is, be in on the Stars and Star Chase, but really do what Dallas did. Go get Gafford. Go get P.J. Washington. Go get, springy, lively defenders that can rotate and get more athleticism, more length, more size. We'd have to go through all the rosters. J.D. mentioned John David Dickinson, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Is he available with the Lakers? Do you want him?
With the Nuggets, yeah.
Now, pardon me, with Denver. I think of him with the Lakers before. Would they let him go? I think they need him, but can they afford him? He's a lock and trail on the ball defender. There are not many guys that do both. He guards the ball, and then when that guy with the ball, if it's Steph Curry, he starts coming off pin downs and curls, he can lock and trail and defend him. That's a special defender. He would help you. You bring him in. Clay may not be finishing games as much. That, to me, is the kind of guy. Now, is Denver going to let him go because he's a key part of a team that right now lacks a bench at all? They need him in the starting lineup playing 35, 40 minutes a night. I think that's the kind of player like what Dallas did at the All-Star break or right around the trade deadline that got them so much better defensively.
Well, I think the big question here is part of it is what Tim wrote, which is he puts all the names down and everybody loves the names. But the bigger question is, if you're the Warriors, okay, you're saying that Kuminga is untouchable. Let's just say for the sake of this conversation that he is, because obviously if they get offered guys, nobody's untouchable. If you get offered certain guys, you would trade Kuminga. But then who are they going to make available? Okay, they're going to make available Wiggins. Well, Wiggins is, I think we've talked to Bobby Marks and everybody around the league. He's a net negative right now. So you're selling that stock low. Okay, what's he going to get you? What's Paul going to get you? What is that contract? You don't really want to move Pajemski. You don't want to move Trace Jackson Davis. You probably need to get size, youth, athleticism, like you said on this team. So given the pieces that you're willing to move, which it seems to me like it's Wiggins, you don't have a whole lot of picks, Paul's contract, realistically, what's that going to get you? Because it's all fun and everybody likes to talk about it and everybody likes to play GM for their team, but they don't think about what they're giving up. And who wants Wiggins? And who wants Paul's deal? Like, I don't know that they have because they don't have a lot of picks. They don't have a lot to move. So does somebody think that Wiggins can still be unearthed even though he went to Minnesota?
I would be first in line to trade for Andrew Wiggins.
Most people wouldn't, though. I mean,
people that know basketball. So, I would have to go back in the history, who knows him from his previous stops. I don't know. I mean, people that know the game, they'd want to know why he has underachieved since 2022. But teams that value defense and, Michael Malone, would probably want to go get him, I think. Tim Connolly with the Timberwolves, I think, would look at him. When I look at the finals right now in the West, are these the two best defensive teams in the West? Minnesota clearly is in the league.
Dallas has gotten a lot better.
Dallas, since they redid their if look at their numbers. I don't know if they're exactly the best, but they play great defense. So what do you do with those teams? You got to get better offensively to score on them, and you got to get better defensively to keep up with them.
That's always the worst thing is defensively. Nobody talks about it, but defensively is where it's at, is that, look, at Draymond's age, you can't ask him to do as much. Trace Jackson-Davis is a nice player, but we're looking in the Western Conference. Minnesota is got a ton of size, and it's almost like after the bubble and Anthony Davis dominated and the Warriors went out and got James Wiseman. Obviously, that didn't work out, but it looks like in the West, Denver's still going to be there. Jokic's size. Oklahoma City is big up front. You start looking at the teams that are on the rise, they've all got pretty good size. So I'm not saying go out and overdo it and get a young guy like Wiseman or something, but the names that are on here, I don't know that they could afford or would want Clint Capella. The Hawks are going to draft a big guy at number 1. Like, what do you do to address your size?
Well, it's not just size, though, at 5. It's size everywhere. Mm-hmm. I think Trace Jackson-Davis could play 5 in the NBA, being starter on a really good team. It's Draymond then playing 4, and Draymond's a very good 4, but he's undersized. Then Wiggins is a good size 3. When you do bump up and Draymond goes to 5 and Wiggins goes to 4, you're smaller. They're small across the board. They're small at 1, 2, and 3. They're the smallest team in the NBA. What were they, 6'5.5" average? So it's not just, Pajemski's a hell of a good rebounder for a guard because he has a nose for the ball. Steph Curry's a really good rebounder for his size. But ultimately, you get worn down. I think they need more size everywhere. They need to be bigger across the board. They're just watching them. They're unathletic. When you watch them live, it's different than TV. When I see them live, it's like, whoa. They are unathletic, and they're small. That's hard to overcome unless you have a great system and you move the ball and you break people down, or you're just really skilled. You got great skilled players. Luka Doncic is slow as hell. The Joker, Nikola Jokic, is slow as hell. Those guys have incredible skill, and they use their size across the board. So I think when you're looking at this, those two teams in the West can defend. I think they're 1-2 in the conference in defense since Dallas redid their roster. So how do you score on them? You got to move the ball. You got to move bodies. And then on the other end, the Warriors used to just lock up everybody. It was Unleash Rocco. They don't guard like that. They did a little bit when they got Wiggins playing like Wiggins and they got Draymond back and they were able to get Trace Jackson-Davis there, John. But for a while they defended. Then ultimately they broke down. But it's when even Sacramento, their length on the ball just took the Warriors out of that play-in game. So when I look at it, and I know the one line Mike Dunleavy had, we had a tremendous amount of data based on watching our team play and the games. They saw what they saw for a long period of time. Was it the 19-24 team or the 27-12 team? He knows. He told you, I know who my team is. And I think what he's saying is, I would not advise the owner to have a $400 million payroll. Steve was like, it's a great time to pare the payroll. The owner has said that. So I think they realize they could chase one of these stars, even if you landed one. Is that going to get you over the top? I don't think they're one star player away unless that one star player is, the Joker or Jason Tatum or someone. You're not getting that guy. So I think they have enough. The optics are there for them to know who they are, and I think they're being realistic.
All right, can the Warriors both par payroll, cut back, and yet get better? That is going to be the big question of the offseason. Tim Cobb-Combing's got a piece on a wish list. You have one as well. Hit us up, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call in line the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get back to baseball coming up next. The Giants are in Pittsburgh. The home road splits are ugly. We'll get into that too. Plus, we'll get into some youth talk. And then Susan Slessel will join us at about 11:30. She is live at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. That in about 15 minutes. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dave Fleming. Flem joined Tolbert and Carly yesterday. He was in for Adam Culpin discussing seeing the Scotty Scheffler arrest on Friday. He was just feet away from that. He talked about Luis Matos being the NL Player of the Week. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all of your tax issues, even when you have unfiled tax returns. Steve, what do the listeners do?
They call us. You know, this is a problem that just hits so many people in all walks of life. And usually people don't file a return because they didn't have the money to pay the first year. Then the second year rolls around, the person says, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. And it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. Always looking over your shoulder, wondering, is today the day when the IRS agent shows up at your work or your home or cleans out your bank account or seizes your income? You don't have to live like that. And the number 2 reason people don't file returns is they don't have their records. That's okay too. We'll go ahead and contact the IRS in the state for you. We get all the records they have on you. Then we'll file the returns that need to be filed. And if you can't pay, that's okay. We'll make a deal for you. And then you can have a normal life with your tax problems behind you. All that you have to do is just pick up the telephone, call us for our free attorney-client privilege consultation.
Call right now. 888-TAX-DEAL. Steve will help you out. Unfiled tax returns, can't pay your taxes. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
He was back on Friday. I saw him on Friday, and I was like, that was a long off day, and he laughed. He's like, yeah, and it kind of shows you, one, how respected Dr. Collins is, and two, how important Patrick Bailey is to them. They didn't even want to wait. I asked around, I'm like, why wouldn't you just wait until Tuesday and let him go then? And it's like, well, he got cleared to kind of resume full baseball work over the weekend, and we weren't going to do that unless he saw Dr. Collins. So that potentially buys him, maybe an extra game, maybe 2 or 3 games if he can come back. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back during this Pirates series. I think he's doing pretty well. But I think on this road trip, certainly.
That was Alex Pavlovich. He was on the show yesterday. In about 10 minutes, we'll talk to our good friend Susan Slussers, so do not miss that. We've already had Kirk Casale on the show, and if you missed that, go to KNBR.com. One thing struck me today, injuries are an excuse or an explanation, but one thing certainly did strike me today. I was looking at the game notes from yesterday for the Giants. I had some questions about a couple of things, and they always keep charts and everything on there. There are 13 players right now for the Giants that are on the injured list. I counted up the games. They've had 5 players not even play a game this year, guys like Robbie Ray, Alex Cobb. They've missed 380 total games, these guys. And we all know the names, Ahmed and Bailey and all these kind of things. And I mentioned Conforto and Cobb and Jung-Hoo Lee and all these kind of things. But as you look at this whole thing, excuse, explanation, however you want to talk about it, how big is the injury issue to you with the Giants? With 13 right now on the list.
Why? But they had 8 in 11 days. So for most of the year, yes, the Alex Cobbs and the Robbie Rays,
which we knew,
and the Tristan back, and Ethan Small, and going back earlier in the year, and to some degree Blake Snell. They're all pitchers for one thing, and they were products of what you inherited. You traded for Robbie Ray knowing he's not going to pitch till the All-Star break or thereabouts. Alex Cobb, we got optimistic, and Susan will join us coming up at 11:30 from Pittsburgh, and she's tight with Cobb. She wrote the most about his rehab and coming back from the hip, and
we all got excited.
And now they shut him down completely. I mean, what are we looking at? Who's coming back earlier, Cobb or Robbie Ray? We were asking before who's coming back earlier, Cobb or Snell. Obviously, it will be Snell. But then the position players are a whole different category. And they all began to crop up together. You were relatively injury-free. Wilmer took the tumble in the dugout in San Diego, but he didn't go on the IL. But then, that trip to Philadelphia, you lost, 2 catchers in back-to-back games. On Friday night, Bailey gets concussed, and the next night, Tom Murphy going for a ball, hurts his knee. How does that ever happen? And then at the end of that game, Jorge Soler in his swing, right shoulder strain, he goes on the IL. Nick Ahmed in the previous homestand takes a line drive off his wrist, tries to play through it, was obviously not himself, had to shut it down. And then you had that weekend series against the Reds where Slater smacks the wall, Conforto rounds the bag at first and pops a hammy, and Jung-Hoo Lee slams the wall and dislocates his shoulder. So, and then Bailey also goes back into concussion protocol after coming back to catch 1 game. So I think early in the year, you were relatively position player, injury-free, and then Philadelphia, it all breaks loose the next weekend against the Reds. So I think there's 2 segments. I think the word I used yesterday is survive. They have survived all of this. Ineffectiveness, Chapman's just not been himself, and Soler, the 2 guys offensively, they're coming out of it. And, Bob was talking, Soler's hitting the ball really hard. And I think he hit the ball hard earlier, but he wasn't coming through in clutch situations, obviously. It was amazing how many RBI chances he had, and what do they have, like 4 RBIs? He's got 5 homers and 8 RBIs, but he's got more now. But he's hit the ball hard on Sunday. It was close to being a home run his first time up. I mean, he's really starting to scald the ball. And I think he's got his balance back. He's not trying to pull everything. So, it's funny how Bob tries to get guys going. Solaire's been struggling. Chapman's been struggling. So what does he do? He leads off with Soler, and he hits Chapman fourth. And it's like, I know you're struggling, but I know who you are. I'm not going to pull you out of the lineup. I'm going to do that's what a good manager does. I know who you are. And if you don't hit, we don't hit. If we don't hit, we don't win. If we don't win, I get fired. So, I mean, I'm sticking my neck out for you. Soler, you're leading. I mean, the one guy you want to have the most at-bats in the game is Jorge Soler. I still don't know why Lamont Wade Jr. doesn't lead off, but the most important hit in the lineup is second. But in any event, they've survived this, and now they're looking to come out of it a little bit. And when you had these injuries, it could be a good thing. Would Matos be playing the way he's playing? Right? He would not be the player of the week if Jung Hoo Lee, and we don't want Jung Hoo Lee to be hurt and so severely. To have a season-ending shoulder injury like that is not good, and how will that impact his swing when he comes back? But Matos has got now a chance. Ramos has got a chance because Conforto's hurt. So I think they've been able to survive. And Luciano's got a chance now that Nick Ahmed is hurt. Now, go on the road, young guys. Trey Hombre, let's see what you got. You got to go to Pittsburgh. New York's not going to be nice to you. Come back and face the 2 best teams in baseball at home in Philadelphia and New York. So, to me, I think they've survived along the way. The Dodgers are good. We know they're good. But the Padres and the Diamondbacks are beatable.
Yeah.
They're mediocre. I mean, look at the win total of the number 3 wild card team the last 2 years. What did Philadelphia win? 87 2 years ago, won the pennant. Arizona last year won 84 and won the pennant. They beat the Braves. They beat the Phillies got there. They beat the Dodgers. Last year they beat the Phillies. They got to the World Series out of that number 3 hole. So it's all still there. So I think to this point, they have survived. They finally got a winning streak rolling. Now let's see if they can keep it up. And at some point, we'll talk to Susan. You are going to get Patrick Bailey back in this series, maybe as soon as tonight, as Alex Pavlovich told us. And then the other thing when you start to lock in, John, is Blake Snell. You need Blake Snell to be Blake Snell. And that's why I went to San Jose on Mother's Day. I was wanted to watch him. And it's just the catcher never moved. It was just boom,
and that's
boom,
what Friday
boom.
was, too.
I wasn't there to watch it, but the numbers showed that. The video I saw showed that. Bob was saying when he had his bullpens before he had the rehab assignments, they could see it. He was back in balance. Maybe it was the groin injury. I don't know what it was, but he looked himself. So will he go out and just have a great outing against Pittsburgh? Well, we'll see. But you're getting Bailey back, and now you get Blake Snell back, and you go Webb, Snell. You still got to figure out that open spot. Where, do you want Mason Black? You want to go opener? But then you got Kyle Harrison. You got Jordan Hicks. You can. This is
now it's coming together.
They already got a winning streak, and they pitched. Their starters were mediocre over the weekend. They weren't going deep into the game. Mason Black was not good Friday. Kyle was okay, and Jordan Hicks was sick on Sunday. And the other part of it is when the Giants win, and we win big, their bullpen is locked down. This bullpen, is Sean Jelly really this good? Is Eric Miller really this good? On top of Ryan Walker, the Rogers, Luke Jackson's back, and obviously Camilo Duvall. They got so many arms. Is there a point where you try to put Jelly back into the starting rotation or just leave him where he is with his cutter? I mean, I guess I agree right now, but that bullpen is locked down. Now you start to get Webb, Snell, Harrison, Hicks on a roll. That's how you continue to win games consecutively.
All right, let's talk to Susan Slusser, our friend. Normally joins us on Monday. She was traveling yesterday, so we're going to get into all the young guys, what they did over the weekend. Can they keep it going? And again, the home and road splits are alarming. Can they start winning on the road? We'll get into that as the Giants take on the Pirates. 2:40 pregame show, and you'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa back after another fabulous night on my sleep number bed. I may have hit double digits in hours of sleep, and that's usually a week for me. I got it on one night only. So Sleep Number beds, obviously, quality sleep is important. Your reaction time, your recovery time, your performance, and the best sleep you get it on a Sleep Number bed. I think you've heard NFL players talk about it. It's a game changer for quality sleep. It's been for me for years now, and you get the adjustable firmness on each side. Only Sleep Number smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and feature cooling layers for more comfortable sleep. So you can get one right now. In fact, you got a sale to take advantage of. You can get a Sleep Number limited edition smart bed going on during Sleep Number's Memorial Day sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery when you add any base. And they're great people to work with. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. I went in-store a number of years ago, and they took care of me so cordial in their service. So if you want more on the J.D. Power rankings, the 2023 award information, you can visit jdpower.com/award. So pick yourself up a Sleep Number bed, only available to you at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
What's going on? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Tuesday edition of the show. We usually talk to Susan on Monday. She was traveling to Pittsburgh yesterday. She's going to be at PNC Park. She's going to head off to New York. She joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good. How was travel? Everything good?
Well, I will let you try to decide.
Well, I love reading you for the baseball, but also for the travel, too. Yeah. It's great.
Yeah. I fly out of SFO, and I was on United. So you guys can tell me whether my flight left on time or not.
You got there. You're there. You're there.
I got here.
Okay.
Yeah. No, my incoming plane apparently was hit by a bird strike because all sorts of weird stuff now happens at SFO, and so we were delayed like 3 hours. But I'm here.
You're here, and it's a beautiful ballpark, PNC, and it'll be a good series. And they are going to get some people back, so let's just start there. It sounds like at some point during this series, Patrick Bailey is going to be taken off concussion IL. Suze, we just had Kurt Casale on. He did say he's going to catch Logan Webb tonight, so I don't know if they're going to do it tonight or wait for tomorrow. So what are your thoughts on is it, you think it's going to be the first game of the series, and if Bailey will definitely come back and be available at some point during this 3-game series?
That's definitely the hope, but I do think with a sort of a concussion that's been a little bit lingering, perhaps, we never really got a clear picture of whether it was a virus or the concussion. They wanted to be careful. But I do think it's a check-in with him daily kind of thing. And you want to see how he does after a coast-to-coast trip. You know, that can affect concussion kind of things. So probably a little TBA. I would think maybe more likely tomorrow. I would think that they've brought, at least an extra guy just in case. Just because, you want to be careful. It's his head, like he keeps saying. And so we talked about this earlier. He's in each, September he had a concussion, and in April he had a concussion. That's a kind of a scary trend.
Susan Slusser joining us from Pittsburgh as the Giants head off to PNC Park. 2:40 for the pregame right here on the Sports Leader. The weekend, just Luis Matos and winning player of the week and just, scoring runs. And the Rockies were hot, so you can't really say, hey, I know they're not really good, but they were hot coming in. Just how fun was it at the ballpark with the young guys? Ramos hitting his first home run. It seemed like a ball out there.
Yeah, I love it. Everybody kept saying it felt like the Giants needed something to give them a lift, to give them a boost. And my goodness, did Luis Matos do that? The young guys have kind of given them some energy. I think low-key Kurt Casale has kind of helped. The guys know him. He's kind of an adult in the room type, and bringing him back, I think, is really helpful for a team that was kind of wobbling when he showed up. Not even that was definitely wobbling when he showed up. I think that they are trending in the right direction. I think what we're learning about Matos is that he can be pretty streaky, but when you've got him streaking well, you better take advantage of it. He can carry a team, apparently, when he's on a hot streak. But, this is what we saw all spring. Goes down to the minors, does almost nothing in Sacramento. Comes back up, and he's hot again. So we know we can hit at this level. We'll have to make adjustments. You have to hope you just ride the hot streak as long as you can.
Well, 16 RBIs in a week. I'd say he's pretty hot, and he went off over the weekend. And the other guy who's been, I think in all regards, and he did come up a couple of days earlier than Matos, is Elliot Ramos. And the throws he made against the Reds, gunning out runners at second base, the plays he made in left field. We just didn't see it because we thought, is Matos going to make the club out of spring training? Is Luciano going to make the club? With Elliot Ramos, Suze, he went down so early in spring training, he was never a consideration. So just give me your thoughts on where he fits now and what happens when Conforto comes back, where he fits long term, because of all the young guys, he's a little bit older, and he's contributing in a number of different ways.
Yeah, I think the real consideration will be when Slater comes back, because they've also added Ryan McKenna, who will be joining them today, I presume. He's a right-handed hitter. Elliott's obviously right-handed. Austin Slater's right-handed. At some point, they have to make a decision probably on Elliott when Slater comes back, I would think. but maybe not. Maybe if McKenna goes out, but then Conforto becomes a consideration. So McKenna's going to have to show a little bit something here too to stick on this roster as some of the injured outfielders come back. I love Elliott. He has worked his behind off. He's done everything the right way. I think he has it in him to be a really solid big league outfielder who has a decent career. I think we're seeing that. I would love to see him stick. Will he? I suspect no for this season, but he will be back. And I think somebody that we will see for a long time, a la, Yaz and Slater. I think he'll be a kind of a backbone piece for this team. He's a really underrated player.
Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe it's just physically and his stature. He reminds me of Yoenis Cespedes a little bit. And Bob knew him there. Do you see any of that, or he doesn't quite have the overt tools and the throwing arm and the power that Cespedes had?
He's a little smaller. He's like a mini Cespedes, but I can see what you mean. Built the same. The swing is a little reminiscent. I can say it has some of the same skills. I think he's a better outfielder. He certainly has better concentration and focus in the outfield. Cespedes could lose that from time to time, and one of my favorite players ever. I absolutely loved watching that guy play. Loved covering him. But I think Ramos does a few things better that just doesn't quite have that sheer power. He's not going to be winning, multiple home run derbies, for instance.
I don't know if this has been discussed. Obviously, the home and road splits are huge, 15-10 at home, 8-15 on the road. But I was looking at this morning. The offense isn't really that different, but the ERA on the road is 5.34. At home, it's 3.75, and there's no bigger culprit than tonight's starter, Logan Webb. He's got a 1.03 ERA at home and a 5.92 on the road. And obviously, there are a few games where he absolutely struggled. And Logan's great. He's a tremendous leader, but he's got to start pitching better on the road. Is there anything you can point to where is it just bad luck, or that just Logan Webb just hasn't pitched well on the road?
Some of it's schedule, He faces on the road. He faces the Padres and the Dodgers out of the gate. It seems like he's the first one in for every tough series. It's not always easy. Working with a lot of different catchers.
Right.
That's been recently. That's been some of it. He was just not happy with his stuff overall, though, that first month. And I think he feels a little bit better where it is, and so much of pitching appears to be confidence. You want to feel conviction with every pitch. I think he's gotten back to that point. I don't think he was going oh no, what do I even throw? But I do think he's got a little bit more of that sort of Logan Webb, I am taking command of this game kind of demeanor that we usually see from him.
Well, it's nice to have Logan go tonight and then follow him up with the guy that beat out Logan for the Cy Young in the National League, a second place and a first place finisher in Blake Snell. So you were in San Jose, as was I, on Mother's Day to watch him just pound the catcher's mitt over and over and over again. And then he did it again on Friday in Sacramento. I think he's up to like 60 on the mound and 15 extra in the bullpen. So just give me your thoughts on what you expect from Blake Snell as he re-enters the Giants rotation tomorrow.
Oh, I think everybody feels great about where he is. He did what he didn't do the first time and went down and got in a little bit of work. He feels good. Again, this is kind of a conviction thing. The one potential wrinkle here is he and his wife are expecting their first child here like any day.
Ooh.
I think he's good. Yeah, I think he's good to go tomorrow. But, that's not necessarily a given. If something suddenly happens, I think the plan probably is for him to leave the day after, but keep a little bit of an eye on that from a pitching standpoint. I think, he looks sensational, like nine hitless innings. I don't care what the competition is, and back to his strikeout ways.
We've seen Jones. He didn't pitch as well as maybe he normally would when he was here, but Paul Skeens. This thing's a couple of days away, but Giants hitters against that kind of velocity. I did see the Cubs game. He struck out 7 of the first 9. He goes 6 no-hit innings. I guess they haven't started buzzing about him. He's a couple of days away, but just the way that they're going to approach these next 2 pitchers for the Pirates.
Yeah, I think that's you're probably at least the first time through the lineup going to want guys to be maybe a little bit more patient, especially with Skeens. They haven't seen him. You want to get a good look. You want to see what you're dealing with. You can watch as much video as you want, guys always say, but it's not until you get into the box and actually see what the pitches are doing. a little bit patient might help where this offense is right now. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this kid. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? What a tremendous talent! It just jumps out at you as right away, potentially an all-star type pitcher.
I mean, you're looking at two of the hardest throwing right-handers in the game, in Jones and Skeens. They're going to pop 99, 100 consistently, and the Giants got a couple of guys that struggle with high-end velocity. Mike Yastrzemski and Matt Chapman have struggled. That's why I think they got to hit Martin Perez tonight, especially Chapman being a right-handed hitter. And a word about him, I know you spoke to him after his weekend, and obviously, Matos went off, but Matt Chapman had back-to-back games where he was 7 for 8. And it looked like he was looking to go up the middle of the field a little more. They did give him a little more breaking pitches. But as you wrote, this is the guy, this is who he is. And Matt Chapman had those 7 hits over 2 days. So after you spoke to him, it just seemed like he was pressing a little bit too much, Suze. Has Chapman settled down a little bit in the orange and black, do you think?
He was definitely pressing. It's not often, you guys know, that a guy flat out says, yeah, I'm putting too much pressure on myself. And he said, I put more pressure on myself than anyone in the world. So he was feeling it. He wants to play. He really wanted to be in San Francisco, which is the main takeaway. He was this was the spot. He was absolutely targeted. He really wanted to come, really wanted to play for Bob Melvin again, loves the Bay Area. So he wanted to get off to a good start. And then when you don't, you start really, he's over swinging. Like all the metrics, right? Like the swing was as fast as just about anyone in baseball. The contact was hard. He was just missing the barrel. The stats that really jump out were not hitting the sweet spot, not barreling balls, but hitting balls, just smoking balls. And then the other day gets a bunch of hits, and only a couple of them were over 90 miles an hour exit velocity. And he was like, yeah, I guess I don't have to swing quite that hard to get good results. So he's feeling a lot better about himself. I think that pressure kind of comes off after a couple of days like that. Soler comes off the IL. He looks a lot better. When you got Matos doing what he's doing, it helps everybody in the lineup. He's not going to keep doing that. Of course he's going to cool off at some point. But you hope at that point everybody else has kind of gotten the bats going and it's somebody else's turn. That's what a good offense does.
If you follow Susan Slusser on social media, and you should, if you go to @Susan Slusser right now, you can see a beautiful picture, a flag of Joey Bart flying outside of PNC
That's
Park.
why you went to Pittsburgh.
That's why.
To jump on the BART train. That's why you went.
That's why. I do love Joey Bart.
Yeah.
Yep. This is his town now.
I like it. You've been to all the yards. I think Oracle's the best. I love the backdrop of it. Everybody's got a different opinion. My son was born in Pittsburgh, so his first game was at PNC, so we kind of have a soft spot for it. But I think it's an underrated yard. Where do you put PNC as far as all the parks you've seen?
Oh, this is my favorite. Yeah, by far. I love this ballpark. There's no park that has a better view, even Oracle Park, even from the upper reaches. This is just beautiful. It's a really spectacular park. I've walked around a lot of this stadium. Like the seating is good everywhere. They really designed it so well. It's just so different. I mean, Oracle is right there. Safeco's right there. Fenway, Camden, Wrigley. And people aren't going to like it. I love Dodger Stadium too. Those for me, those are kind of the elite. But this one, it's hard for me to say it's not my favorite. I love it.
That's a nice yard. Susan, thanks as always for making the time. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ellis.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, PNC's nice, but I went to an opening day there one time, and I felt like I was in Antarctica.
Oh, it's cold there, John.
I mean, it was just ridiculous.
You have the 3 rivers there.
Yeah.
Mahangahila. We have Dennis Higgins trying to say Mahangahila.
Have Charles Barkley.
Do we have that in the drop? Dennis Higgins practiced that for an entire trip to 3 rivers.
Right.
The Allegheny and the Mahangahila form. No, it's the Ohio and the Mahangahila form the mighty Allegheny.
Yes.
Is what they do.
Exactly
PNC
right.
Park, it's no 3 rivers, but limestone behind home plate is an amazing, looks like a backsplash at a 5-star hotel. It's incredible. It is beautiful. It's a great ballpark. I've roamed every inch of that. When I started doing the Giants in 2004, the one series John Miller would always take off was Pittsburgh. And we had rain there. And the one thing about it, and I'm sure they'll mention it during the broadcast booth there. What's that? When you go up the Fort Pitt?
Yeah.
What's that red thing that takes you up? It looks like the gondola at Palisades.
Yeah.
What's that area up on top of Pittsburgh? It's just you are so far. You're literally above the highest seat in the stadium. So the game is a rumor. And whenever I went there, it rained constantly. And Rob Makoviak, remember that guy?
Yeah.
I think he had a 3-homer game against the Giants. Rob Makoviak turned into Bob Robertson in the 71 National League Championship Series. But the limestone behind home plate, who has a ballpark with limestone?
It's wild. Yeah, it's a cool park. The main bar, at least when I was there was a place called High Tops, and then right next to it, they had a like a to-go per Manny Brothers.
Oh,
and so
nice.
everybody was they were just liquored up because you could walk
Look, it's
straight across.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and the football stadium's right there, the baseball stadium's right there. They're adjacent to each other, and they get
Heinz
after it.
Field, or what's the new place called? No.
Yeah, whatever. It's Accenture or whatever
No,
that's thing
yeah.
it's called. But, and the thing that's amazing about it is Heinz Field is absolutely packed, and there's like 8 people at a Pirates game. Like the Paul Skeens game was completely packed, and then it started like raining and all this crazy stuff. Anyway, good time had by all. All right, Mark Spears is going to join us coming up next. We gave you Tim Kawakami's list. What can the Warriors do? What does he think of the East and West Finals? The East start tonight, Boston, Indiana. Tomorrow night, you got Dallas, and they are taking on Minnesota. So we'll talk to him all about that as well and how the Warriors tie into all this stuff next, only here on the Sports Hitter.
Sound right, boys.
Tomorrow is the day. About 24 hours from right now, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is going to have one of their free live CLR webinars. It is tomorrow at noon. It's your chance to meet via the webinar Dr. Craig Bindi, who runs the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, Dr. Joseph Lin, who performed the surgery on me, and John added as well. It's a great chance for you to learn all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what is the difference between CLR and LASIK? I had both about 15 years apart. CLR way better, but you may be a candidate for LASIK over CLR. They're going to tell you which you're a better candidate for. What's the cost of CLR? Is there financing involved? How long does the procedure take? And something I did not know, why you cannot get a cataract after you have CLR. That's great. So the bottom line is, John doesn't wear, well, he's wearing, take those glasses off, John. John does not wear readers at all anymore. Neither do I. And he has a car now that will drive himself, so he doesn't need distance glasses or readers. John, you're killing the bit here. So you can find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and you never get a cataract at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That's tomorrow, literally in 24 hours and 8 minutes at high noon. Space is limited. Register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
It sound right, boy.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
we lost last year?
Yeah, but that's different. You have to lose at a bigger stage. Usually, teams usually.
It's the playoffs. We lost last year.
We lost the last 2 years.
Damn, how much more we gotta lose?
Yeah, how much you want us to lose?
Been losing for 20 years.
I mean, that's just the truth, dog.
Damn.
Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns. After they shocked Denver, came back from 20 down, and they're in the West Finals. That's going to be tomorrow night against Dallas. Tonight, Boston taking on Indiana at the Garden. And Mark Spears, great piece on Karl Anthony Towns. Other things we shall discuss. Make sure you're following him at Mark J. Spears, Anscape, the ESPN Hall of Famer, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's up, bro? How are you?
What's up, John? Hey, I was sitting there. That was Vinny Goodwill from Yahoo, who's my good friend. And, you know, he always got some deep questions he's trying to ask, and them two young fellas are silly, and they didn't have no parts of that question, man. So it was funny, and Benny goes, "Man, I'm trending. I'm trending." I'm like, well, you asked that question. I mean, they did have a point, right? That's why you got to be clear about the questions you ask, man.
That's right.
Kinda. But it was the personality. And the reason you bring it up, I know you talked to the Cadman duo and you wrote about him. You've been kind of dropping his name to John and I, like, keep an eye on Minnesota and Karl Anthony Towns. Keep an eye on him. They may move him. I'm like, really? And now he's defending like he never did before. I didn't think the two bigs could work with Gobert. Hell, with Naz Reid, they got 3 on the roster. They keep 2 on the floor at all times. So were they ever close? Was Tim Connolly ever close to moving Karl Anthony Towns? Because he ain't going nowhere anymore.
Yeah, no, he certainly was. There certainly was some buzz and some interest, and there was a thought that, you know, maybe Ant-Man and Gobert and you know, Cat couldn't coexist, but you know, obviously that's changed, and I think a big reason why that's changed is that Cat has basically done a good job of passing the torch to Ant and being like, "Look, man, you're the guy. I'm going to be a co-star. I'm going to be a great co-star, but I'm going to be a co-star nonetheless." And it kind of reminds me, and both you guys check me if you think I'm off on this, and I think the local listeners will find this interesting. Like, I thought that was something that Monte Ellis didn't do, that perhaps he should have did, was realize, like, hey, this Steph Curry dude's pretty dang great. Like, why don't I try to ride with this and work with this, and me and him could be a interesting duo together. But I kind of felt like there was some jealousy there when Steph was starting to get some notoriety and stuff, and ultimately they moved Monte. But I just think Cat had the foresight and the intelligence to be like, hey, this dude's pretty dang great. We got Gobert. Let's figure this out. And he certainly has. And a lot of stars may not have that kind of humility to pass the torch on to somebody younger.
That's a great point. Mark Spears joined us. Got a great piece up on Anscape right now on Karl Anthony Towns. It comes through in Game 7. I thought the whole effort was so impressive because, you know, you're down big at half. You're down 20 to the champs on the road. And for as good as Anthony Edwards has been all year, he finished up 6 for 24. So it was Karl Anthony Towns. It was Jaden McDaniels. Yeah. It was Rudy, who's getting a lot of criticism. I mean, it was Mike Conley coming back. I mean, that was a true team effort.
Yeah, no, their defense is a beast. And you're going to start getting more and more familiar with it. They had the best defense in the NBA. And these guys, they're so long, man. Just so great defensively. Naz Reid is underrated. People are really getting to see what kind of jolt that he gives. He was undrafted out of LSU. And now look and see what he's doing. And, you know, Gobert, I think he's relishing in the fact that he's getting some respect now for the quality defender he is. And guy to me that's two guys. McDaniels is another guy I think we're gonna get to know more and more, and he's like a plastic man, Stacey Augmon type defender who's gonna be a problem for either Luka or for Kyrie. But Mike Conley, man, like watch when they're playing. Like Mike Conley is the ultimate professional, the ultimate epitome of what a point guard is. And they run so much better when Mike is in the game. When he's not in the game, they're kind of like rudderless. And they still got a lot of talent, but it's things are kind of like helter-skelter. Like keep an eye on that. So they definitely have a great team up and down, and their coaches are doing a sensational job.
Yeah, and their head coach, Chris Finch, has a knee injury. The backup's doing it. Tim Conley, who obviously put the Nuggets together, as the GM there, and he has an opt-out if the ownership thing doesn't get settled. So, and they're going to have home court advantage starting on Wednesday. They're the 3 seed, and Dallas, the 5 seed, took out Oklahoma City. So give me your thoughts on Dallas. I think a lot of it depends on Luka's knee. At times he looks healthy. He can do the step back going left on the right knee. Yeah. And at times it looks like he's in a lot of pain. I love the way Kyrie is playing, the additions of Washington and Gafford, defensive-minded, Derek Jones on the ball, and Lively and Green off the bench, and Tim Hardaway's son making big shots. I think a lot of people are favoring Minnesota, but Dallas is really good, and they got 2 stars as well. How do you see the Western Finals, Mark?
Well, I'm favoring Minnesota. I just think defensively they're just too good. But, you know, hey, Dallas has 2 of the most talented superstars in the world offensively. And so when they put that team together, when Nico Harrison put that team together, he and Jason Kidd had a long relationship with Kyrie Irving. And if you remember, Kyrie's, career was spiraling at that time. It was in a really, really bad place. And so going to Dallas kind of saved him, kind of like settled everything down and made it more about basketball. And what Nico Harrison saw was, if we get Kyrie, I think we could have the same success that the Cleveland Cavaliers had with Kyrie and LeBron, with a point guard and a small forward. And that was, I think, a brilliant, brilliant move that's worked tremendously for him. But the other thing I think Nico Harrison did that was, GM of the year worthy was getting Gafford basically on a whim from Washington and getting P.J. Washington from Charlotte. Because those 2 guys, they made them from one of the worst defensive teams in the league to a much more athletic, better defensive team in the league. And, Gafford and Lively together, a lot of alley-oops, a lot of block shots. So I think this is going to be a fun series, an interesting series. It's not too often that the 3 and the 5, right, play against each other. But to me, dare I say this, I feel like Minnesota and Denver might have been NBA Finals. When it's all said and done, we might look at that as like that was the 2 best teams in the league playing. And I think Minnesota
better than Boston? Better than the Celtics, Mark?
I give it some time, but I think Minnesota is that good that they could win this whole thing and get there. Look, it ain't gonna be easy to beat Boston, and Boston's gonna come in there rested with a clean uniform, right? But I just feel like from a size standpoint, athleticism standpoint, scoring standpoint, dog in them mentality, like everybody there has kind of got the fish to say Pittsburgh mentality on them. I think they're an interesting group.
Oh, that's a
Julia
great reference,
Survey?
man. The fish that
Marv
say
Albert?
Pittsburgh. That's amazing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Probably went over a lot of people's heads.
I know, I
but,
got it.
I'm right there with you. I remember that movie.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Marv and Dr. J.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
remember.
As far as Boston, is Porzingis playing? What's his status?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he missed this whole conference series. But, Indiana, man, just the thought of spending time bunch of time in Indianapolis. Kind of makes me cringe at the moment.
Take it easy, brother. That was my home.
I agree.
That was my home for 2 years. Hey, I was hanging with the Kendall Jackson.
I mean, how
people
many
this
times
weekend,
can
Mark.
you eat at St. Elmo's with the spicy
No,
shrimp
there's
and
more
all
than that
I mean,
there. We'll take
what
you
else
out to
got?
Keystone at the Crossing. Go to Broad Ripple. Broad Ripple's just like Berkeley. And the Kendall Jackson people's going to send you some La Crema and Stone Street. You'll be good there in Indy. I'll take care of you.
I'll need a whole. If that's the case, I need a whole wine fridge for my great people. like, hey man, all due respect to Indianapolis, but I root for cities. I'll take Boston.
Yeah,
I'll definitely take Boston. But Indiana, man, like Halliburton's playing up to his level, and Siakam is getting no respect. Nobody's talking about Siakam, and he's played in the big games, and he's played in stressful situations. So I think Boston's going to win the series, not easily, but win it. But man, these Pacers, boy, I don't know. Maybe if they win, at least I could go see Caitlin Clark play in person for the first time on an off day.
You are dog in Naptown. Siakam's the guy, and I think that matchup.
Wait. Go back to what you said. Any town whose nickname starts with Nap.
Yeah, that's no longer Naptown. It's the Sleepy Naptown.
Man. You don't want to be
Naptown. Sleepy Naptown is woken up. Plus, it's the month of May. Don't we have a 500 coming up in Memorial Day? You want to be in Indianapolis the month of May, Mark.
Remember what Joe Kib Noah said about Cleveland? I ain't never heard nobody say they're going there for vacation.
Yeah, I know, but this ain't Cleveland.
Could be said
This
about
ain't Cleveland.
Naptown.
Mark, I will take
Vegas
care of you.
Naptown.
I will take care of you. But the people I
You
hung
can
with.
only go to St. Elmo's Steakhouse.
No, we're not going to St. Elmo's. We're going to Broad Ripple. I know where to hang there.
Cocktail
Except
sauce
the
is
people
good.
I used to hang with are no longer with us or with walkers. So
That's right.
I think you're in trouble there.
Well,
No,
if they make it, then you're bringing your butt out to Indianapolis.
right.
to show me that
that's my home. I was there for exactly 21 months, 2 weeks,
Exactly. And you couldn't
4
wait to
days,
get
and
out.
3 hours. And I gotta
21
get.
long
No, Rick
months.
Mount's
The
not the
Warriors
greatest
called, you're
player
like,
of all time.
"Get me
I got to
outta
get
here."
out of here. Slick, I'm going to die. Boom, baby. But I want to ask you about Siakam because I think in retrospect, and I don't think the Warriors were ever in on him, but God, I want to see Jason Tatum guard him. The Knicks had no one that was healthy that could guard him. He just tore him up, and he's so much bigger and stronger than he was when he was a Raptor and beat the Warriors in the finals with Kawhi. But just Siakam's game, I mean, that's going to be the matchup. I guess Tatum will get him, but he is so hard to guard right now. Pascal Siakam has turned himself into a great all-around player. He can score.
Yeah, no, I mean, we forget he's an all-star. We forget he's a champ. He's definitely that guy. I do think if Indiana wasn't able to get that deal done, maybe the Warriors could have got into, I kind of heard that. Well, no, wait. Let me rephrase that. That if that didn't get done, maybe Indiana would have been interested in doing something with Golden State on the side. But
Miles Turner, you mean? What do you mean, Miles Turner?
I had to go back and it's all kind of old and sketchy to me right now. I'm trying to remember. But I do know that if that had fallen apart, Indiana might have had some interest in Wiggins. But that's neither here nor there now. Indiana is formidable. Miles Turner is also a talented. They got a true threesome there. They're not going to be a pushover. They don't have any pressure. They got great coaching. Stay tuned. But if I go there, Broad Ripple.
That's where you got to go. You're not going to drink Broad Ripple. You're going to go there. It's an area. It's
Naptown and Broad Ripple.
I'm familiar. Like all I know about that is that's where Mike Conley and Greg Oden are from.
Yeah,
they're from there.
When you get there, text me. I'll set you up. Is Siakam definitely re-signing with the Pacers? Is that a foregone conclusion that he's staying there?
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason why he was comfortable going there. And I remember talking to Tyrese Halliburton about him. And Tyrese, Midwest guy, he's from Wisconsin. And he told me he kept it real with Siakam. He basically said, hey, are you interested in coming here just to become a free agent and see what happens? Or are you really trying to stay? I think Tyrese feels like he has to be protective of the franchise and ensure that they're not being used. And from his conversation with Pascal told him that, he was interested in resigning. Well, that being said, I mean, Indiana has, wink, wink, basically told him that they're going to take care of him, give him the max. So I don't think there's going to be anything but a signing of the contract come free agency with him. I just think it's more a formality at this point, especially with the success they've had.
Mark Spears joining us. Real quick, you were at the pre-draft camp in Chicago, and obviously everybody's talking about Bronny James. I mean, look, I don't know what he is now, but, I mean, I saw him a bit at USC, and I don't think he's anywhere near ready for the NBA. Doesn't sound like LeBron, the dream of playing with him. I don't know that that's going to sway anybody. What's going on with Bronny?
Well, I mean, I talked to 2 scouts who didn't really give him the most favorable of, reports. They were basically like, they didn't think he was a draftable player right now, and he wasn't a point guard. He couldn't shoot. That there was a lot for him to work on, and people gave me a hard time. Some people did, at least, because they didn't think that, they felt like I was being hard on them. No, I'm just doing my job and telling people what the scouts are saying, which is what you as a listener, as a fan, as somebody who, like, he's a prospect, what's the true evaluation of him? And so I do think that there is some interest, some mild interest, but I think it would behoove him to go back to school now that he has a cheat sheet on what he needs to get better at. He doesn't shoot well enough. He dribbles just one way to score. When he gets switched on, these are the scouts' words, not mine, that, they always put a bigger guy with scoring on him. So, I mean, he's not going to get taller. He's athletic enough. I just think that if he learns how to play point guard, it'll certainly help him long term. But maybe there's a sign out there that there's a rush to get him out there because his dad knows he's not playing but a year or 2 more. So, I mean, if that's what the motivation is, I wish we knew. But based on what I'm hearing, it really doesn't make no sense for a guy that had a medical issue who averaged less than 5 points per game to put his name in the NBA draft. And, I think if it was somebody else that didn't have that lineage, it would be probably in a lot of ways laughable to put your name in the draft.
Well, plus, like you said, I mean, I think he was listed at 6'4", and he measured at 6'1.5". I mean, there's just everything.
Yeah.
And, the times I saw him, he didn't look ready at all. But, hey, man, great piece as always on Karl Anthony Towns. Let's hope it's Boston and not Naptown Broad Ripple. And
Broad Ripple.
Do you like Brooklyn? Do you like Brooklyn?
Broad Ripple.
Have you been to Broad Ripple? Before you rip it, when you go there, send me a text from there.
Naptown and Broad Ripple.
I love Broad Ripple. I hung there a lot when I lived there.
I've never heard I've heard people say Oakland's like Brooklyn. Jay-Z said that, right?
I'm telling you, I lived in Indianapolis.
Broad Ripple is like Brooklyn.
Broad Ripple has a free-spirited vibe with laid-back cafes, global eateries, lively brew pubs, and happening clubs.
From the brochure.
Pop, I will
Just go
give you
there
this.
and tell me, damn, I love Broad Ripple.
Pop, can I say something?
Yeah, you can.
I've hung out with you.
Yeah.
It's a great time every time I hang out with you.
Try it.
You hung out with the Kendall Jackson people.
I did.
Some of the greatest wineries in the world. So you got good taste. So because it's you, I'm gonna give it a chance if that's the case. But I hope I don't have to get your list.
And when you sit down, have a glass of La Crema or Stone Street, and in honor of the great Bob Slick Leonard, drop a boom, baby.
Look at you. Very nice. Awesome.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, Mark.
Love you, man.
Cheers, Spears. That is the great Mark Spears, Anscaped ESPN, his latest.
Slick's not drinking wine.
Karl Anthony Towns. Check out his latest piece. All right, bottom of the hour, Jeff Garcia. Hopefully he's just still rolling from last Thursday in the Dwight Clark Legacy event where he was taking center stage, right, among the quarterbacks.
The guy from Gilroy brought it.
That's awesome.
It was a garlic festival of Garcia. He was on fire.
Garlic Festival of Garcia. That's amazing. All right, he's going to join us at 12:30. We'll get into what the guys were talking about this morning as well. Had a fun conversation about young guys in the Bay Area, young athletes in the Bay Area. Get into that too. Foreplay, all that to come. Jeff Garcia at the bottom on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
ESPN's Dave Pasch, he joined Tolbert and Crowley yesterday and for Copes, and they discussed the Final Four in the NBA playoffs and who he thinks can win it all. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Greg Papa here, and imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Yes, Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home into equity, turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you can use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. As you know, your home value is going way, way up right now. You can use that money to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now at 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Papa and Lund. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Tuesday. It has been a great show so far. Kirk
It's about
Casale,
to get better, though.
Susan Susser, Mark Spears, Jeff Garcia in about 7 minutes. They're on the field, by the way, in
Nick
7 minutes.
Bosa is here.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa is in Santa Clara.
So in about
Work it out.
7 minutes, the media, you will get bombarded on your social medias. Don't go anywhere, though, because you want to hear Jeff Garcia, because he held court at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series last Thursday in San Jose when you were there. So don't go anywhere, but you can listen to us and then watch all the social media stuff, because everyone becomes a professional cameraman.
They're rolling. I get a lot of texts from people that are on the field. Mitch Wishnowski's changed his number to 3. Shouldn't the field goal kicker have 3?
That was Ray Ray's number.
Yeah, but I mean, Jake Moody wears 4. He could be 3. What'd be the perfect number for a punter?
99.
Or inside he gets down the 3-yard line?
4. Actually, they should switch numbers. He's fourth down. Because you should be 4.
There you go.
Punter should be 4. What down do I punt on? Oh, yeah, he looks down, 4. And then the kicker, you want him to go, well, he should be 3.
Jake should be 3.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Switch numbers. That always costs money.
Is Debo in the house, by the way?
We're in 1.
Is he there? He showed up?
I think he
Skinny Debo?
There. Is he skinny this year?
He's working hard.
Very good.
I don't think Kyle got all the shirtless photo texts from him.
Oh, yeah, he did do a lot of shirtless.
And no Ayuk, obviously.
Yeah.
Is Juwan Jennings there?
Probably not.
Oh, do we know? Have anybody seen him?
That's okay. Give Persall a little extra work. That'd be good. Let's get going. Let's see what the guys got. I was just in the hallway playing catch with Mike Kohler, and a Nerf ball bounced off my chest. I said, I hope that's not Ricky Pearsall this year. Because that's what Kohler said right between the 1 and the 4. And I went, dropped it. But anyway, that's what we do during the breaks. If you're looking at the commercial breaks and you're on YouTube and Twitch, that's all we do is just sit there and throw balls around.
You're a lefty.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't help with all these like Nerf kind of balls. They throw curve balls, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, all right, let's get to Jeff Garcia coming up next. A lot of fun on Thursday at the Dwight Clark Legacy event between he and Alex Smith and Steve Young and Brock Purdy. He was the one who held court, right?
I don't want to say he stole it, but he just went off. I mean, they were up there. I think the whole thing was like 2 hours and 40 minutes. I'm like, you got to wrap this up. And they went 80 minutes. I think the 4 quarterbacks alone. It was riveting. People loved it. I would say of the 80 minutes, Garcia, I think he was cognizant that he talked a lot. But, Alex was, I'm not going to say, but Brock was purposely Brock, where Brock just listens. Brock's one of those guys that he's just looking at you like, and, you're thinking, what's he thinking about? But I think he was there to listen to Steve and Alex and Jeff. So Brock was appropriately terse. He gave good stories, and Alex warmed up later. But Jeff Garcia, at one point, Steve Young jumped in. You should be a preacher. And I did TV with Garcia for 1 year, and he was great. The thing is, he gets really opinionated. And
that's good.
What's great for TV, as a quarterback, like, Mark Spears was talking about Monte Ellis. Monte Ellis was not going to mentor Steph Curry. It just wasn't going to happen. Don Nelson did not like Monte Ellis. When they drafted Steph Curry, he and Larry Riley, Monte Ellis was out the door. And Monte was never going to be a pure point guard. It was like Nelly would always yell to him, can you throw the ball to Curry in the pocket one time? Does he always have to go up here and down there like you throwing the holder and back and forth? It's like, can you hit him in the pocket in the frame one time? So that was never going to work. And Garcia, he just, when you hear the story that he told, and we'll talk Bill Walsh, and the Steve Mariucci story when Mooch called him about coming in to be, just a camp arm in Green Bay, and he wound up not getting that job. But it's the way he fought back, and Mooch went to Canada, and he was telling him he had to go to Canada. Jeff just had such a chip on his shoulder wherever he was. And I remember Steve Baker was my agent, and it was Jeff's agent at the time. And he came to camp with the Raiders one year, and Jamarcus wasn't good. I mean, he struggled. But it was going to be Jamarcus's team. There was no doubt. I think right around this time, we were starting to organize team activities. And Garcia's lighting it up, and Jamarcus is struggling. And Al, like, would you tell that little guy from Gilroy in San Jose State, he's not going to be the quarterback of my team. He's here to develop Jamarcus, and that's it. And I remember going to Jeff, and he said, what if I'm better? He's not going to start? And I said, there's no way in hell. Bruce Gradkowski started for Al and was like, I can't believe Gradkowski's starting for Al. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to beat out Jamarcus Russell. It ain't happening. So Jeff, I think, and Jeff really wanted to be a quarterback coach, and he was for a while in the league, but he'll join us, and he just knows the position. He'll tell some stories, but really what I want him to talk about was his observations of being around Brock and where Brock is. Because, Steve Young went to the USFL. Alex really struggled for a number of years. Steve was exiled to the CFL where, the USFL is where Steve went. Steve was, Jeff had to back up Doug Flutie when he went to the Canadian League, one of the best players ever. Brock, at this stage of his life, the tender age of 24, is far more advanced. But I wanted to hear Garcia just watching Brock, observing the way he handles himself around Alex, around Steve, and around Jeff himself. That's what I want to hear from Jeff Garcia.
All right, let's do it next. Jeff Garcia joins us, was holding court last Thursday. We hope he does the same next, only here on the Sports Leader.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
It's actually a magical laser, and it's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and it's called CLR. That's the laser. Looked right into it. It's like, hey, custom lens replacement. Now, in the past, I've told you about custom lens replacement, CLR, and the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, because years and years ago, I had a LASIK procedure, and it's not that it didn't work. It just, I had maybe higher expectations. It was good. But CLR is great, and it's really been life-changing for me. No more walking around the house looking for my glasses like an old man. Where are my glasses? I can't read my phone. It's just, that's no fun. You don't like to do that. And so if you're sick of that as much as I was, there's a free seminar coming up. Free, I tell you. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And all you have to do, it's free, but it's tomorrow at noon, but space is limited, so you do sign up. But again, free. LaserEyecLR.com. LaserEyecLR.com. And what they're going to tell you about is, first of all, it's a great opportunity to talk to the doctors, Dr. Joseph Ling and Craig Bindi. Dr. Ling did my procedure. And, the difference between CLR and LASIK. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? Financing? How long does it take? I can tell you how long it takes, just minutes. But the bottom line is all the answers to all the questions that you may have so that you can change your life as well with CLR, they will answer. So tomorrow at noon is the time. Space is limited. Register now, LaserEyecLR.com. Do it now. It's tomorrow at noon. Free seminar at LaserEyecLR.com.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
This is football. It's 11-on-11. It's what I've been doing my whole life. And so then we rolled, play the game, you win, and then it's the next week. It's, all right, the coaches, everybody in the organization are like, all right, can we roll with you for the rest of the year, And we're down to our third quarterback, and does this guy have what it takes? All those things, the questions. And the next thing you know, you got Tom Brady rolling in town, and my family, you guys have probably all heard the story. They already booked their tickets, before the season even started to come to this game to watch Tom.
That was Brock Purdy last Thursday at the Dwight Clark Legacy event. It was awesome, and the highlight was the 4 quarterbacks that were on stage. Steve Young was there. You just heard Brock Purdy, Alex Smith, and our next guest, Jeff Garcia, who you were at the event.
He was the headliner.
He took care of everything.
He carried it. He was hilarious.
The great Jeff Garcia joins us, courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hey, Jeff.
What's up, guys? How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, man?
All is good. Hey, life is great. No complaints. But nobody wants to hear about those anyways. But
that's right.
Hey, I'm doing great. My family's doing great. That's what's most important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was great. I didn't have a chance after to give you a hug and see you after the event, but in all seriousness, you really, and they were all good. Steve's got stories to tell. Alex was really poignant and honest, and I want to get your thoughts on Brock and being around him. But you just held court. I mean, you walked out a little bit late. When you came out, you were strutting, and your storytelling was riveting. You opened up about everything. What was the line that you had? If Brock's Mr. Irrelevant, I wasn't even that. You never even got drafted in the NFL.
Right. I said, well, if Brock's Mr. Irrelevant, well, then I'm more irrelevant. Because, I didn't even get drafted. I wasn't even considered. I got that one phone call from Steve Mariucci, told me, basically, go get some reps up in the CFL if you can. We're going to bring in a practice squad quarterback, and that turned out to be Kurt Warner. So, there was a lot of great stories shared. Obviously, I think Steve Young could have probably held court on his own with just his experiences and the relationship in that quarterback room with the 49ers, with Joe Montana, and having the great Bill Walsh coming through your meeting room and all the things. Mike Shanahan, which he shared the story about Mike saying, hey, you're going to throw 8 touchdown passes this weekend in the Super Bowl. And but there was some hilarious things that were shared. And, getting to know Brock a little bit better, I was able to meet Brock a couple weeks prior at the 49er Foundation event out there in Carmel Valley Ranch. And just a neat, cool young man, very humble, very family-oriented, loves what he does, puts the effort into it physically and mentally, very mature for the young age that he's at, and very experienced. I mean, you look at what he did at the collegiate level, what he did at the high school level. He was everything in Arizona, but not a highly recruited guy for whatever reason, and then had 4 great years at Iowa State, battling against some of the best college football teams in the country, and not always being the equal as far as your own talent is concerned, but yet able to compete at a high level. And he's brought that to the 49ers. I mean, he's done remarkable. I think way more than what anybody probably would have expected out of him outside of himself. And that's what makes him who he is, because his demand, his want for himself so much exceeds what anybody else's expectations are for him. And he's going to continue to push himself, continue to grow, continue to better himself. I told him, hey, anytime you want to come down to San Diego, get away, and go work out and throw the ball around, or just talk. Just allow me to to be a mentor, a guy who's been through it, a guy who's, done a lot of good things, but also had to learn through some bad decisions. And that's what I think is great about the 49er organization and the history and just the players that have gone through that building and that are still around in the Bay Area or still accessible. And I think that's very important for these young players to know that it's okay, man. Reach out. We want to have that connection. We want to be able to share with you some of the experiences, whether they were good experiences or bad experiences. We have a lot that we can share that these young people can learn from. But that being said, he held his own up on the stage, and you could tell he's mature, he's cool, calm, and collected. Nothing seems to faze him. But I think it was a great experience for him to be around it and to hear the stories and to be a part of that whole night. I mean, it was an awesome night celebrating Dwight Clark and his legacy and the foundation and what it's all about, the Golden Helmet Fund and raising money for past 49ers who are going through their own personal struggles, whether it be financially or physically or mentally. And, it was a wonderful night. It was my first time being there, and I hope that I can be a part of the years to come.
You were great, and the quarterbacks up there, that was a lot of fun. Just we've had you on lots of times, and we've spoken a lot of times, but what is it like, because I know that Alex was talking about it, all the guys, to play quarterback for the 49ers, the kind of pressure, especially when you came in 99, Steve had just left. What is that fraternity like to play quarterback for the 49ers?
Well, I mean, it's incredible. Obviously, for myself, growing up a 49er fan, growing up a huge fan and idolizing Joe Montana and what he did on the field for the 49ers, as well as all the greats that were around him for those 2 decades of Super Bowl championship winning teams. Then to see Steve Young step in and his ability and how he ran the team and how he operated behind center and created and just became very magical out there himself and able to win a Super Bowl. And now for me to follow that, I think the thing about what sets that room or that position apart from the rest of the league is just obviously the expectation because of the standard that was set by those 2 guys, by Joe and Steve, and the want to continue on that legacy. And I know that nobody has quite matched that with being able to win a Super Bowl. They've gotten close twice in the last 5 years, and it's just a matter of time. And if they can continue to keep this team together and Brock at the helm, there's a good chance that they can get over that hump. But for me to step into those shoes, we come in as confident players. We come in as accomplished players, whether it be at the collegiate level or for me going from college, San Jose State, to then the Canadian Football League because I wasn't drafted or signed into the NFL. I had accomplished a lot of great things on the field. And I came in with my own confidence, with my own sort of chip on my shoulder. But I also knew that I was stepping into a position that had really raised the bar as far as the level of excellence that was commanded out of that position. And those 2 guys did it unlike nobody else out there in the National Football League. I mean, you're talking about Hall of Famers first and foremost, but great leaders on the field with Super Bowl titles. They were MVPs of the league, MVP of the Super Bowl, all those things. So for me, stepping into that situation, I just didn't want to screw it up. I wanted to, be the best that I can be and try to do it the way that I know how to do it. But I want to carry on that lineage. And, my eyes were open fast to the difficulty of the National Football League and just the speed of the game and how it's different than the Canadian Football League game and obviously different than the collegiate game and just the athletes that are on the field, the speed at which things happen. And I struggled in that first year. And I had some ups and downs. I definitely finished off the year stronger than I started. But that led to a lot of learning and a lot of growing for myself and a lot of just changing my mindset as to how I approach the game. You have to learn to really alleviate that pressure. You can't afford to carry that burden on your shoulders day in and day out. It'll eat you alive. We already know there's an expectation. We already know that there's a precedent that has been set by Joe and by Steve, and the fans have an expectation. The media has an expectation. But if I carry that every single day into that locker room, I'm not going to fulfill what I want to do as a player, and I'm not going to be the player that I need to be for my teammates. And it took some tough times out there on the field, losing 4 games in a row, struggling with decision-making, with accuracy, with all the things that you need to have as a quarterback to really open up my eyes to how I needed to change my mindset and my approach, and how I can start to block out some of the noise and really focus on the things that I do well and how that will benefit our team. And when I was able to do that, that's when things started to turn around and go in a more positive direction for me. That led to us getting back to the playoffs, led to Pro Bowl appearances. Unfortunately, we didn't get to that Super Bowl, but we did a lot of great things in those 5 years that I was there, things that will live with me forever.
Without a doubt. And the thing I loved about the panel is you guys all had incredible stories and so different. I mean, you and Steve with the commonality with Bill Walsh and your connection there. Alex being the number 1 overall pick in the draft and all the pressure you're talking about at age 20. Brock being the very last pick in the draft and you being undrafted. But the one thing that's amazing, and you and Alex and Steve all had great careers. But you'd have to say, and I think you acknowledge this, you know, you had great run in Canada, but you were 29 years of age when you took over as the Niners starting quarterback when Steve got hurt. Steve went to the USFL in Tampa. You know, he was older. He thought Joe had the back surgeries. He wasn't going to play. Alex played at age 20, but he wasn't effective until Harbaugh came in many years later. Brock seemingly has been an overnight sensation. From the moment he came into the Miami game, and he talked about the first start against Tampa, just being around him a couple of weekends now, and this event on Thursday, Jeff. I mean, you guys were asked this at the when you were all on stage together at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series event. What is Brock's superpower? Is there one thing that makes him stand out? His maturity, his processing? Is it a compilation of a lot of things? What allowed him to come in right away and play so unflappably well, where you and Alex and Steve, it took years to get there?
Sure. I think first and foremost, he has an inner fire within himself to really push himself to achieve great things in life. He has the want, the work ethic, the dedication to his craft. Look, he came in as a Gatorade Player of the Year for high school in Arizona. He was a 4-year starter at Iowa State. The kid has played a lot of football. The great thing about not being the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, like Alex was, is that hopefully as a later pick, you're going to a team that doesn't have as many needs. He was fortunate to come to a 49er organization that was already in a Super Bowl. They have been able to keep the necessary pieces, replace what may not be working, add in some better pieces that could be working in a more significant way. He's got a ton of talent around him, but how he operates the game, his timing, his decision-making, the ability to eliminate the major mistakes. He went through a stretch run of a couple games last season where he didn't play his best. He turned it around. He learned from it. He grew from it. He put it behind him. He didn't dwell on it. He got back on speed and started doing the things that he was capable of doing. I think he's got tremendous resilience as a player. He's got some moxie that you see out there on the field. You know that his teammates love him, and they'll run through a brick wall for him, which is important. And I brought it up the other night as far as, you know, what are the tangible ingredients? I mean, there's a lot of things that you have to do well to succeed in the National Football League as a quarterback. But if you can win the locker room and those guys believe in you and they love you and they want to go to battle, go to war with you, so to speak, be a gladiator with you on the football field, I mean, that's that's a major part of it. Now, he takes it to another level in the sense that he can operate what Mike Shanahan or what Kyle Shanahan expects out of him.
And Mike as well.
And Mike as well. I'm sure Mike is, behind the scenes.
Colorado's always involved.
Sure. But, he doesn't have to condense the offense for Brock to go out there. The mental ability for Brock to grasp what Kyle is throwing at him is amazing. They're extending or expanding the playbook instead of limiting the playbook. What he does within the pocket, you see how he processes information, how more often than not he makes a great decision. His timing, throwing guys open, not waiting for guys to get open, giving his ball players a chance to make plays. And then when things do condense or break down around him, he has the ability to extend the play, but yet still keep his eyes down the field, create greatness when everybody else thought it was falling apart. And, those are just special gifts that this young man has. And I think he loves the fact that he was drafted with the last pick, that he was labeled a quarterback that's a product of the system or a game manager. You know what? You want a guy who manages the game well. You want a guy who's out there doing the right things on the field, getting first downs, putting the ball in the end zone, getting touchdowns on the board, not settling for 3 points, all those things. And he has proven to do that in this short year and a half that he's had on the field. He has done a lot of great things. And I don't see that inconsistency happening with Brock. That's what's the greatest thing about the great quarterbacks in the National Football League is that week in and week out, they are consistent. They may have one little blurb here or there, but more often than not, they're going to give you quality play on the field because they just know how to manage the game, how to get their teammates involved, and how to overcome what they're facing. And Brock's that guy right now, and I see that happening for him for a long time, and he's going to get paid when the time comes.
That is for sure, man. Hey, Jeff, man, we appreciate it. We need more Jeff Garcia in our life, man. We love your passion for football. You've always had it. It's always great having you on the show. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Anytime. I'm available.
All right, man. Good seeing you last week, Jeff.
That is the great Jeff Garcia. That's fun, man. I mean, you could just tell. I mean, we've had him on many times. He just oozes energy when it comes to football. He just loves it. It's awesome.
And he has stage presence. He's good on radio. He's good on TV. He gets on a stage like that. He came in strutting late. He was he looked stylish, and he just took over. He's very comfortable in his own skin, and especially when he's on a stage like that. He wowed him. He was great.
Yeah, he's awesome. All right, there you go. Good stuff today. Kirk Casale, Susan Slusser, Mark Spears, and you just heard Jeff Garcia. If you missed any of those great interviews, KNBR.com. 1 o'clock hour, we got your foreplay for you, and of course, we'll reset all the Giants conversations, including the conversation that the morning guys had today. It was a good one. We'll get into all those conversations next, only here on the Sports Leader. That's right. John Lund here. That will come into play momentarily, but did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, this is crazy, but they're not even based in the entire state. Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now look outside. It's a beautiful day today. So lots of motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. They have secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hello, Ramos. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed the pressure of making it to the major leagues as a first-round draft pick. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. It's Bob and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We have some good stuff for you today. Kirk Casale, Elliot Ramos was on the morning show today. Mooney Ward was a star on the
Charvarius?
On the
K show.
Oh, my gosh.
Miss K?
Yeah, and then Brandon Podjemski asked the question that you were asking me yesterday, so we'll do that all for today's foreplay. And, oh, by the way, you can see us live on YouTube and Twitch. You can always respond to anything and everything on the show, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same, 415-808-5627, 415-808. KNBR. Here is Kirk Casale. We both love Kirk Casale. It was a great interview. Go to knbr.com if you missed it. Here he is on his return to the Gigantes.
It's been super fun. I had some of the best, year and a half, 2 years of my life in San Francisco in terms of just having fun with baseball and, having success as a team. I just love the city. And, I kind of keep pinching myself that I get to do it again.
With all the negative stuff, it certainly seemed to have gone away. Matt Chapman said it was great playing here. Remember in the offseason, guys didn't want to play here? Kirk Casale sure as hell wanted to play here.
Well, he was technically born in Walnut Creek, but I think he was just a baby. I don't think he ever really.
That's right.
I don't know if we didn't even bring it up because I don't. He's just a child when he moved to New Canaan, Connecticut, which is a New York suburb up near Stamford. So I guess he has that tie. But when he was here, the Giants won, and it was a great combination with Buster and a young Joey Bart there. And when he had a chance to come back. I mean, obviously, do you want to be in AAA ball or do you want to come in the big leagues and catch Logan Webb against the L.A. Dodgers? I mean, what a great challenge. And he walked right into it, and he did it perfectly. And he did tell us he's going to be in the lineup again tonight. We don't have a Giant lineup yet. We do have one for Pittsburgh. McCutchen is DHing and leading off. Brian Reynolds and right.
90.
O'Neill Cruz, he is a long big swing, so jam him. He's hitting third. And then Connor Joe, the former Giant. I mean, that's one of those.
2 days as a Giant or something?
He was there opening day and he got sent back down. Who was the other outfielder? Michael Reed?
Yeah, oh my God. That's a great point.
So when you're watching the young guys, just keep in mind Connor Joe got exiled way too quickly. And, he was a leadoff hitter. Now he's batting cleanup and he's playing first base. He was a leadoff hitting outfielder, and now he has evolved into Wilmer Flores. He's in cleanup, and he's got 22 RBIs on the year. So, and then Nick Gonzalez, a good hitter. The Giant killer, Jack Sawinski. He's the modern-day Rob Makoviak, and then here's Monty Grandal. So we haven't seen the Giant lineup yet, but Kurt did say he's going to catch Logan Webb tonight.
All right, here is Elliot Ramos. It was nice to hear Elliot Ramos, and he's talking about leadership in the Giants clubhouse.
I try to pick everybody's brain, if that makes sense. But yeah, it helped me in those two plays that I made the first days that I was up. Yeah, it's helped me a little bit on the plate, kind of turning and kind of make the throw because the ball was sinking on me. I was grabbing a sinker grip, and he was like, "Oh, throw the ball to this way, and it will help you." And try to be a little bit slower. And, I mean, we worked on it. Flo talked to me sometimes. Soler talks to me sometimes. Chapman, too. I talk to Webby sometimes, too. So I just try to pick everybody's brain, and they're very humble and helpful for sure.
I listened to the whole interview, man. He is mature beyond the years. He's 24, and he's really smart, and he's baseball smart. I really enjoyed the interview today.
I think that's the first time I've heard his voice. Yeah. Erwin Higueras does not need to interpret for him. He's from Puerto Rico.
He speaks very well.
He sounds exactly alike as the Cha-Cha. He sounds like Orlando Cepeda. And I remember when the Giants played the Montreal Expos in Old San Juan and San Juan, he was on that trip, Orlando Cepeda, and Elliot Ramos is from Puerto Rico. Didn't he sounds exactly like. And you know what's interesting with Orlando Cepeda? What a great right-handed power hitter he was. I mean, think about the, stack up at different positions. They had Willie McCovey and Orlando Cepeda on the same team. And Cepeda was here before, and he was the National League Rookie of the Year in 58 at the great game, the first ever game against the Dodgers, April 15th of that year. McCovey did not come up to the following July 30th at the big game against Robin Roberts. He won the Rookie of the Year. Can you imagine at first base, back-to-back years, picking the National League Rookie of the Year? They both play the same position. What do we do? McCovey actually went out and played left some, and likewise for the baby bull, Orlando Cepeda, Cha-Cha, and then eventually they traded Orlando Cepeda, and he was a Hall of Famer for Ray Sadecki and all that. But that's the first time I've ever heard Elliot Ramos speak. He sounds just like the great Orlando Cepeda.
He does. He was impressive. He was a really smart guy, very well spoken, really good insight. It was an enjoyable interview. Go to KNBR.com.
They asked him about his favorite nickname. Did he have any thoughts on that?
I don't know.
Trey Hombre?
I don't remember if they did that. I don't know if they asked him about that. Now I'm hungry because you mentioned a Cha-Cha Bowl. Anyway.
Those are good. I haven't had one of those in so long.
This interview with Javarius Ward, you're just going to have to go back to the Kay Adams podcast, Up and Adams, because they talked about everything, books he reads, the Chiefs. They talked a lot about the Chiefs. There's just tons of different topics. But the one that is going to be interesting after the season is obviously both he and Demo Lenore are free agents. So what does Javarius Ward think of the chances that the 49ers will re-sign him?
Yeah, I'm trying to get that bag, Miss K.
How are you feeling about it? This isn't the first time. You've gotten several bags, yeah?
The one I'm currently on right now, that's been my biggest deal so far, 3 year, 40-something million. But I just got to go out there, have my best year, be better than last year. And, all of that to take care of itself. Yeah, hopefully I get that bag next year, We'll see.
Oh, boy.
He wants the Gucci bag, the Chanel bag. He's already got a bag.
Million.
Yeah, last year he became an all-pro second teamer, and he led football in pass breakups. That's what's amazing about him. Like Sauce Gardner, he had like 4
he had beef with
the
Sauce
entire
too.
year because they don't throw at Sauce Gardner's side. Diamador Lenore so fortified the other side. For him to have 23 PBUs last year is pretty amazing. And the one thing, the Minnesota Vikings went at him. They went at him all night. They went at him, obviously, on the play right before halftime, but they went at him before, and he came up with a lot of, the interceptions, the pick 6 he had against Kyler, the one he had against Sam Howell. But he's going to get paid if he has the kind of year that he had last year. But I will be anxious to see if I thought at some point they'd stay away from him, but Diamador was so good on the other side. For him to have 23 pass breakups, by far the most in the NFL for a lockdown corner, that's like never heard. That's never happens.
He also said during the interview, they did talk about the beef with Sauce Gardner. He talked about that he'll autograph the ball that he intercepts from Aaron Rodgers in week 1. And the other, what was the other thing? Oh, he said that the pick 6 last year against the Cardinals was as good as the birth of his children. Those were among the topics that were discussed.
That was a hell of a play. And in both cases, the interception against Kyler Murray and the run back and the birth of his children, there's nothing wrong with that groin.
Oh, that's right. That was the line.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
That's right.
Not inception, conception, whatever the hell it is. Yeah. And not on the pick 6. That's a good-looking groin there. Got them both done.
That's right. I forgot. That's the line. That's where the line came from. I just remember, because like I said, when I'm watching the games, well, that was a road game, right? So when I'm watching the home games, I have an earpiece in. I'm listening to you guys. Just in case, you have a Fletcher Cox moment. But then when you're on the road, I'm in my studio and I have the TV on and then I have the headphones listening to you guys. And I swear I fell out of my chair when you said nothing wrong with that.
It may have actually been the one against Howell in Washington on New Year's Eve. But either way,
it was incredible.
He's a father of 2, interceptor of the football. The groin is in great shape.
It was incredible, just incredible. And finally, at NBA, they talked to Brandon Podjemski, obviously makes first team All-NBA rookie, but the thing he wanted to talk about was the same thing you mentioned yesterday, which is TJD not making the first or second rookie team. Here's Pods.
It makes me upset for him. Obviously, we've been through everything together. And just to see, from a guard's perspective, his impact on our games and how he's helped us win games this year, I think maybe the voters should take in winning more of an account. And it sucks to see him not make it. I think he was well-deservedly of it. But I know him, and I know he's going to use it as a chip on his shoulder for next year, and I think that's just going to make him even better.
He brings up good points, but when he says they need to take winning into account, they were 10th. So maybe they did take winning into account.
What was their record when they put him in the starting lineup, though? He signified the flip from 19 to 24.
When you say
won.
winning.
He started the win when he started the play. When he went in the line, he wasn't playing much early in the year. By the way, more good news for Brandon Pajemski. He's the only Warrior to get a single vote for All-NBA defensive team. Draymond Green didn't play enough games. With the new rules, you got to play 65. He played 55. But Brandon Pajemski got one vote for defensive player for All-NBA defense.
He led with charges. He's, loose ball.
He's a good on-ball defender. But he did not, nobody else made the team. Rudy Gobert, Victor Wembanyama, Bam Adebayo, Herb Jones, Anthony Davis are All-NBA defensive first team. Alex Caruso, Jalen Suggs, Derek White, Andrew Holiday, both of Boston's guards, made All-NBA second team, and Jaden McDaniels of Minnesota made second team. Pajemski, the only Warrior to get a single vote.
Good for him. That's big. You got to get back to
How many games did Andrew Wiggins play? You can't be two-way Wiggs, Andrew, if you don't guard consistently. He did when they went 27-12, but he was MIA when they were 14 or 19 and 24.
All right, this from Susan Slusser. We shall see, and maybe that's why they're waiting on the lineup. And Kirk Casale did say he was catching tonight, but Susan Slusser tweeting out recently, Dr. Mickey Collins, which we talked to her on the show today, one of the top concussion experts in the country, saw Patrick Bailey this morning, cleared him to play. No roster move yet, but suspect there would be if that's the case. So he has been cleared to play. So I'm not sure if we've seen anything. Kirk did say he was catching tonight, so maybe that is the case, but we will see.
Well, he went to see Dr. Collins on Thursday and was cleared for baseball activity, so they wanted to get him up and running. The other thing that Susan dropped, which I had no knowledge of, Blake Snell's about to be a father. His wife may go into labor, and he may not start tomorrow, depending on when the contractions start. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Wow. So I didn't. I had no idea. So maybe another delay on Blake Snell. All right.
Nothing wrong with that growing, Blake.
But speaking of young guys, Murph and Marcus had a great conversation going today. Patrick Bailey is 24. It has something to do with that. We'll explain what they were talking about and opine on the list. We'll do it next on the Esports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dave Fleming. Flem joined Tolbert and Carly yesterday. He was in for Adam Culpin discussing seeing the Scotty Scheffler arrest on Friday. He was just feet away from that. And he talked about Luis Matos being the NL Player of the Week. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, friends. Thanks for hanging out. Pop and Lund on a Tuesday edition of the show. We'll need your participation here. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line the same. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. So Murph and Marcus got into a great conversation today because on the legs of Brandon Podziemski winning or getting first team all-rookie and Luis Matos obviously being the player of the week, they started talking about young guys. Now, they did 25 and under. I think 25, you should be on your way. In fact, I told my son that he should be on his way well before then. But like 25, you feel like, okay, I'm rolling. So I just said 25 and under, whatever. You can play it however you want. But so they made a top 5 list of young athletes in the Bay Area before they looked at, the Niners, the Giants, the Warriors. You want to throw Macklin Celebrini in there? He's not quite a shark.
He's 17.
Whatever you want. Yeah, he's young. So
17.
Players who would be under consideration, I don't think I missed anybody here, from each of the major teams. The Niners obviously starts with Brock Purdy, who's 24. Jair Brown's 24. Talanoa Hufunga's only 24. Dima Lenore's 24. I even put an ode to you on here. Jake Moody's 24.
He made 2 50-yard field goals in the Super Bowl.
Give it to him.
Jan Stenerud ever do that? The crazy man, the butt kicker they should kick out of Kansas City after what he's done?
I got the petition.
All right, so how old's Brandon Ayuk?
26.
How old's Nick Bosa?
26.
Okay.
Too old.
Okay.
Giants.
Yeah, it's called ageism, John. I just did harassment training around here. I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, you're the party animal.
No, I'm more of a counselor.
Oh, yeah, the counselor.
Things not working out well with you at home?
Giants-wise, and they have an impressive group. Harrison, 22, Luciano, 22, Matos, 22, Ramos, 24, Bailey, 24. Warriors, this is an impressive group as well. Trace Jackson Davis, 24, Kuminga, 21. 21 is all he is. Barely can get a drink. Moses Moody, 21, Pods, 21. And like I said, you want to put Macklin Celebrini at 17? Whatever. Do whatever
He'll
you
be
want.
18 when he goes to the Sphere.
He will.
And is drafted by the Sharkies and comes to Rick Celebrini's Bay Area.
Okay, so, so you can, people can do whatever they want. So this is how Murph did it. This is Murph's 5-1. He had Harrison 5, Pods 4.
That's Prince Harry.
Yep, Prince Harry.
Harry Balls.
Yes.
Dirty
5.
Harry. That's Kyle Harrison from De La Salle.
That's him.
Okay.
All-rookie first-teamer Pods at 4. Matos, player of the week at 3. Kuminga at 2. Purdy, obviously, at 1. Waterboy.
Where is Patrick Bailey on his list?
Hello? Nothing. Nowhere.
Does he watch Giants baseball?
I think he's drinking.
He does not have Patrick Bailey.
I think he's drinking
on the list.
Patrick Bailey eligible.
Was Murph concussed when? Did he go to see Dr. Mickey Collins in Pittsburgh? He doesn't have Patrick Bailey on the list.
Bailey.
Does Kyle Harrison have a bobblehead yet?
He does not.
See the one knee down technique?
If you're watching on YouTube, you can see that.
He's so good. His hands are so soft. He receives the ball with his catcher's mask up.
Yeah, he
doesn't even need to put it down. He got a concussion, Bailey. Please put it down and go hockey style in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they did get the foul off the mask.
He does not have Patrick Bailey on the list? All right.
Waterboy corrects that. He has Matos 5, Kuminga 4, Bailey 3, Harrison 2, Purdy 1. So that's
Who's talking?
So that's the list. All right. If I were to do a list.
Well, you are right now, John Lund.
And I want to get
John
yours.
Lund, give me your top 5 Bay Area athletes,
first of all,
the age 25 and under.
Here's what I did.
Are we including 25, or we're saying you got to be under 25?
If you want to, you can. I just put 20. I put under 25 because I think 25.
So you have to be 24 years, 364 days.
My parents
We are in a
changed-
leap year. Do we get a 365th day?
My parents seriously changed the lock at 25 because I was like, "Can I come back?"
Where were you at age? Where were you at age 25?
I was working in the industry. My parents were like, pfft. They didn't even want me to come home for like Thanksgiving. They were like, "You're 25. Like, don't you have children, a dog, and a picket fence yet? Get out of here. 25. You're an adult." Now I would put here's one I think they missed, and I didn't even put Brock Purdy on the list. He's
You're
one.
still allowed to be on your parents' health insurance till you're 26, by the way.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay. Either way.
I have an insurance story.
All right, who do you have? You have the big bad
Okay,
wolf?
so here's what I did. At 1, it's like Purdy's 1, okay? So I don't even need to put him on the list. I mean, it's not even close.
Well, you got to put him on the list.
I put Hufanga at 5. He's 24, and he's been all-pro. Whether he deserved it or not is debatable, but he's a 24-year-old that has achieved all-pro status. So I think he's probably got to be at 5. I put Pods at 4, Harrison at 3, Kuminga at 2, and Bailey at 1. And I didn't put Brock because Brock is clearly number 1. So I actually did 6 probably. I probably cheated.
Okay, none of you put Trace Jackson Davis on the list at all?
Well, first of all, I didn't get swayed by Matos's, a few days. I think he's going to be good, but he's not top 5 just on a weekend. So I didn't do that. And I didn't put Trace Jackson Davis. I put Pods. Well, who am I going to kick out? I'm going to kick out Hufanga, Pods, Harrison, Kuminga, Bailey, Purdy, obviously.
You want my list now?
Yeah, I want your list.
I'm going to put Brock Purdy number 1, even though he's obviously. But I mean, we go on and on about
Jerry
Brock.
Rice.
Well, I mean, he's Brock Purdy. I mean,
that's a great line. He's Brock Purdy.
But the point is, Jeff Garcia was 29 when he came back from the CFL. It took Alex a number of years. He struggled until Harbaugh got here well into his career. Steve Young was good with the LA Express, not as good with Tampa Bay. By the time he got a shot, it's hard. Not everybody's Dan Marino. So for what Brock is doing is amazing. And I just see a lot of commonality in Brock Purdy and Patrick Bailey. I mean, I'm talking about guys who are never going back in the NBA and Major League Baseball to their respective minor leagues. There is no such thing in the NFL. They just get rid of you. But, I mean, Patrick Bailey is a difference maker on both sides of the ball. I think he's going to win a Gold Glove one year and maybe a Platinum Glove. He's going to be an all-star. You need him back in your lineup. You love Casale. But this guy is that good of a player. And then the rest of them are guys who I don't think will ever go back into the minor leagues, in their leagues. And I see future all-star appearances in them. I would take Jonathan Kuminga number 3. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga to me is a 20-point scorer in the NBA. I think he's going to get better and better as time goes on. I think he's that guy. And then I would pick over Talanoa Hufanga. I would pick Diamador Lenore as a guy who I think has arrived at multiple positions in the NFL. Do you know how hard it is to play outside corner and then in the nickel, jump inside and play in the slot with his ability to tackle in there? I mean, that's a pseudo linebacker spot. You play off more. It's hard because of the double pressing. Diamador Lenore is a difference maker. I think there's some private concerns about Talanoa Hufanga and where he's going to be. He's got to prove, first of all, that he's completely over his health situation. And, Jair Brown, the one thing about that panel the other night that we didn't talk much about, Jair Brown he's a lot like Talanoa Hufanga. He's just so mature and so comfortable in his own skin, and he just takes over. And then Malik Mustafa is a guy that has a lot of the Talanoa Hufanga, qualities about him. He may be even more, and Talanoa is very instinctive, but we haven't seen Malik play at all, but just watching him. So I would just say there's no guarantee that Talanoa Hufanga is going to start long-term here. He might, and he made the All-Pro. He had that pick against Matthew Stafford on Monday Night Football. It was surprising to me that he made second team All-Pro, whatever, first team over players like Derwin James. And I think he did slide a little bit last year. He was a product of dirty eyes, and he is coming back off of a torn ACL. I expect him to be a great player, but Diamador Lenore is that right now. And just how many guys in the NFL? Chris Harris Jr. did it for a long time. L'Jarius Sneed, McDuffie, Kansas City's asked them. There's not many guys that can play outside corner and go and play nickel. And I'm not sure what he's best at. He's good on the outside, but he's tenacious as a blitzer, the hyena with the cat blitz. So I'm going to go Diamador Lenore.
At 4.
At 4. And then I'm going to take Kyle Harrison.
I figured you might.
He's not going back to the minors. He's unless he has an injury and he has to rehab. I think Kyle Harrison, and he's got to get better. His breaking ball, he's getting by on just a little bit of his arsenal. When he locks in and he figures out the arm side command into a lefty away from a righty. And, Lincecum, you don't have to be pinpoint when you're like him, but his slot, the way the ball elevates, he gets that cutter, slider, and the changeup locked in consistently, and he will. And you know what I love about him? He's just De La, and he's a bulldog. And the days that he doesn't have it, he don't like that guy in the box. He's got, Mad Bum Nasty, Matt Cain. He just competes. He's done. He loves Sacramento. He's not going back there. So, to me, clearly it's Brock, it's Bailey, it's Kuminga, it's Diamador Lenore, and it's Kyle Harrison. If you wanted to throw Brock out like you did and I had to add an extra guy, I don't know. I think that's where it gets into a lot of things. Obviously, Talanoa has achieved the most to this point. I think I would take Trace Jackson Davis. I think I like Brandon Pajemski. He can be, Reeves and Austin Reeves with the Lakers. Steve dropped on us. I'm like, whoa, he can be that guy. And the way he's nasty, he guards better. And Reeves is a good defender, but Pajemski, has some real toughness to him. But if he can be a real threat to shoot and score off the dribble as a pick and roll player, but Trace Jackson Davis is just a baby, and he's so good. He's so good. They bumped Kuminga out of the lineup. He's the perfect complement to Draymond. I think, we don't know anything about what it's going to be in the offseason, but I would venture to guess he would be in the starting lineup more so and the finishing lineup than Pajemski. I like Pajemski. He's going to be a fine player. But if I had to add an extra guy, it would be Trace Jackson Davis. But I would go Brock and Bailey, and to me, they are just way out in front. Brock clearly is number, but Bailey, to me, I can't believe Murph left him off the list. But Kuminga has achieved more, and I think he has a lot of upside. Diamador Lenore is a great player. He's just a special two-way player that's going to get better. And I think Kyle Harrison, they've won Kyle's last 7 starts.
That's
7 starts, he takes the ball, they win.
Yeah.
And he's had good stuff, and some of them great stuff. He's had mediocre
Mostly
stuff,
fastball.
and he has a way. His fastball is electric. It's here, hit it. Good luck. But when he gets his changeup, his slider, cutter, and he locks in, and he gets the arm side command, when he gets all that, he's going to be one of the most dominant pitchers in baseball. So I think those guys are here to stay. And then Macklin Celebrini, just a baby. We got to see where he's at. But you got young guys here, John. That's quite a list.
For every
guys
team?
that are under 25. So for each of those teams, the future's bright. You're varying degrees of good now, but you got other guys, and then the Niners have a few guys we didn't get to as well. Jair Brown,
24.
Jake Moody, I think, is going to settle in. I think the pressure's off him a little bit. That rookie spotlight was really hard on him. But they have a good crop of young guys. We didn't include any of the Trey Hombres. We don't know who they are yet. Who is Luciano? Who is Matos? Who is Ramos? I think there's a chance all 3 of them could go back to Sacramento at some point this year. You don't know. Casey Schmidt, we thought he was the rage. He's back down. When they get completely healthy, where do they fit? I think the other guys are all here to stay.
All right, give us your thoughts. We will we'll give you the list coming up next, and we also go through by team. There's 4 or 5 guys for each team locally that can do it, but it's based on the guys we're talking about it this morning because Luis Matos, deservedly so, won the Player of the Week, and Brandon Pajemski was first team all-rookie team. We put together our top 5 list. We'll reset those coming up next. Murph and Marcus did it this morning. We just gave you the 2 as well. Love to get your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line the same, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll continue the talk next, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. Summer starts right here at Modesto Toyota, and it starts with big savings, of course. Now you enjoy summer, that new Toyota you want with great deals just waiting for you right now at Modesto Toyota. You're going to take that road trip, so do it in a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. So you come in, you check out all the new models and deals, or this is what I did to get mine. I went to ModestoToyota.com. I saw the incoming vehicles. I picked out the one I wanted, had all the bells and whistles that I needed on it, and voila, we were done. Like never before, now's the time to save on gas. That was my thought process with the mini hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. So I got the RAV4 hybrid. It has been awesome. You can also check out the totally all-new, amazing Tacoma and, of course, the powerful new Tundra. If you're a truck person, those are great as well. So some of the models, by the way, even big customer cash back. So who doesn't love that? Favorite part? Since 1965, family-owned. So you know they're going to be here. And they're doing everything right. Since 1965, Modesto Toyota's had thousands of happy customers because of the great price, service, and everything involved with Modesto Toyota. I am happy. You can see the big smile on my face. So it's time. It's time for summer. It's time for Modesto Toyota. Get to your new Toyota right now at Modesto Toyota, where there is no dealer markup, and the time's never been better. And of course, as I tell you every single time, it's where I get my Toyota. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
The Papa and Lund Show now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Happy Tuesday. 2:40 for the Pirates and the Giants this afternoon. Tolbert in about 23 minutes. He's solo for 40 minutes, which I might want to be near the duck mutton for that. 40 minutes. Tolbert to get loose.
So
by
you're
himself,
saying
man.
they're starting to play a game in less than 2 hours?
Yeah.
Is Gabe Kapler
2:40
still?
pregame.
So 3:40 game time.
Yeah.
It's 1:37.
Yeah.
So in 2 hours and 3 minutes, they're going to play a game?
Yeah.
Is Gabe Kapler still managing?
No.
Where's the Giant lineup?
Oh, are they going to start being secretive now?
Well, I think it's related to
About
Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, because they did clear him.
But I mean, as far as the lineup goes, Kurt said he's in the lineup. Would they DH Patrick Bailey?
Yeah, that's not a bad way. Yeah,
And that what he did with Jorge Soler.
Well,
He's
yeah,
your
he's red
leadoff
hot.
hitter. He's DH. And I don't know why that would impact the lineup. It could impact the roster, which would impact the lineup. And they've done this before. I mean, I know there was I think the other team waited forever to post their lineup with Hunter Pence.
hate that.
Well, you're in a broadcast. Hunter Pence was doing the game. It was like a half hour before the
We
game.
didn't know who was pitching.
Well,
It
it's
was
not
like,
just that.
we're
It's setting up your
jealous.
card for the game is really difficult and laying out notes. Who's doing the game? Flem is back. Who's his analyst? Probably Javi Lopez.
Yeah, he
His
usually
band.
does those.
And he knows that. I mean, the one thing about that, and the guys on radio have the boot there is just so high.
It's unbelievable.
Above honestly, it's a pop up that you can't. You have no idea if the ball's going to be a home run into the
But do you use,
river.
like super high power binoculars?
Well, you just
when
go,
you're there?
you go off the TV monitor. I don't think I use binoculars in baseball. I did just see the bullpen, but you just follow the monitor more. But you get fooled a lot because it looks
David
like
Harvey.
you don't know if it's a pop up in the infield or the ball's going to go into the Allegheny River.
And by the way, and we'll reset these lists coming up in just a second. But did you happen to hear Dave yesterday? He was like 50 feet from the Scotty Scheffler thing.
I did not.
And it was unbelievable. Like they couldn't believe their eyes. They're like, because people were saying back to them because it was dark out and raining, and they were saying that because they were watching some guy get thrown into a cop car, and then somebody goes, "That's Scotty Scheffler," and Flem's like, "No, it's not."
So was Scheffler driving the car that dragged the police officer?
Well,
I mean, that's
they're debating
the
whether
part.
it was really a
I could see someone just go right through the line. I mean, you're going in to play the second round of the PGA.
Well, they told him to go. It was just so weird. But
I mean, that's
the
where you can't, hit a pedestrian or even worse, somebody with security or a police officer. Was he driving that car? Or was he being driven?
No, he was driving it, and it was marked clearly. Other guys had gone through, but here was the other part, and you'll appreciate this part of it. So Dave, Dave's trying to get ready for the PGA broadcast, and Sports Center. Oh, do you have it? Where he's talking about being on TV, and then Sports Center's like, "Hey, we're coming right to you," and he's like, he just seen it, and I mean, he just said it was total chaos. Do we do have that cut? Oh, yeah. Go ahead and play it. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be too long-winded. And I say this, I'm not joking when I say this. Like, you guys know I'm very transparent with you. I'm going to leave out some details because I really, truly don't want to go back to Kentucky for some sort of, like, I really don't. And I am fearful that I'm going to be called. I'm like one of 4 people who actually witnessed it happen live. I was 50 feet away from him. In essence, and it turned out Scotty Scheffler, we didn't know it at the time, but the best player in the world, were kind of waiting in a little queue to get into the main gate of the golf club, and we weren't being allowed. We had gotten all the way down there, which was better than most. They blocked off the road about a half mile away. They let us through. They let him through, but then we were still waiting to get through the actual gate onto the property. And, look, I mean, Scotty's got his courtesy car. He's got his placard that says he's allowed in. The person up at the top of the hill, I'm sure, told him, yeah, players are allowed in. And so he got tired of waiting, and he tried to kind of zig around, and a cop didn't like that, and they got into an argument, and the cop really didn't like that, and it turned ugly super fast. And so we knew something was going on. There was a confrontation, and when the cop finally got the car to stop, and basically it looked like to me was trying to smash in the windshield with his flashlight. Like, this cop lost his mind and was like, he was beating on the car and screaming for help from other people, and basically dragged Scheffler out of the car and slapped handcuffs. And as soon as he did that, even in the dark, our driver of the car had said, "I think that's Scotty Scheffler," and we all were like, "No, come on, it's not Scotty." And when he got out, it was like, "Oh my God, that's the best player in the world."
Isn't that wild?
Well, he doesn't. I mean, Dave's an eyewitness, so if they something tells me this will be dropped. But if this does, reach more, where more, input is given, I don't know if it'll ever go to a trial. I don't know how to handle it. He doesn't want to go back. If you go to Kentucky, you want to go for the moonshine.
Or
you don't want to go to be, the mint
julep, yeah.
Anyway, I'm surprised that hasn't happened before. I've been in similar situations where, especially around COVID, it was hard to travel anywhere.
No kidding.
And you're just trying to go do your job. I mean, I'm a little surprised he doesn't get driven and somebody,
it's kind of a tradition.
Drives
players drive
himself.
themselves. It's kind of a golf tradition. They might want to change that.
Well, I mean, in other sports, they have buses. Even, the Niners the night before a game, the guys don't, I don't know if they plant their cars at the facility or how they do that, because it is annoying after the game. You want to go home with your family and your car's not there because you stayed in the hotel. But they do make them stay in hotels. I think they actually drive in the morning of the game. But anyway, I'm a little surprised that hasn't happened before. It's so public where you're just trying to get in to do your job. And, in defense of the police officer, there was a major fatality there. Somebody lost their life. It was terrible. So obviously things change, but he was just trying to go and do his job. I'm actually surprised. I'm sure this has happened before with people trying to enter just to go to work, whether it's a World Series game or something.
Oh,
the thing is, he got arrested and was actually detained. He got he was released later, but he was in jail. Who's ever done that?
He was stretching in jail.
Well, because he knew he was going to get released, so he had to go do his job, and he got there early enough, and they moved all the tee times back. It's actually very understandable, but I was just whoever. The morning of a game, like Billy Martin got into so many bar fights. He ever get bailed out of jail, go manage the Yankees or play second base for Casey Stengel? I don't know. The Raiders, I remember them drinking all night and rolling right from a bar to the, the famous story before Super Bowl 11 with Snake and Freddie. I won't even get into it. But they barely made kickoff, and then Freddie was the MVP of the game, and Snake lit up Minnesota's defense. Anyway, I'm sure there were stories like that, but being arrested, the Cam Inman did remind us of Alden Smith getting arrested the Friday before a home game against the Colts.
Remember that big debate, and then he played, and everyone was on
played
jet
a lot
about
of
it?
snaps, but at that point he sobered up, and but he was arrested that Friday morning. He wrapped his car around a tree.
Yeah, he had the accelerator still down.
But that wasn't like Friday's different than Sunday morning, and you have to go play the game. But I can't remember anybody. Has to be a story out there where a guy or a woman got arrested right before they went out, and he shot a 66 that day. He played pretty well.
Ridiculous. Yeah, to be able to mentally do that was unbelievable. Pop and Lunch sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. We'll give you the final list. We were just talking about the list and young players. If you missed Papa's or any of the guys from the morning, we'll give you that. We got a couple of more remnants as well. And then Solo Tolbert from 2 to 240. You do not want to miss that before Giants baseball against the Pirates, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dave Fleming. Flem joined Tolbert and Carly yesterday. He was in for Adam Culpin discussing seeing the Scotty Scheffler arrest on Friday. He was just feet away from that. And he talked about Luis Matos being the NL Player of the Week. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa back after another fabulous night on my sleep number bed. I may have hit double digits in hours of sleep, and that's usually a week for me. I got it on one night only. So sleep number beds, obviously, quality sleep is important. Your reaction time, your recovery time, your performance, and the best sleep you get it on a sleep number bed. I think you've heard NFL players talk about it. It's a game changer for quality sleep. It's been for me for years now, and you get the adjustable firmness on each side. Only Sleep Number's smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and feature cooling layers for more comfortable sleep. So you can get one right now. In fact, you got a sale to take advantage of. You can get a Sleep Number limited edition smart bed going on during Sleep Number's Memorial Day sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery when you add any base. And they're great people to work with. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. I went in-store a number of years ago, and they took care of me. So cordial in their service. So if you want more on the J.D. Power rankings, the 2023 award information, you can visit jdpower.com/awards. So pick yourself up a Sleep Number bed, only available to you at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Remember what Joe Kip Noah said about Cleveland? I ain't never heard nobody say they're going there for vacation.
Yeah, I know, but this ain't
Same
Cleveland.
could be said
This
about
ain't Cleveland.
Naptown.
Mark, I will take
Vegas
care of
ain't
you.
Naptown.
I will take care of you. But the people I
You
hung
can
with.
only go to St. Elmo's Steakhouse.
No, we're not going to St.
anytime.
Elmo's. Broad Ripple.
Oh, man.
It's Brooklyn meets Berkeley. It's very cool. I think they have a White Castle there, too, John. I know they do.
White Castle Burgers late night.
I love them.
Late night hit.
Yeah, you don't eat White Castle. You just rent them for about an hour and a half.
Like the
we
Bell?
have a giant lineup,
Like
by
the
the
Bell?
way. All right-handed hitters against
Only
Martin
right-
Perez.
only right turns.
Jorge Soler, DH. Tyro Estrada, who's coming on lately. Second base. Matos center. Move Matos up. He's going to hit third. Matt Chapman clean up again. Wilmer Flores at first. Elliot Ramos in left. You ready for it? Ryan McKenna.
Who?
Is on the Giant roster. They just claimed him off waivers from Baltimore.
The
Right-handed
old
hitter.
Farhan move.
Same. Where'd they get Mike Yastrzemski from? The Orioles. And Yaz not in, so McKenna's in right. Marco Luciano at shortstop. And as he promised us, Kurt Casale is the catcher. No word on if they put Patrick Bailey on the roster. So all right-handed hitters against Martin Perez.
Interesting. McKenna, huh? All right. Farhan has not done a ton of that this year, but that's a churner. McKenna. I can see McKenna.
And you got
being-
Connor Joe hitting cleanup for
Joe.
the Pittsburgh Pirates at first space.
We should have known right from day one. Connor Joe and was it Michael Reed in right?
Michael
Joe was in
Reed.
left and Reed was in right on the opening day.
In 4 seasons with the Orioles, Ryan McKenna at 224 with a 302 on base and a 634 ops. Not great, but we'll see.
All right.
He's in right field. So they have made one roster move to get him on the roster.
But no news on Bailey.
I
He
have
has been
not.
cleared.
I don't see the
Steven
game
Susser
notes
said he's
yet.
been
I just saw the
cleared.
lineup. He's cleared for baseball activity, but he's not in the lineup. So would they?
She said he was cleared.
And then what do they do when they do activate him? What do they do with Blake Sable? Does he go bye-bye?
It's got to be Ryan McKenna, right, for his one day with the Giants, his one right.
Well, McKenna's there for Tyler Fitzgerald because they already sent. Right when they were taking off for Pittsburgh yesterday, they sent Tyler Fitzgerald back to Sacramento. So if they put Bailey on the roster, they got to take somebody else off. And then tomorrow, assuming Blake Snell's wife does not go into labor, I didn't know about that.
He gets pushed back
he has
again?
to be. Well, I don't know. Assuming she'll be fine. She'll be fine. Is that her first child, or which one is that?
I mean, come on, man, just zoom it. I mean, really, we can't just zoom something.
I remember when Jennifer
Just
Montana
kidding.
was in labor during the football season, and they got royally crushed for not timing
Everybody
the
gets all upset
gestation
about
better. That she should have the child in the off season.
I know.
Which there is something
imagine
to
someone
that.
saying
There is
that, like, well,
something
you
to
know,
do
you gotta. It's like, hey, man, if the opportunity arises, I'm not going to do math in my head before the. Honey, I
Very
would really,
easy to count 40 weeks.
I would love to engage with you right now, honey, but you know that's May
engage?
22nd or whatever, and I
No, May
can't- the baby
22nd is
can't
a
be-
bad time to do it, John. If you're a football player, you got 40 weeks from then.
Who's going to say no, though? Nobody.
Problem is, you play in the Super Bowl. There's no damn off season. When are you gonna have sex with your wife?
Oh yeah, what is it? February 3rd.
Well, say you want to have sex on Valentine's Day, and you go 40 weeks from there. You know, 9. It's actually 10 months, not 9 months. So you're in December. When do you actually do it?
Oh, jeez. See, I just
you have to do it late in the.
Good
You know
thing I'm
what?
not an athlete.
During the bye week, honey. It's the bye week.
Can you imagine?
You run a bang 8.
I mean, it's just not, it's not that often anyway. And then you got to have a calendar around, like, oh, geez. And she's sitting there. She's got an ovulation calendar. You have we're in Minnesota that week.
You got to
can't do
time
it
these
now.
things out. Blake Snell's going to miss the start because his wife's going into labor. Paying you $1 million
Sorry.
to start.
And plus, Blake Snell's got all the the gaming going on. So Blake's like, oh, I got to be online on Twitch, and she's like, well, my ovulation calendar says this, and he says, well, geez, we're in Cincinnati that weekend. Hey, man.
You know what? And I'm
Just
doing the
throw it all out
math
the
here. He
window.
had sex right after the night he won the Cy Young is when he celebrated. Didn't he know May 22nd he's going to be in Pittsburgh with the Giants?
You can't say no. You can't say no. How many times can you have a headache? I mean, sorry, we're we're in Pittsburgh on a Wednesday that night. I can't do it now.
Blake doesn't throw a screwball.
Very nice. Very nice. There you go. Hey, how's it going?
Is it 2 o'clock yet?
I'd really like to, but we've got Pittsburgh on a Wednesday night. I'm taking on Jared Jones at PNC Park. No, that's not going to fly. That is not going to fly. You're not going to say no to that. All right, let me see. Final list for the 25 and unders. Murph, Harrison, Pods, Matos, Kuminga, Purdy. He bought into the Matos. Did not put Patrick Bailey.
What?
Waterboy, 25 and under in the Bay Area sports scene. Matos buying into it. Kuminga, Bailey, Harrison, Purdy. I said I didn't even put Brock on there because, come on. Harrison.
Anybody but Diamond? Am I the only one to put Diamondor Lenore?
Harrison, Kuminga, Bailey for me. And you went Harrison, Lenore, Kuminga.
You're going 5-4-3-2-1.
Yeah, and you put Purdy 1. If you didn't, because I took Purdy out because he's just the GOAT, young guy, you put Trace Jackson Davis.
Am I?
Threw out Purdy.
Well, I was suspect. I only picked. Was I the only one who put the hyena?
Yeah.
You don't think Diamondor Lenore is a pretty good player?
I just think Hufanga was an all-pro, whether he deserved it or not. But he made it. Oh, you're giving me that.
I'm not saying anything.
No,
I'm saying
they caught you
who
on
was a
DVD.
lock?
They caught you on
Who was a
YouTube doing
lock?
that.
I love Talanoa. Where are you, big bad wolf? He's gonna huff and he's gonna puff and he's gonna blow the Rams' house down. The one guy I will guarantee is starting is Diamondor Lenore, and he's in the nickel.
Is
He's in all
Renardo Green
packages.
going to be the nickel or the outside?
Who?
Well,
I don't know. It stays his first day of organized team activities.
You got to tell me on
idea.
Thursday.
I don't know. I'm not going to know on Thursday. No one's going to know on Thursday.
You know.
I have no idea.
Young guys, like you said, you mentioned this. Young guys, Niners under 25, Jared Brown 24, Huff 24, Demo 24, Moody reluctantly put on there 24, Ricky Pearsall 23. Giants have a good one. Harrison 22, Luciano 22, Matos 22, Ramos 24, Bailey 24, more on the way. And then the Warriors, TJD 24, Kuminga 21, Moody 21, Pods 21. My gosh.
So in the Giant lineup tonight, those three guys are all in, obviously. And how about Matos? Bob said he was going to move him up in the order. He's hitting third tonight. And Elliot Ramos is hitting sixth, and Marco Luciano is hitting eighth. But all three young guys, 24 and a pair of 22-year-olds, are in your lineup tonight.
Nice work today, boys. Kirk Casale was a lot of fun at 10:30. Susan Slessor got us caught up on all the Giants news at 11:30. Mark Spears joined us in the 11:50 block, and Jeff Garcia was awesome. Got a lot of great feedback on Jeff 12:30. Any of those you missed, just go to KNBR.com. Tolbert alone. That's probably not a good idea. Tolbert alone, solo, from 2 to 2:40. And tune in for award-winning Diamond Notes with Tolbert.
You're not doing them?
No.
Derek Papa's not doing them?
Well, I think Tom wanted to do them. Tom loves Diamond Notes.
I got some notes for him. Ryan McKenna spent the last 4 seasons in Baltimore where he batted 224.
That's great.
With a 634 hops? Why is he in the lineup?
He has to start a hit. Let's take him out and put on the 41st best player on the
I want to
Orioles.
see the splits. What is Martin Perez against right-handed batters versus lefties, John?
All right, thanks as always to Danny. Thanks to Walter as well. We will see you for the Hump Day edition tomorrow, 10 o'clock sharp. Yeah, then Thursday you're off. You're off to camp. You're a camper.
A lot like Blake Snell. I will be getting off on Thursday.
All right. Tolbert is next. Giants baseball at 2:40 on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Logan Webb needs to shut up.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Actually, strike that. I'm with you. How much damage can one man do for 40 minutes? Let's find out. Well, let's not. We're going to take you right up until Giants and Buccos. The Pirates and I think the Giants can make it five in a row. 5 in a row. We'll get to that. We'll get you ready for the game with some diamond notes. It'll be heavy on the youngsters. That I can guarantee you, because that's what I'm going to be looking forward to today. And we'll see if Logan Webb can get up to a better start. NBA Eastern Conference Finals start tonight. Celtics and the Pacers every other night now. We get Eastern Conference, Western Conference, Eastern Conference, Western Conference. We're starting to get to the Western Conference, Eastern Conference, NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. Anybody caught the Oilers and the Canucks last night? Tremendous game, especially for the last 9 minutes of that game. Looked like Edmonton was going to pull away, 3-0. Snoozer, 3-1. A little interesting. 3-2, extremely interesting. That was a really, I wouldn't say it's a great game. It's a great last 9 minutes, though. Vancouver was buzzing. Couldn't quite tie it up, though. In fact, when it was 3-2, 5 minutes left, didn't get another shot on goal. That was it. Over. Edmonton's keep away the last 5 minutes was phenomenal. So we might have Drew Amend on when we get ready for the Stanley Cup finals. We haven't really talked much hockey this year. The Sharks haven't left us a whole lot of choice. Hopefully that changes, because I do enjoy talking Sharks hockey. But it can't be. Well, they're now 50 points behind the leader. Good night. No, behind second to last. Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, we might want to leave that one alone. So I miss having Drew on. We'll get Drew on before the Stanley Cup Finals. Maybe try to get my buddy Pete on Thursday. Talk a little Wolves and Mavericks. That should be a fun series as well. I am looking forward to tonight, though. And you know me. I don't know how many of you out there actually watch pre-games. Football pregame. College game day. Fox Sunday is like a big one. NBA all that stuff. I'll be happy tonight if I do turn it on, which I generally don't. But Sunday I was kind of kicking around watching the PGA Championship and watching the pregame. What an embarrassment for ESPN. What an absolute embarrassment to turn that into a local Knicks pregame show for Game 7 in the Eastern Conference semis. You're just going to turn it into a Knicks pregame show. Spike and Stephen A. and everybody hooting and hollering, and I'm sure, what do they care? Most of the ratings are coming from New York, right? We know it's most people. There are two teams, though. This isn't MSG. Okay, this is. I'm pretty sure it was ESPN. Was it not? Might have even been ABC. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be at least somewhat skewed, somewhat biased. Now we get it. Stephen A. Smith is a huge Knicks fan. Get that. So it's going to be slanted a little bit, but that much. If he didn't have a reason to root for the Pacers, that gave you one. And the classic part was post-game. You have your post-game wrap-up show and stuff like that. Stephen A. gone. Knicks lose, he's gone. So classic. So classic. That was literally an embarrassment. Like, if you're ESPN, I know Stephen A. kind of runs that place, but at some point, don't you get in someone's ear and say, hey, guys, maybe even this up a little bit? We literally sound like a local Knicks show right now, and we're not. And it's Game 7, and it's just as important for the Pacers as it is for the Knicks. Like, I was rooting for the Pacers. I like watching the Pacers play. They're a fun team to watch play. And it's fun rooting against New York anyway, because the New Yorkers are kind of obnoxious sometimes when it comes to sports. Maybe that's my yank. It's just, you know what? Look, I shouldn't say that about the Knicks. mostly Yankees. I'm just mostly anti-Yankees, so New York kind of bleeds into it a little bit. But I was glad they won because New York was so beat up anyway. Boston would have put the stake in their heart early, and that thing would have been over. And then Brunson gets hurt, and so it look. I think Boston more than likely is going to take out Indiana, but it should be a fun series. No Porzingis, so there's going to be very, very little rim protection in this series, and there's going to be some very interesting matchups. Like, I'm not sure who's going to guard Siakam. I'm guessing it's going to be Tatum. They'll probably have the problem for the Pacers is Halliburton kind of runs everything for them. You know, Nesmith is I really like him. Nemhard has been really, really good I think it's Nesmith actually. Nemhard has been really good for them. And then Turner and Siakam, like, you can't leave anybody. There's no one in this series that you can leave. Like, you leave Draymond and force him to shoot some threes. You leave Trace Jackson Davis sometimes and force him to be a dunker. Or, so, you know, other teams. You can leave guys, non-offensive guys, especially non-offensive smaller guys you can leave out on the perimeter. There are none of those guys in this series. Halliburton, Nesmith can shoot, Nemhard can shoot. Siakam, not much of a three-point shooter, but can shoot out to 17, 18. Turner's a three-point shooter. Horford's a three-point shooter. So is Brown. So is Tatum. So is White. So is Holiday. I mean, this is going to be up and down. Problem for Indiana is Boston just plays better defense. They play better defense when big fella's in there. I mean, when they have Porzingis in there, they're a much better defensive team, but they're still better defensively than the Pacers are. And they've had the rest. They didn't have to go 7. I think they're going to push them in some games. I don't think there's going to be a walkover, a cakewalk by any stretch. But the benches will get after it. Pritchard and McConnell will be fun to watch just go at it. Just two little spark plugs that get out there and are just scrappy as hell. Get after you. Don't back down. Both Pac-12 guys, McConnell from Arizona, Pritchard from Oregon. So that'll be kind of a fun matchup to watch those two get after it. But looking forward to that. That one's going to be really fun. And then maybe tomorrow we'll get into a little bit of the Mavs and the T-Wolves because I think that is the series. That's the one that could go 6-7. But this one I think will be fun. And Indiana's coming. And think about this for a second, will you? If Indiana got what they wanted and were able to trade for DeAndre Ayton, think how that would have affected them. Because Miles Turner gives them that stretch that they need, and he gives them rim protection that they need on the other end. But he can stretch the floor, and he is just like a perfect fit for what they try to do. So if you get that trade done and they have Ayton, think about Phoenix. They were going to trade for Miles Turner. Think about how that would have affected them if they would have had Miles Turner, because they ended up firing Monty Williams and trading Ayton anyway and got nothing. There's like little things like that you look at in the NBA and you're like, God, if one thing would have happened or could have happened, then the teams would look completely different. But right now the Pacers are, I mean, look, they're pointed in the right direction. I love where they're headed. I love their roster. Ben Matherin's not even playing for them, and he's like a, rotational guy, 6th, 7th guy. So I'm looking forward to this series. Again, I don't know if it's going to be a long series, but I think the games that are played are going to be fun between Boston and Indy. All right, coming up, we'll continue on. Got about a half an hour left, and then we're going to ship you out to Pittsburgh. We'll get you ready for the Pirates and the Giants here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Tom Tolbert said he'll only do updates or D-notes today, so this is Derek Papa with your KNBR update. Hey, Elliot Ramos appeared on Murph and Marcus this morning, and Kirk Caselli appeared on Papa and Lund. How about that? Listen to both of those incredible interviews on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Derek.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Come up in here, Spike Lee. You come right here, right? Come right here. It's Orange and Blue Skies, baby. This is what it's all about right here. This is what we've been waiting for right here. It's Game 7. This is what it's about. Get that. Put it back on it. The New York Knicks. It's about grinding. It's about guts. It's about heart. That's what games are. This is what it's about. This is what we waited for right here.
And the Indiana Pacers back in the conference finals, first time in a decade. They'll face the Celtics starting on Tuesday. Come back from down 3-2, win the last 2 games, and defeat the Knicks in 7 games.
I mean, is it any wonder people were like, get this guy off my TV now? I mean, that's I don't watch any of the shows. So, but I mean, you would have to be blind and deaf not to know who this guy is. He's everywhere. If you watch ESPN, this guy pops up all the time, and you can't get to a remote quick enough. You just can't. Whether it's a mute or a switch, immediately switch channels, you're just done. It's like, no. And the thing is, here's the thing about New York and New York teams. It's not even necessarily them. What up, Pip? It's the coverage. Like, everybody treats New York like you don't know how much I hate. Hate's a strong word, but sports hate. Hate hearing that New York's the Mecca. Like, the Mecca of what? When have you guys won anything? And when's the last time the Knicks were like actually relevant? The 70s? Really? I mean, they were okay for a little bit during the 90s. Riley and Ewing and had the rivalry with the Bulls, but they can never get by them. But when New York wins, like, we all have to endure. There are just certain teams, I think everyone will agree with me that's listening, YouTube channel, Twitch, tag, whatever. You'll agree with me. There's a reason we hate certain teams. If you're not a fan of that team, you're just tired of hearing about them. Like, New York teams are at the top of the list. You know, if you can do it in New York, you can make it anywhere. If you make it in New York, make it anywhere. If it's big in New York, it'll be bigger anyway. Just whatever. Nobody, like, if you're not in New York and you don't care, you don't want to hear it. Like, just go away. Like, yeah, the Knicks. The Knicks are fun this year. Absolutely. I loved watching Brunson play. Jason Hart, one of my favorite players. DiVincenzo had a hell of a year. Like, they're a fun team to watch. They are. But when New York's big, like, it's just, that's enough. I don't want to hear about the Knicks anymore. I don't want to hear about the Yankees anymore. The Giants, help us if the Jets are actually good this year. And then we have to endure through Aaron Rodgers and the Jets coverage. Oh, please. Just brutal. Lakers, same thing. Lakers don't even have to be good for them to get it every time you pop it on, it's like, and look, here's why, because they have more fans. They move the needle, so networks are going to put them on TV, right? And look, the Warriors, same way. There's probably people out there that are like, look, I'm tired of the Warriors. I mean, I'm tired of the Warriors. Tired of Steph Curry. I'm tired of Draymond. Can't stand him. Tired of Kerr. Tired of the whole deal. Lacob and everybody, just beat it. I don't want to hear from the Warriors anymore. Now, I may be too close to the Warriors. We all may be too close to the Warriors. But there's really nothing, like, nauseating about the Warriors. Draymond can be a little much sometimes. There's no doubt. If you're not a fan of the Warriors, you could look at Draymond and go, no. I've had enough of this dude. How could you say that about Steph? Like, Steph is not that guy where it's like, yeah, I'm just tired of that guy. I'm tired of Steph. He's irritating. Like, it's not irritating. There's nothing about him you look at and say, at least I don't think so. Again, I'll admit I'm pretty close to the Warriors. So, but I don't see it. But I mean, I can see it with Draymond. I just don't see it with Steph. So there are Cowboys, another team. They get a ridiculous amount of coverage when they're not even great. They're just like, okay. and it's Cowboys. It's Cowboys, it's Cowboys, it's Cowboys. So people want, like, why do these teams get all that hate? Well, that's why. Because we got to endure the coverage. We got to endure nationally televised games with these clown teams on the TV, and they're like 500, maybe 500, but they still draw ratings. Giants, you are getting a Giants-Cowboys game this year. I guarantee you. You're getting one. I don't care how good the Giants are. I don't care how good the Cowboys are. Look at your Sunday night schedule or Monday schedule. They will get a primetime game. If they don't, it'll be the first year they haven't in quite some time. You'll probably get a Giants-Eagles game. You'll probably get an Eagles-Cowboys game. And again, doesn't matter how good they are. That's what you're going to get. You're going to get them. Like Knicks. How many times did we have to suffer through Knicks on a Christmas Day? Christmas Day, you wake up. Oh, what's the first game on? Oh, the Bucks are going to slaughter the Knicks again. Great. Yeah, skip that. What else do we have going on? We got any bad college hoops I could watch? Nah. All right. Guess I'll have to watch this. Maybe I'll mow the yard. Maybe I won't. You know what?
Tell me a little something, KD. Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
I've been meaning to trim my toenails. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah. I don't watch the Knicks. I mean, the Knicks are actually good now. So you throw them on national TV. It's like, okay, I can dig watching the Knicks. I can dig watching Brunson. That's cool. But this is like 3 years ago, pre-Brunson, where the Knicks were, well, you know, the Knicks, where they were like inconsequential. And still, why do you think they threw them on Christmas? Big market, Knicks, let's throw them on there. Yeah, stop. So that's why people, Notre Dame, another one of those teams where Notre Dame can be a little over 500 and people are like, oh, no, let's put Notre Dame on TV. Yeah, how about we don't? I mean, I'm tired of the Rudy story. I got to be honest. Like, full disclosure, I was probably the only one in the movie theater that was rooting for Rudy to get his leg broken at the end of the movie. Like, dude, this would be sweet. If somebody comes in here like a wedge and just snaps this dude's tibia, that'd be amazing. It didn't happen. It ended up the way I thought it was going to end up. But that's how anti-Notre Dame. Like, I was like, nah, I couldn't have been the only guy that was rooting for Rudy to get mangled at the end of the movie. Sean Astin, whatever the hell his name is. Everybody putting their jerseys back. Putting their jerseys back for Rudy. Speaking of my foot, I got to ask anybody this, because this happened to me yesterday, and I don't know that it's happened before. I want to say it's happened once. I'm not going to get into the topography of my toe, because you don't want to hear about that. And I don't even want to think about that, to be honest with you. But something happened, anyway, I won't go into it. But has anybody ever cut their toe or cut their foot and not known about it? And then you walk around for like 30 seconds before you actually look down, and it looks like a episode of CSI. And you're just like, what? Oh, no. And lucky for me, it was a carpet, so I got to clean that up. That was very cool. It couldn't have been like a tile or something. That would have been easy. I could have got the Swiffer out and swifted, just swift it away. Taylor swifted it away. Just done. No. Had to be the carpet. So that took a little extra doing. But
dude, your toenails are really gross.
Yeah. It wasn't really that. It was, again, you don't want to hear it. I'm not going to get into it. There's part of me that wants to get into it because it's really kind of filthy, but I'm not going to do that. We're kind of in the middle of lunch, dinner kind of deal, and you don't want to hear this. You do not want to hear this. If I were doing updates, I might put in an update, but I'm not doing the update. So it would definitely be trending. I can guarantee you that. All right, coming up. Let's get off that. That's why I put that at the end, because I wanted to get you ready for the game. Next here on the Sports Leader.
Dude, your toenails are really gross.
We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us. 888-TAX-DEAL. That is to provide you with solutions to your tax problems. And it's very common that people just don't file their tax returns. Why? Number one reason is people just can't pay. So they don't file, make a mistake. Then year two comes around, they say, well, how can they file year two and they didn't file year one? By the way, they still don't have the money. And it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. And they don't know what to do, and all kinds of problems arise. The number two problem is you don't have the records. That's okay, too. We'll get all the records that the IRS and state has on you. We'll file all the returns that are needed. If you can't pay your taxes, we'll make a deal for you, and then you can have a normal life. The only thing you have to do is call 888-TAX-DEAL. We're waiting for you.
Thank you, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz at 188-TAX-DEAL or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
All right, before I get to the Giants lineup, just a quick question for the listening audience. As a lot of you know, my granddaughter, Camila, lives with us in Weston, her dad, our son. But we are expecting another one. I'll be two-time granddad fairly soon. So I'm excited about that. But the question is, because with Weston, Walker, and Haley, they all had like stuff we had to endure. Like, that was cool. You watch it for a little bit, and then after about a year, you're like, I'm so over this. Like, I got to a point where I just wanted to punch Barney right in the face. I was so tired of Barney like, oh God, you're killing me with this guy. I was tired of the smiling Tyrannosaurus, purple Tyrannosaurus bit. I was just over it. And then with Walker, it was God. What were the name of those little like Tinky Winky and Poe and I can't remember the name of them. They're all different colors, and somebody will figure it out. I know Tinky Winky and Poe were like two of the main characters in that show, and that one was fine. And Thomas the Tank Engine too. Oh my gosh, Thomas the Tank Engine. And then it was Dora the Explorer. So we've kind of moved out of the cart. Yes, Teletubbies. Thank you. That was Walker's Teletubbies. Oh, Teletubbies. I'm like, some dude's on LSD that made this. Okay, some guy's having a goof right now and just on dope.
The cocaine train.
And decided to make the Teletubbies. I mean, at least Barney was a damn dinosaur. I didn't even know what Teletubbies were. They're just like wild. And then Dora the Explorer. That was cool. Dora the Explorer was fine. Mail time. So now though, because we moved away from the cartoon, Blue's Clues was another one. Dora the Explorer and Blue's Clues were the two that Haley liked. Now it's zombies. Like this on Disney. That's like a big thing, and I hate it because they have these songs that are they're bad, but they're kind of catchy. And you just walk around the house like singing, "I'm exceptional, Zed. I'm an eminent." Oh no, I can't get away from it. Like, that's all we're watching here is zombies. So I don't know if anybody else is watching zombies right now. I feel your pain if you are, but it's just let's get to lineups. All right, let's go. We're going all righties against a lefty for the Giants tonight. Jorge Soler is going to be the DH leading off. Tyro Estrada playing second. Batting second, Luis Matos going to play right field, batting third. Matt Chapman playing third, batting fourth. Wilmer is batting fifth, playing first. Ramos, left field, and he will bat sixth. McKenna, it says he's right field. Yeah, we got two right fielders here. Monto's got to be playing center field. They must have screwed that one up. That's my guess. Is Monto's going to be center. The newest member of the Giants, McKenna. I probably should click on this. Can I click on the guy's name, please? R. McKenna. I'll get to him in a minute. Marco Luciano, short, batting eighth, and Kirk Casale, ninth. And pitching, Logan Webb. And we'll get to all his stats. If I give them to you now, then I can't give them to you during Diamond Notes. I'm sorry. I need that content. Martin Perez starting for the Pirates, and they will go McCutchen, right field, batting first. Reynolds, left field, batting second. O'Neill Cruz. Got some big shortstops in this game, by the way. Cruz is a pretty big dude. I think he's like 6'7". He's batting third. Connor Joe. What guy? Well, it's like former Giants. McCutchen, Reynolds, Joe, Gonzalez will bat fifth, playing second. Sawinski, he'll be playing left field, batting sixth. Grandal will catch and bat seventh. Triolo. These guys are all. I'm sorry, my app sucks. Wow, the Giants should be able to win this one because the Pirates have 3 second basemen playing today. And it says right here they're all playing. So they're going to have a bunch of second basemen playing. They will be playing without, it looks like, a center fielder and no first baseman. The Giants are going to be in great shape. The Pirates, this is going to be an interesting defensive alignment. Well, you know how soccer teams do it sometimes, like a 4-3-2 or 1-4-5 or whatever they do. Analytics. You never know what you get with analytics. So apparently you're not getting a first baseman today for the Pirates. It's interesting. I wouldn't have thought to do it. I would think that's just something baseball teams have to do. Like, you got to have somebody over there. But look, far be it from me. Analytics has fooled me before. Analytics does stuff that I do not suspect, I do not understand, and sometimes you just have to go with it. This one will be interesting. So the Giants do not have a center fielder, and the Pirates do not have a first baseman. Let's go. What's up with this app? Let's go score. Get your bleep together. You're going to put out lineups. At least have the positions these guys are playing in the lineups. I think we all would enjoy that. This road trip is, I'm not going to say it's a big one, but when you're behind, it's like trailing in a basketball game, right? When you're down 20, it's hard to come back because if the other team just goes on a little bit of a run, it kind of thwarts your momentum, and it's hard to like put it back in gear. And that's not necessarily the case because it's so early in the season. But when you're chasing teams, you want to keep it going. You don't want to have a backslide where you lose 2 or 3 in a row. And they haven't lost that margin for error yet. But you don't want to get to the middle part of the season where you're 5 games under and you're 7 games out of the wild card. So 3 against the Pirates, 3 against the Mets, both 4 games under 500. And this is one where I think, you split minimum. You see if they can get a 4-2. Like tonight would be a huge win. That's 5 in a row. Now that's some real momentum. That's some real traction. And you're gonna be facing a couple studs for the Pirates, young studs in Jones and Skeens in game 2 and 3. So this one is the one that it'd be nice to get this one. Keep that momentum going, rolling into game 2. All right, time to get you ready for the Buccos and the Giants. We'll be talking to John Miller, getting you ready for the game. We're going to have award-winning diamond notes for you. Oh, all the festivities. It's going to be a party here is what we're going to have. And then great weather, open the windows, crack a beer, watch the game. We'll get you ready for it next.